12th, 2023. I didn't say 22. At 5:30 p.m. And to be continued until all items are complete. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and we're going to be having the Pledge of Allegiance led by one of our veterans. And following that, we're going to have a moment of silence for our armed forces and first responders. So I'd like to ask our veteran to come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the first item we have on our agenda tonight is going to be proclamations and awards by our mayor, Mayor Johnson.
We have quite a few of these tonight. So first we have our election proclamation. A proclamation of the mayor of the city of Flagler Beach, Florida, calling a regular municipal election for the city of Flagler Beach, Florida for the year 2023. I, Susie Johnston, mayor of the city of Flagler Beach, Florida, do hereby give notice that a regular municipal election of the city of Flagler Beach will be held on March 7th, 2023. At this time, 2 commissioners will be elected to serve. The 2 commission candidates receiving the highest number of qualified votes will serve for a period of 3 years and/or until their successors are elected and qualified. An ordinance in pursuant of the chapter of the city of Flagler Beach, Florida. Qualifying of candidates will begin on January 13th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Qualifying will end at 5 p.m. on January 20th, 2023. Thank you. And next we have a certificate of appreciation. It's John Gopler. Come on up, John. This is in recognition of his outstanding initiative and generosity in dedicating his time and equipment to remove the large Seacraft dock fender from the beach. Thank you. You might have gotten the largest piece of trash we had on Flagler Beach. So thank you.
Thank you.
And then if we can get a photo with you.
Great. I used fenders, but that was a little bit too big. It was.
At least it wasn't the orca.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3, cheeseburger.
Thanks
At least
a lot.
it wasn't the orca.
No.
Can you imagine?
Oh my God. Poor whale.
Now, John might have gotten the largest piece of garbage off the beach, but our sanitation department, they get the most. So, you'll come on up, Rob. Your team does an outstanding job, and we all know how much everyone on this dais, including myself and all of the residents, absolutely love your department. And we would like to give all of your employees on your department that are here to come on up. So we have you.
Just I'm missing one.
It's all, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Troy, do you want to call them all up?
Yeah, Troy.
Derek. Matt.
He's missing.
Matt's missing. It's all right. He's probably walking his dog at home.
Yeah.
Russell. Lewis. And David. So this is in recognition of the outstanding response, organization, and execution of the cleanup in the city of Flagler Beach following Hurricane Ian. And Nicole, and every other day that they work. So we have David Hollivan.
Thank you.
Louis Rodriguez. Russell Banks. Matt's not here. Derek McGee.
Thank you.
And Troy Gawney. Goffey. And the hero himself, Rob Smith. And it's okay. Matt, let's come up and get a photo. And this department has a wonderful sense of humor. And they see me running down the street, always holding my garbage bag.
You go back there for
Yeah, come on. I'll...
Derek, you gonna play us a song? Yeah. Let's sing. We can hold a certificate like that. Oh, yeah, get all closer together. There you go. Very good. 1, 2, 3. Cheeseburger. Cheeseburger. All right. All right. Thank you.
Oh. I sure will. Yes. Yep.
Rob, come on back up. I have a little award to re-present to Rob. The mayor and I felt like it would be appropriate because the Northeast Regional Florida Council has presented to Rob Smith and the city of Flagler Beach the Regional Award for Excellence in Environmental Stewardship, thanks to your invention and creation of Big Blue. So this is for you and your team, and I want to give a big round of applause for this guy. When he first came to me and started talking about this, I said, yeah, and how are we going to do that? And he just kept chipping away, kept going, and man, I just can't thank you enough for being persistent and persevering in such a thing. Yeah, it was great.
Everybody, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get a photo of you with the mayor and everybody.
You're dressed appropriate for Big Blue.
That's right.
You got the blue shirt on. Love it. 1, 2, 3, cheeseburgers.
Thank you, Rob.
While the mayor is preparing for the next one, I think it should also be noted that Flagler Beach is the only municipality in the state of Florida that's actually doing real recycling, and particularly with glass. And also, Rob has the initiative where they're also doing cardboard. So when we were at a conference down in South Florida, folks was coming up to him asking, how are you guys doing this? So it's really a trailblazing thing for this little town of Flagler Beach to be doing such great things with recycling and helping to preserve the environment. So thanks again, Rob.
Or y'all can stand here since there's a lot of you, and I'm sorry I'm going to put my back to you. It's all right. Proclamation Human Trafficking Awareness Day. Whereas human trafficking is the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for labor or services through the use of force, fraud, or coercion for the purpose of forced labor or sexual servitude. And whereas human trafficking is a $32 billion a year global criminal enterprise and is a crime as well as a civil and human rights violation. And an estimated 25 million people are currently victims of human trafficking for both sex and labor. Whereas human traffickers prey on their victims by promising a life of hope and greater opportunity while delivering only enslavement. Instead of delivering people to better lives, traffickers unjustifiably profit from the labor and the toil of their victims, who they force, through violence and intimidation, to work in brothels and in factories, on farms, and fishing vessels, in private homes, and in countless industries. Whereas January is the National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, we commit ourselves to eradicating the evil of enslavement. Human trafficking is a modern form of the oldest and most barbaric type of exploitation, and we proclaim it has no place in the world, no great nation, or our city. Whereas this month, we do not simply reflect on this appalling reality. We also pledge to do all in our power to end the horrific practice of human trafficking that plagues innocent victims not only around the world, but in our own neighborhoods. Whereas more awareness and the education is crucial to eradicating human trafficking in our communities, state, and nation. And whereas Flagler County Advocates Alliance, comprised of Flagler County Sheriff's Office Victim Advocates, Flagler Beach Police Department Victim Advocates, State Attorney's Victim Advocates 7th Judicial Circuit Flagler, and the Family Life Center are working together to increase public understanding of this problem and mobilize community efforts to end human trafficking. Whereas Human Trafficking Awareness Day is observed on January 11th in municipalities across the country in order to educate the public and raise awareness about human trafficking. And the city of Flagler Beach has a strong commitment to social justice. Now therefore I, Susie Johnston, as the mayor of City of Flagler Beach, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2023 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and urge all citizens of the City of Flagler Beach to become part of the community response to end human trafficking and to send the message that this crime will not be tolerated in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. As we look at this month and show that acknowledgement for this month, but then as we also look at the United States, in 2020, and I'm sorry, again, I started off, my name is Shanice, and I'm the Director of Operations for Family Life Center. But if we look at 2020, Florida was number 7 in the top 10 rates for human trafficking. In 2021, we moved from being number 7 to number 3. That comes to tell you here that human trafficking is an international, a federal, and a state issue that is continuously on the rise. Each and every one of us can be an advocate here by opening up the doors to having those difficult conversations, continuing to spread awareness, assisting with putting the right laws and policies into place to protect those who are survivors or may become survivors of human trafficking or stalking. And then also having those conversations with our youth about healthy relationships and internet safety, and being here in this environment and banding together as a community to continue the fight. It is an honor to continue this journey alongside everyone here, law enforcement and advocates, state attorney's office, our partners, and our community members. Thank you.
The next proclamation we have is for recognizing the month of January 2023 as National Stalking Awareness Month. Whereas, under the laws of all 50 states, the U.S. territories, and the District of Columbia and federal government, stalking is a crime. And whereas up to 7.5 million people are stalked in 1 year period in the United States, and the majority of victims are stalked by someone they know. And whereas 3 in 4 women killed by an intimate partner have been stalked by that intimate partner. And whereas many stalking victims lose time from work and experience serious psychological distress and loss of productivity at a much higher rate than the general population. And whereas many stalking victims are forced to protect themselves by relocating, changing their identities, changing jobs, and obtaining protection orders. And whereas many stalkers use technology such as cell phones, global positioning systems, GPS, cameras, and spyware to monitor and track their victims. And whereas there is a need for great public awareness about this nature, criminality, and potential lethality of stalking. Whereas criminal justice systems can enhance their responses to stalking by regular training and assertive investigation and prosecution of the crime. And whereas laws and public policies must be continually adapted to keep pace with the new tactics used by stalkers. Whereas communities can better combat stalking by adopting multiple disciplinary response teams of local agencies and organizations, and by providing more and better victim services. And whereas the Family Life Center is joining forces with the victim services providers, criminal justice officials, and concerned citizens throughout Flagler Beach in the United States to observe National Stalking Awareness Month. And whereas Flagler County Advocate Alliance is working together to increase public understanding of this problem and mobilize community efforts to end stalking. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the City of Flagler Beach that they hereby declare January 2023 as National Stalking Awareness Month in the City of Flagler Beach, and applauded the efforts of the many victim services providers, police officers, prosecutors, national and community organizations, and private sector supporters for their efforts in promoting awareness about stalking. Thank you.
You're important. I'm going to watch that. I'm always short. You can't take another.
1, 2, 3, cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger.
Thank you.
Very excited so that I got
Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for what you do. Thanks for what you do. We appreciate that.
you so
Thank
much.
you so much. Thanks a lot. Thanks for what you do. We appreciate that.
Thank you for what you do.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Dad.
Thank you for what you do.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, next item we have on the agenda is deletions and changes to the agenda. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd like to suggest that the commission consider amending the agenda slightly to hear a report from the county and city attorney on the matter regarding the remnant that remains in the federal section of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer Beach Nourishment Project.
I'd also like to add, there's a lot. I don't have. It's okay. That we. If there's a lot of people here who leave the golf cart, that moved up, if that's by chance. Testing, now I'm working.
There we go.
So you'd like to move number 13 up? Mm-hmm. Okay. Commissioners, you okay with that?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Okay, so we can move that up to the item right under beach renourishment. Would that be okay?
Yeah.
So
Where were you putting it?
we're going to make number 7 beach renourishment, and number 8 would be the golf cart.
Well, is Larry here? We have staff here too, but we're going to make 8 one.
I don't think Larry's even here yet.
Yeah, Larry's here.
Is Larry here?
He's here.
Okay, he's here. Okay, so which one do you want to do first?
Oh, there's Larry. Good to see you, Larry.
I think between 9 and the old 9 and 10.
Larry, 7, 8, and 9, right?
Yep.
Okay, so,
That would make sense.
yeah. So we're going to do number 7 to be beach renourishment,
Yeah.
and then 7, 8, and 9 would be Larry.
Yeah.
And then golf cart?
Usually the update comes before even public comment. It's up to,
can do
it's
that.
up to y'all.
Yeah,
You want to do that? Just go ahead. Okay. All right, we'll call it 4A.
that's good. Kind of don't have to screw given numbers.
I like that. I like easy. Okay, any other things? Any other changes? Okay.
And then we're moving 13 to
13 is going to
10.
be 10.
9.5? After 9.
I'm good. I'm
That
good.
makes sense.
9.5. I like you, Janelle.
Not really, I mean, it has nothing to do with it, so whatever.
Okay, we'll get those.
So we're up to the county.
Public comment, and then that would be the next item.
Well, what we decided we were going to do is have the beach nourishment.
Okay, all right.
Update, and then we'll do public comment in case someone has any comments on that.
All right, very good. Again, I have, I think we're getting Al on the phone, and Scott Spradley is here, and they've been working, the county and city attorney have been working together on this matter, so I'll turn it over to them.
Okay, Mr. Spradley, you're up.
Thank you. Good
Thank you,
evening, Commissioners, Mayor, City Manager. I'm Scott Spradley. I have been retained by Flagler County to represent it in the bankruptcy case of the holdout of the two remnants. Mr. Hadid was going to give a report tonight. He's ill. We are going to get him on the phone so he can listen in and make a few comments, and I have a report. His report, but I'll read his report after he gets online. And then after I read the report, he'll be available, I'll be available to answer questions.
Okay. Just a reminder, you have your cell phones with you, please silence them or put
Good
them.
afternoon, Mr. Hadid. This is Janelle with the City of Flagler Beach. We have you at the meeting now.
Thank you now. Thank you. So just let me know when to start talking.
You're on.
Oh, okay.
Scott's at the podium, and you're up, sir.
Golf cart. Okay, this is Al Hadid. I'm sorry I can't be with you physically tonight. I'm under the weather, but I did want to report to you on the latest in the Army Corps Dunes project. I prepared a report. I've asked Scott Spradley, who I'm sure you know, we've been working together on the latest chapter regarding these properties, and I'd like him to go ahead and read that presentation because my voice isn't always steady right now. And then I'll be available after he reads it to try and answer any questions any of the commissioners or the officials have.
Okay, Scott, I think you could go ahead and read the.
All right, and this is in the first person, it's Al's report. We are still in the process of procuring the land interests of the two dune remnants that are now subject to the jurisdiction of the Federal Bankruptcy Court. We presently have a hearing set before the court for January 31st. The Army Corps of Engineers understands our situation and has been fully briefed on the bankruptcy proceedings and is allowing the county to proceed in this suit to procure the land rights. The timing for receipt of the easements, however, is not going to affect the construction schedule. We learned from an intergovernmental conference call this week that the Corps has determined it is necessary to redesign the project, essentially making it even more substantial than previously explained. One way to understand the breadth of this redesign is through the volume of offshore sand that is needed for the new design. When the project was originally put together, the Army Corps calculated the amount of sand we would need for the full 50-year period of renourishment cycles. That includes not just the initial renourishment work, but also the periodic renourishments every 10 or 11 years, plus a certain estimated volume for repairs after storms. The entire 50-year volume will be needed now just to do the initial renourishment. The agencies on the call estimated that it would take approximately 6 months to complete a redesign of the project based on the increased volume of sand to be placed on the beach, including procuring all permits and authorizations for such work. This obviously will substantially delay when the project can start. To be clear, however, this delay was not caused by the easement procurement process. The redesign will require completion of surveys on erosion loss, including any hard bottom impacts using divers. The joint coastal permit for the project must be amended to include the new design. The sand volume must be recalculated and an additional area of the offshore borrow site secured to provide that volume necessary for future renourishments. This activity will require a new lease with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management of the U.S. Department of the Interior. Because the project will be more substantial, a supplemental environmental assessment will also be required. As I have said, as Al has said, many times before, we are fortunate that we have professionals in these agencies that are dedicated and knowledgeable. I do not doubt their opinion that we need an even more substantial beach renourishment than previously described, given the increased rate of erosion we are experiencing. The agency staff and officials involve our engineering department and our consultants in these discussions to make sure everyone is on board. Rather than utilizing the eminent domain process with its complexities, added costs, and time requirements for the remaining remnants, we believe that if our final voluntary acquisition efforts are not successful, we should be able to acquire the remnants through the bankruptcy proceedings. We have a hearing scheduled, as I said, for January 31st in the bankruptcy court. We will continue to pursue all aspects of the project with great vigor. And just as we have for the countless owners who have signed easements voluntarily, we will accord them all respect for their positions as property owners, but not to elevate an owner who has no reason to resist being a part of the project and putting the entire community at continued risk of harm. And now Al will be available to answer any questions.
Commissioner Cooley.
Al, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, I have some questions because there's a lot of new information in this that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the holdout. This has to do with the project itself. Are you going to be able to answer them?
I can answer them to the extent that they were discussed on the call. They have been summarized in detail by Jason Hara, and I'm fairly sure that Mr. Woodson has a copy of that. I'm not 100% sure, but it came like right before midnight, I think, yesterday.
All right, well, I'm going to shoot off a couple questions
But I
here.
can answer. You have a question about some specific aspect. I can tell you what I know and identify what I don't know.
Got it. Well, the approval process for this project has been going on for about 19 or 20 years. So since the project is now changing substantially, does the reapproval that we have to now go through, is there any risk of changing the status of the project or increased risk of losing it because of the new terms?
No, sir. But you should also understand that, and I'm sorry, I've heard people say this before, but the actual design of the project, I mean, it had to go through a very extensive review process, and it went through a number of stops and starts in that over that 19, 20 years that you're talking about. But they finally came to a design that they believed could achieve the protection of the beach in 2019. These changes that we are now, or that they are now considering, are changes due to the changes in the beach since that time.
It's basically, if I may, Al, the extra escarpment and erosion, they're actually going from a 40-foot toe berm out to the beach to 100 feet. So it's almost doubling. More than doubling of the sand.
It's actually more than doubling. What they are in effect doing is doing a substantial dune berm that goes out into the ocean. In other words, it will elongate our beach, and it will take advantage of the beach dam that actually is laying just offshore that has been swept away by the various storms. I'm sure many of you know that there's a fairly significant amount of sand that's resting out there, and that sand can actually help us mitigate storm loss. So what they're attempting to do with the substantiality of this project is to keep the storm waves as far away from the A1A dune as possible, thereby minimizing any damage. Now, there will be a lot of sacrificial sand. That's what it's for. But they believe that this will provide a much stronger resistance to any future storms.
Okay, the next question, this is a comment and a question, this is more for us. So because this is going under a modification and a reapproval, we now have the resiliency strike team going on, and we also have, FDOT has made it not a secret that, they do have a desire to do a buried seawall like they did on the north side as one of the many possibilities that would be discussed. But I think it would behoove us to make sure we get that conversation in sooner than later to them, because if we're going through a reapproval, we need to have all the bodies at the table. Because previously they said you will not do a buried seawall, and this would be a change, but it's kind of a win-win. It's not going to affect their project because it's going to be buried. But I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware of that, and that's probably something we need to do.
I agree.
Commissioner Coop, I'm sorry, go ahead, finish your comment.
Yeah, this is William Al. I concur with the commissioner, and one of the things that we are going to have to focus on as a community, and again, DOT is listening. They haven't made up their mind what they're going to be doing. They've expressed secant or buried seawalls as being one potential option. There are other options, and there's a public hearing listening session on the 24th of January at 5:30 at Santa Maria del Mar. But let's just say, for example, they want to focus on some combination of seawalls and the beach renourishment. We have to be careful of the federal rules involved here, because the whole reason for the beach renourishment project and justification in the federal rules is protection of A1A. And there have been some sentiments saying that if you put seawalls up, then you don't need the sand, and the federal government would pull out. So you've got to be careful in how we structure this discussion, and only Congress can write it into the law to direct the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to consider the bifurcated or mixed solution.
Okay, Al, did you have any more questions?
Oh, no, I was just going to say it's a good thing we have a speaker.
Al, this is Ken Bryan. I had a question. How is the harvesting of that much sand for this particular renourishment project going to affect future projects as far as renourishment?
The offshore site that they found, I don't know if you remember the drawings and depictions that were shown. It is a very large site. The portion that we, I don't want to say took, the portion that we leased for the 15-year life of this program, I would say is not, it can't be more than 20% of the entire volume of the site. So there's not any, during the call, there's no expression of concern either from the Bureau of Energy, Ocean Energy Management, which is the entity that's responsible for the offshore borrow sites, nor the Army Corps of Engineers. There is no expression of any lack of confidence that we wouldn't be able to find enough. but we would need to significantly enlarge the area, and probably at least double. I mean, I don't know that. I don't have any basis for saying that, but let me put it this way: a material increase in the actual amount of offshore sand area that we lease, it would be a very significant increase.
Okay, Commissioner Mealy has a couple of questions.
Hi, Al. With all these changes, are we going to have to get congressional approval for the increase in the cost of this?
No. And actually, I'm very glad you brought that up. These things can be very confusing because of all the agency jargon, et cetera. The project is approved. It does not need to be reapproved. It is approved. What is changing is the design. So the design is changing, which means that we need to have an amendment of our what's called a joint coastal permit. Obviously, we need an amendment of the lease agreement with BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. We'll need a supplemental environmental assessment. So these are things that would occur with any significant design change, where the reviewing agencies need to look at it again to make sure that all the environmental considerations have been adequately taken into account, and that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed as far as the various agencies' role in reviewing a redesign.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Phillips?
Al, this is Commissioner Phillips. You might not be able to answer this, but as you know, the start date has been fluid for many years. Are we looking, do you think, at January, February of next year, 2024, to start?
Okay. On the call, that's a very good question. It's not 100% certain. On the call, they asked the agencies to give, and they're different agencies, DEP, the federal agency responsible for the offshore sand, the Army Corps, a number of other units I just can't remember right now. But they all drill down. How long is it going to take to do a supplemental environmental assessment, since we already did a major one? I mean, is it going to take a long time? Is this going to be a minor permit modification? Will we be able to slip under that provision, or is this going to be a major modification? And I think we all know what the consequence of that is. One typically takes more time, although in this conversation they said there's not going to be any time difference. But overall, they expected all of these processes to be done in 6 months. Could be done earlier, but they asked the different agencies, give us the range of your outside time to get these various things done. Now, having said that, all of this depends, that is, when the clock starts. There's a clock that starts on figuring out how much sand, figuring out the new design, etc. And that's the survey. The survey of the beach has not been completed. The survey of the hard bottom, it's not been done yet. I don't know how much you all follow this, but the ocean has not been very conducive lately to divers going down and checking out for hard bottom. No, we don't think there's any hard bottom meaning coquina rock, but that's something that has to be checked, especially since we're going further out. So they have to complete that survey. Everybody is off and running when that survey is done. And on the call, the individual responsible for the survey said that the divers check every single day if they can get out there and get below water to continue their survey. So that's 6 months, maybe it'll take less. Then you have the bidding procedure. You have the finalization of the design, which would be the 6 months. And then you've got the bidding procedure, which usually takes like 90 days. And then you've got about 60 days before you get mobilization by the contractor. I didn't add all those days up together, but what? I did 6, 3, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? Is that what I did? I don't know. I got too many drugs in me right now to be able to do that simple math. But anyway, somewhere thereabouts.
Okay.
11 months. I think I added, I'm sorry, I didn't add right, 11. So you're talking about 11 months from when the survey is done, roughly.
Roughly. Okay. Thank you.
I'm done.
So I guess this is more maybe for Mr. Whitson. Mr. Hadid, this is Commissioner Sherman. Just a quick question for you. Has the Army Corps thought of any mitigation measures that can be taken in the meantime? I mean, we're going to go through another hurricane season. As you all know, our coastline is in very bad shape. So what can, are there, I don't know if this was where the coordination between the A1A strike team and the, Army Corps come together and figure something out, but I think that's going to be a major concern for our residents and everybody up and down the coast here. We saw after Hurricane Nicole and Ian just how powerful this is, and we've had our other fair shares of Matthew come through. So is there anything that we can do in the meantime as far as mitigation measures go during this 11-month period?
Well, you hit on a very important point, and that is the vulnerability over this presumably 11 months. It's a very serious vulnerability. Right now, the Army Corps is focused, I don't want to say 100%, but I think that they are thinking about the redesign. They literally have to go back to the drawing board, so I'm assuming that is occupying a great deal of their interest right now. However, that does not mean that other processes are not available to consider those issues, such as the strike team and any other assemblage of stakeholders to address these issues. Mr. Whitson, I believe, alluded to one, which was the possibility that, based on a congressional authorization, allow a retaining wall to be built, which is then buried by an Army Corps renourishment project. So that might be one approach. But I'm obviously nowhere close to being the expert on this. This really is in the hands of the agency and the engineer type folks.
Al, I would also respond that we are working with the county and the state of Florida because there were supplemental bills of appropriations passed in the emergency session.
Yes.
We're going to be working to secure,
Yes.
some quantities of sand. So we're working on that. It won't be the scope and the breadth of the Army Corps project because that's the one we need, but it may provide some relief, and that's the focus of the coastal engineers, and I've been working with Faith and Al and others to try to identify those quantities and where they would go.
Sorry. Commissioners, any other comments or questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open this up for public comment. So if you have any questions you'd like to ask regarding this particular item, please come forward and give us your name and your address. Quiet. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. And this doesn't require any action. So do you have any closing remarks in this particular item, Mr. Whitson?
Yes, sir. Again, I work closely with the county, with the state, with the federal government on all these matters. And wanted to make sure that this report was brought forward because it's so vital to the community. And we'll continue to monitor it, track it, keep you posted. I would really, really urge the public and, of course, any of the commissioners to come out on the 24th of January for the listening session that the strike team is putting together. I think that's going to be a critical step for us to capture that information and feedback so that we can take it into account as we formulate the right approaches and the right partnerships to get these things done.
Okay, and again, that's January, and the time and place, please.
5:30 to 7:30, I think. January 24 at Santa Maria Del Mar.
Okay.
I think at the Parish Hall.
Okay, it's the Catholic Church Parish Hall right down the street here. Okay, Al, thank you very much, and Scott, thank you very much, and Al, we wish you the best and hope you feel better.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. Sorry I couldn't be there. Bye.
All right, take care of yourself. Okay, thanks everyone for that. And right now we'll move into public comments. And these are items not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak. However, comments should be limited to 3 minutes and a 3-minute allocation of time for public comment on items not on this agenda. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to address the chair, an opportunity to speak, and no time can be allotted to another person. So anyone wishing to speak, please come forward, give us your name and your... yours.
904 North Central Avenue, the Flagler Beach, Florida. My Irish mother drilled it to me as a boy to be neat, careful, strive for excellence, to do good things. A couple of meetings back, we were talking about how beautiful our city is and how it's looking. We're going to honor several people. And I'm 82 years old tomorrow, going around and I think of these things and do it all. But one of the things I've noticed...
Is your mic on, sir? I'm sorry. Okay, all right, I'm sorry.
One of the things I've noticed since the last meeting that's just jumped out at me, easy to fix, is that we've spent the last 20 minutes talking about sand. Our city's built on sand. But yet the stop signs and the traffic devices around the city, particularly the stop signs, probably 1 out of 3 is bent or fallen over or something. For instance, down here at the winery, the stop sign, the sun has burnt out the lettering, you can't read anything, and it's been backed into by car, and it's laying like this. That could cause a wreck, could cause an injury, but more than that, it looks ugly. And 2 men in a pickup truck could fix it in 30 minutes. It makes our city look better. I don't like to see. I just like to see the public work persons just take a minute. I traveled all of North Flagler Beach, every foot of it, and I wrote down each one that had needed a little attention. I was going to do this one, but I thought maybe that's a little much. And I was going to just give each of you a copy or something, or the public work person, but they need to just do a little drive. It's a simple thing, but if we've got stop signs falling over, or even been ugly, it reflects on this beautiful, classy, people think of us as where it's at. I want us to look like it's where it's at. And I just wanted to talk about the traffic devices and all, and say, please, make me happy. Take this off my mind. Make them pretty. Thank you.
Okay, usually wait till the end of the comments. That's okay. You can go
sorry.
back. You can go sit down.
No, comments?
No, I'm just making comments for myself.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Leave me. I'm old. Just leave.
I'm old too. But at any rate, I just want to make a comment regarding, because he's up there, I want everyone to know, this gentleman drives around town every day picking up stuff. I mean, I see his poor car is beat up. I could never do that to my car. But that's just how dedicated he is to the city. We appreciate that, and note has been taken about the signs. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
I'm Rick Belliam here, Flagler Beach. Down on South Flagler, where they're supposed to be doing the upgraded stormwater project. They've done all the utility locates, all the little flags are in the ground and so forth. So it looks like they're gearing up to get this started. I'd like to know if there's going to be a tailgate meeting for the locals along that project. There's a lot of people that are still fighting to put their homes back together, and to see other things torn up in the process. It'd be nice for them to know ahead of time what's going to happen. So I would suggest a tailgate meeting of some sort and gather those homeowners together. And the other thing, I'm just still waiting on an end of the year budget report and what got spent, what didn't get spent, so on and so forth. So the end of the year was the end of September. Hopefully it comes soon.
Thank you, Rick.
How you doing? I'm Dave Holman. I work at the sanitation department, and I mean, as you guys know, we just had that award and all that, and we try to do our very best out there. There are some times that we don't get everything, but I feel that the residents, some of the residents, when you get cussed out and F-bombed, and the last meeting, I guess, one of the residents were up here bashing the sanitation department, where I sat there and had a meeting with you, Mr. Whitson, for 20 minutes, and you didn't stand up and say, wait a minute, you cussed out my drivers, but you sat there and didn't say a word. Do you have our back or not?
Hey, Dave, just direct us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay.
I feel that you know, our backs are not, you know, that I told him that I wasn't going to pick up his trash, and I mean, the guy's videotaping me, F-bombing me up and down, and I mean, it's just, I mean, I'm irritated by it. So that's all I had to say.
All right, thanks, Dave.
Bob Cunningham, North 10th Street. So I was looking to see where the status of the various projects are that are listed on the Master Citywide Project Pipeline Report. And when I looked at it, it caused a whole lot of more questions than it provided answers. And looking at it, it doesn't follow any project or program management methodology for reporting. It doesn't show any start dates, any end dates, percent completed, what the budget is for the project, the amount of budget spent for that project. It shows multiple line items for the same type of activity, where all those activities should be under one project and listed as different tasks. Examples of that are the manhole, lift station, and stormwater efforts. It shows wastewater management treatment plant phase 3. It doesn't say anything about phase 2 or 1, doesn't say anything about how many more phases are supposed to be there. Provides no timelines, provides no budgets. There's a line item in there for a fiber optic loop. There's no details on that whatsoever. And with AT&T providing fiber optic connectivity within the city, that effort's even questionable. There's a lot of missing work efforts in there. There's nothing in there about the pier, dumpster pad, dune crossovers, stormwater, drainage repairs on the south side of town, anything for 4th of July, nothing in there for the Oak Place fire hydrants, no fire hydrant maintenance or replacement, nothing in there about the aluminum baler. So, and that's just a few of the things that I picked up on real quick. There's no ability to drill down on any single line item to find out more details. If you were to provide that information and those capabilities, it would greatly enhance the communication problems that we have within the city. It will also open up transparency. It will provide for accountability. It will also provide measurable performance matrices. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob.
Donna Schneider, 2412 South Daytona. Just following up on the log that he was just discussing. I've been trying to check that on a regular basis. It hasn't been updated since November 22nd. I would like to ask you all to make a commitment to at least update it twice a month prior to your commission meeting, so if people have questions, they can ask them. So if you could get that, you know, where we have a routine, this day it's going to be, you know, updated so we know when to look for it, I would appreciate it. And then since we don't have the information, I'd like to know what the status is on the 23rd to 25th of South Daytona, South Flagler.
That's on the stormwater system?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Sandra Natubic, and I live on Pine Tree Street in Flagler Beach. I would like to say thank you to Ken, Deborah, and James for answering and responding to my problem with the Pine Tree Street going to Oak Street on the dirt road. The canal is full, and we still have a problem. And I was wondering if anybody has any information about where we're going with that, and that is City of Flagler Beach. It does not belong to Flagler County. It is in the city. And one of the ladies that lives on the Oak and the people on the back part have been trying to get sewer connection, and the city has told them that they will not do a hookup because it's a dirt road. And one of the ladies have lived there for over 40 years, and the other people have too. But my concern is that the canal has never been dredged. I think it was dredged maybe in the 50s or the 40s, but it is loaded. I have sent pictures, and I sent another one just today that I took. And the water is not flowing. It's full of everything. It smells. And it needs to be cleaned out to help us. And it also, when the floods and the waters come, even a storm, the water backs up with all the trees and all the debris in there, and people dump everything there. And the water then comes down the street, down my street, ends up at the end on Palm, and there's nowhere for it to drain. So I'm just asking that if somebody could kind of keep me up to date or let me know what's going on, I certainly would appreciate it. And I really appreciate you guys coming out and looking and responding back. It meant a big lot. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
My name is David Thornton. I live at Oak Place. This good-looking girl is my wife. And I suffer from a slight
age-related mental limitations.
Age-related mental limitations.
I'm getting some of that too.
Hey, well, I can give you some pills. I don't have any big problems for you guys to solve, but I got one. And we live off of
19th Street.
19th Street, and there's a big restaurant there, and they have a lot of parking. But they've been taking up the very little parking space that residents have to go to the beach. They take them all up. 8 o'clock in the morning, no parking there. They take it over. And the guy who owns that restaurant, which is Oceanside Grill, would not let anyone, including myself, park my car there to, go to the beach. So I went to the chief of police, and he assured me that he was going to get into that because it shouldn't be. That's municipal property. In years past, we had signs on there.
Beach only.
Beach parking only. Now there's no parking whatsoever. And
the Oceanside also has their huge parking lot, and they have for patron and employees parking only. And that parking lot is quite large. And they also have a parking area next to the restaurant. We only have that one section for the residents to use. And it was always there for the residents. Now it's no longer there.
Yeah.
Their employees are parking there, and we have no place to go.
And lastly, I guess, there was a sign on that area where we used to park, which was
beachside parking.
Beach parking only. That sign is no longer there, but on the other side, the restaurant has got you will be towed, or there's no parking for residents. But it's just
parking. They have a huge sign that says no beach parking in their parking lot. So again, it makes it very difficult for us.
Yeah.
And a lot of the residents have been there for many years, and now there's no place for us to park.
So that's on 19th?
That's right on 19th, on the corner of 19th and A1A.
Okay, and A1A. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I'm just trying to make sure.
It's outside their satellite parking lot.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Well, lastly, what I have is going to bring me down the road a little bit, and I want to be able to go up and go swimming on 19th Street rather than go up there, got no place to park, or even have a golf cart. These people know about golf carts. So in any case...
Parking, handicap parking there.
No, yeah. I'll let you go. Thank you for listening.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any other speakers?
Daryl Reynolds, 322 North 11th Street. I just want to know if there's an update on the flood mitigation grant that we're applying for, if there's any particular dates that we should be aware of as residents. Is there deadlines that need to be adhered to so we don't miss out on this this grant? I understand it's a lengthy process, but more information is better than none. I also would like to piggyback on New Smyrna Beach. Maybe we should look at a moratorium on development until we get our infrastructure up to date, because we all know, they're clearing a lot on my street right now that I would have thought we would have probably postponed until we got this sewer, stormwater, and all of the issues we're having resolved. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Darrell, thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers?
Andre Gallet. I live on 1735 South Central. I want to just address that gentleman that came here from the sanitation department. Again, I'm a snowbird from Iowa, and I live here 6 months a year, and I find the sanitation department very professional, very nice. Every time I've ran into them, they've done a great job. Never had an issue. One time I ride my bike with my German Shepherd, and he carries his ball. He dropped one time. One of the gentlemen picked it up, and I didn't realize it, followed me through, and brought it back to my dog. So, again, they do a great job, and we should have their backs. So, anyways, the other item I want to say is vote for our pickleball striping at the park. Thank you.
Hello, John Haran, 209 South 4th Street. I'm really hoping tonight that we are going to be able to address the information coming up. It seems like we could really take a lot of stress and air out of the room if we really could provide our citizens information. Everybody's looking about status updates. I'm really praying and hoping that we can do that, because I think it'll really help with the stress in our town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission board here. And I'll go down them, and commissioners, if I miss anything, please remind me. I'm not the best note taker, but I try to do my best. I'll start with the number 9, which was Andre addressing the sanitation department. I would just, I'm very disappointed that those kinds of things are happening to our sanitation crew workers. That's totally uncalled for. And I just encourage you to, if you're experiencing these things, this is just me speaking, and our city attorney can also address this if you'd like. But if you're experiencing these kinds of things here, I would encourage you to start reporting them immediately. If it gets into a confrontational type situation, call our city police. If that it takes, them to actually resolve it, or to come out there and be witness to what's actually occurring. These guys work hard, and especially during the summers when it's 100 degrees, I couldn't do a half a block, and they do the entire city, picking up cans and emptying them. And I'm just speaking to the choir here with most of the folks here, but I'm just very disappointed those kinds of things happening to our staff. Go ahead, Commissioner Mealy.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain I know who the person was that was berating Dave. And I'm not going to use any names, but I think our city manager has a right to defend himself. So if you want to.
Yeah, if there's a consensus to this board that, basically we can, take action against an individual that continually does this. This is not the first report. Due respect to the employee, I did speak with Mr. Smith, and we have made adjustments in who collects the sanitation at that location. And that was one of the ways we tried to mitigate the situation. But again, it continues to be a pattern of abuse, not only for sanitation workers, but this same individual comes in and berates my staff in the utility department, dropping F-bombs, calling people names, so forth and so on. And I, frankly, as the city manager, will tell you that I have a high tolerance level, but there are some things that are just across the line. And if it's the will of this board for us to take it further, if this pattern of behavior continues, I'll be happy to do so. But I try to make peace in the valley. I try to get along. I try to ignore as best I can. But, there is a continual pattern of abuse by this particular individual.
Well, the only thing I'd say is I'd defer to our city attorney here, because there are certain things, that, and there are limits that individuals can do and say, and I'll let you address that before, and at which time you can start taking legal action, but you can go ahead and address that.
I would just say nobody has the right to assault another person, and an assault is not a touching. That'd be a battery, so we'll work with the city manager's office and we'll come up with a plan for you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, John Horan had mentioned something about information. A lot of things we're having comments here has to do with information. So if you'd like to give us a status and update on the systems that we have been talking about and that you are considering employing, I would certainly appreciate it. I think the other commissioners would as well.
Yes, sir. We have that item scheduled later on in the agenda, and Katie is listening and was going to come in and assist me with some of the details of that. But basically, you have our report. And a lot of these things, it's not that we want to sit on the information, it's just that the same staff member responsible for that report also has 6 or 7 other responsibilities. And the information comes out slower because we're a small team. And, we had a lot of plans to put some things out there that the hurricanes delayed. And so the app is fixing to get launched. We have the report here where we're waiting for direction and additional resources to do some things. And so, we know that we are behind the 8 ball on some of the communication tasks, and we're just looking for that additional resources and additional direction on what it is that you think is the right things to do.
Okay, Commissioner Cooley.
I don't want to get too far ahead on an agenda item. I just want to stick to the public comment. So we'll talk about the project tracker, because that's the majority of the minutia. Commissioner Phillips, I believe a long time ago, back in summertime, you wanted a project tracker. And since then, project tracker was put up. It's half-baked. And not only that, but it hasn't been updated since it's been put up. And Bob called it out, and this was actually in my notes to cover too. There's no information on it. It's not well done, and it hasn't been tended to since November. And so, we can sit here and talk about how busy we are all day long and everything, but I'm going to tell you this: you're outnumbered. You got a lot of members of the public that are getting very restless that information is not being pushed out, and that needs to move up. Whatever y'all are so busy with, that needs to become a priority, and that's just my opinion.
Can we hold this till we get to?
I was
addressing Bob's. Yeah. That's Bob's thing.
He's addressing Bob's. Mm-hmm. Commissioner Phillips has a comment.
I know, except that we shouldn't have. Bob should have waited. We should have had all these things addressed when we get to that.
Okay, we'll get there. Because that's an agenda
Then we're
item.
going to repeat everything again when we get to the agenda.
Well, we got to respond to public comment. If they come here and ask questions, well, we need to answer the
But
questions.
my point is, those public comments should have been made later when we.
All right, we didn't, so let's move on, okay? Commissioner Phillips, would you please give me your comments?
Okay, my only comment is the project tracker. I agree, it needs to be updated more frequently. There is missing information, some columns that we can add, and it's also really hard to find. So you really have to drill down into the document. So because this is such an important topic, we've got a project tracker and all of our grants out there as well. I'd like to see it always is forward-facing on our website, if that's something that we can do.
Okay, and I agree with the Commissioner. Okay, I'll get back on the top here on the stop signs. Mr. Whitson, can you give us an update on some of the signs and other types of signaling devices around the city that needs to be updated because it's been neglected for the last 20 years from what I can tell?
Yeah, some of it is FDOT's. Okay. Some of it is ours. The storm didn't help us any. Blew down a lot of signs. We have 3 people working in the Public Works department that is responsible for water, sewer, and streets, and a lot of other maintenance tasks. So again, no excuse, but that is, we're behind, and the things that we need to take care of, we will. FDOT things, we report to them, and, they get to it. I know there's a lot of work out here, for example, on A1A to address some of the signal situations and the safety things that need to be reset. So they take a little longer than we do, but, if the gentleman has a list, then we'll take it and we'll work on it.
Sure, Commissioner.
Just a request for E.T. Sharp. E.T. Sharp, you have access to email, correct? Or is there a way you could drop off that list to Janelle? Okay. We would all like to see that list. That would be helpful.
Appreciate that. I mean,
That was only.
they are safety issues that we should put a priority on. Budget report on end of the year budget report.
Again, we've had the storm, and Rhonda has been working on getting these things done, and we give these updates quarterly, and I believe there was a quarterly budget update given late last year. So I don't understand what the comment is, but we definitely are going to give those reports on a quarterly basis. A lot of times the invoices to wrap up where we are take months to come in after the calendar may pass, but the project invoice to charge that project lags. So we have to wait for those to come in. And I believe that gentleman knows that. And so what we're going to do is, I'll follow up, but we've had verbal reports on the budget and where we are on things. And we'll schedule one again in March and another one again in June, as we always do every quarter.
Okay, so in other words, if he wants to see what is the report for the end of 22, he should have access to that?
Sure. And we also have the audit report, which was just finished. So, there's information there, and I would encourage him to come in and speak with me, and we'll get it for him.
Okay, either that or send the email to Rhonda or the staff?
Send it to me or Rhonda.
Okay. I was going to check the agendas from December, but I'm fairly certain we got a report.
We did, if I recall correctly.
I'm checking.
Commissioner Cooley, while she's checking.
Well, if we did get one, we didn't do a end-of-year recap, and I think that's what he's asking for.
Well, it wasn't the end of the year. The year starts 1 October.
The year ended in October.
Yeah, I think he was looking for an end-of-year
It starts 1 October and goes through 30 September, and then every 3 months we give a verbal report, and then obviously we have the audit and the final report. So that's how we have done it.
So after the year ended in September, when we start the new year, after about a month or so, whatever it takes to put that together, then we would do a end-of-year recap. And we didn't do that. And that's the request. And I wouldn't want Rick to go in and have a meeting about it. I would want all of us to get that presentation on where we ended 22. Does that make sense?
Well, the calendar year is different than the fiscal year, okay?
When
So
we ended September, the end of the fiscal year.
There's been reports.
The report, the last
been
report
given.
we got was for the end of,
Yeah.
I'm not able to get on my.
Commissioner Sherman.
So the last time we went over a quarterly budget was actually when we were approving the budget for this fiscal year. I think that's what everybody's trying to get to, is that we get that big spreadsheet and we see line by line and we kind of discuss what we've spent, where we're tracking. Typically, we had to, I think it was right when we were doing our budget in, I can't remember, on all the months, July. We did get a copy of, was it quarter 3, but I think we were looking for quarter 4 budget for the end of the fiscal year. I understand calendar year, fiscal year, but I think what I would like to do is actually look at the budget as a commission, and go over that together.
And that's fine. What I'm saying is we get verbal reports every quarter, and then you have the audit that actually ties up the whole year in a formal way, and you received a report from the auditor. So again, we will do this in that manner, but if you want it more frequently, I could have Rhonda come and give you a verbal update every month if you want. But it just seems like we're a small staff, and we're just trying to make sure that we keep the information out there, but in a way that we can handle.
So Commissioner Sherman, are you asking that we have another end of the year budget report, a budget meeting, in order to go over what was expended throughout?
Yes, I would like to see
all 4 quarters.
Well, I would like to see one for the quarter that wrapped up on September 30th. I think that's what we're all looking to look at. Well, at least I am. I don't know. Can't speak for Commissioner Cooley or anybody else up here.
Fiscal year.
Fiscal year. Okay, you want the fiscal year, right? Okay.
Fiscal year.
Okay.
I can't get online, so I can't.
Okay, you got direction as to what they were looking for. Okay. There was another question from Mr. Billhammer regarding a tailgate meeting regarding the update on the stormwater on the south end of the city.
Those are standard operating procedures. Every project we do tailgate meetings.
So you're going to do the tailgating when you're...
Yeah, when we're ready to go, yeah.
Okay. Dave Well recovered sanitation. Okay, there was also an update on the streets 23 through 25 stormwater system. I think that has to do with, I think that was Donna that has, and she was probably addressing the valves that has been topic of discussion for several weeks.
Is Lee here?
Yeah, he's back there.
Oh, Lee. Where are we with that, Lee? I know that we're close to getting the bids, or...
We're talking about the backflow perimeters.
Correct.
Check valves.
Yes. The contractor who was hired to do South Flagler Avenue from, what is it, 13th to 19th, or 7th through 13th, whatever. In any case, we are asking him, that contractor, to get us a proposal, and we thought the best way to do this would be to put a change order to his contract, because he's going to be working, pretty close to that area and doing the same sorts of things. And as a matter of fact, one of the valves that will be included is the one near Darrell's house up on North 11th. We're adding that one.
On 11th Street?
Yes, that was lost during some past storm. So there was never one on there to begin with. So these things take time.
So in addition to the valves and the check valves that are on the south end of the street, we're also talking about other valves that's needed throughout the city, correct?
Well, there's about 12 of them throughout the city.
Right.
We're going to be putting that all out, getting the prices, bringing it back. And again, this is all a process, but as we notice things, we get comments, this storm, we follow up on those things, and we add things. And so we're in the process of getting that done, and I'm hoping to get the bids soon, probably in the next, what?
Well, it's a quote for a change order.
Yeah.
It's imminent.
Yeah.
It should be anytime.
So they're waiting for the
product
pricing.
The pricing, yes.
Right.
And the contractor, why they haven't started that project yet, is he's waiting for equipment.
Okay.
things are in very short supply.
Again, we get caught in these things where all the requirements of the flagging and marking, that's required by law. But then when the contractor has to go out and implement, if he has supply chain problems, okay, then he can't start the work. So it makes it look like, okay, we went out and marked all this and we're ready to go, but yet he doesn't have the supplies or the equipment. So again, these are details that, happen between these projects.
Okay, I guess this goes back to what we're all talking about then, we're here and we're all on the same page as communication as well as a system to upgrade or update the status of these kinds of things here so that a typical resident can find out the status, in other words, waiting for parts or whatever the case may be, so that they know that we're not just sitting on our cans and not doing anything.
And also, I'd like to interject, Lee, we had told these residents on 23rd to 25th that this was going to happen first quarter. So do you see any reason why it won't?
I can't predict when
I know you can't predict
and
it, but
materials will come. I would like to say it's going to happen tomorrow. I just don't know.
But the first quarter is up through March.
no, I know, I understand.
So we
We've
have
just
time
started.
yet.
I know we have time.
yet.
Yeah, I just don't want this to slip.
No, it's not going to slip. We're going to keep on them about it, but we can't control when they're not getting the supplies needed to do the job.
Just as a temporary type thing, just to kind of give us all sort of an update, would it be too much trouble doing your report? Because I think, don't you get a report from each one of the department heads each week? Lee, could you just kind of let him know, still waiting parts or something, so that there's an update, so that if someone calls in, they can at least have I know that you're going to let us know as soon as it is anyway, but at least just have something to say, we're still waiting for materials or equipment. Commissioner Cooley.
This is like our overpass lighting. Look, I'm not gonna tell you all how to do your jobs, okay? If there's a contractor and you reach out to them and they're like, we can't do it because we don't have the stuff to do it, then get another contractor. Get 2 other contractors. Get like 3 of them. And this is just like what we went through with the bridge lighting. I mean, you don't wait on one contractor. We have a really big state with a lot of people in it. We can find somebody else that can do it. If they're check valves, we budgeted it, we timelined it, and then we're going to say, well, they're missing the bolt, and now we're going to just sit and wait. No, we get somebody else.
Well, I agree, except excuse me, please don't do that. You're interrupting us. I agree to the extent, but I'd like for our city attorney and others to let us know about procurement regulations that we also have, because once you issue a request like that and you have someone that's already bid on it and they're waiting, you can't just change contract.
But if they can't do the job, they violate the contract.
Well, they're not.
That sounds simple enough, and it may be the case.
Okay.
But your proposal and the signed contract that comes back when it's accepted, those are all the terms and the conditions that you have to follow. And if there's something in there that allows you, if they're not meeting certain standards, certain timelines, that allows you then to go out and say, okay, we're going to cancel this, we're going to go out and do new bids, sure. But that's something you should not do without consulting with the attorney on a specific project, but that's something we can look at.
Okay, I mean, I'd like to look at it.
Sure.
The only, and I'm not going against it, I'm just throwing up some conditions, and, here again, we don't want to be a victim of unintended consequences, because you have this contractor or whomever it is that you're ordering particular parts from, and you say, okay, you haven't delivered the product, so I'm going to go with someone else. But there's a chance that they're all getting the product from the same manufacturers. And then you start all over again, and then this guy gets, he gets the product in, and then you got to go back, and they raise the price. I'm just throwing out some, different scenarios that could happen, but I think it's worth at least looking at, and maybe, putting some clauses in the contract itself that gives us a way to actually, I guess you call them escape clauses.
Can I offer one that may help? I did project managing for many years. You never get a contract that doesn't have a schedule.
Okay, I'm sorry, you can't just address this from the audience. Okay, I understand. But, I mean, we're welcome to any of those kinds of suggestions, but I think we're trying to work on this, and we'll look at it and come up with some other kinds of alternatives. And thanks, Donna. I hope that helps to address some of the concerns that you have in regard to waiting for the valves to come. I understand your frustration, and I understand the frustration from Darrell, who's sitting over there on 11th Street, because he didn't know why all the water on 11th Street was draining down to his place until he found out there's no valve there to stop the water from coming back from the intercoastal. So until the city went out there and found out that there's no valve there, it got washed away or something else, the city didn't really know it. But in the meantime, you have a lot of folks in 11th Street that have flooded. So I think we're trying to get this mediated. Sandra, who was addressing Oak Street status, paving, sewer hookups, canals, and berms on Palm Drive. I know we did an engineering study out there on Palm Drive as well as Oak, where she is located. Very familiar with the area. And I think that there was engineering recommendations in regard to certain things that had to be done. So where are we with that? I know budget has a lot to do with it, but could you please address that?
The materials for the road stabilization are in. The staff has got a plan to put it out in the next few weeks. I emailed the one of our engineers that deal with the sewer engineering situation to find out why we can't. There's, in my opinion, no reason we can't hook up them to sewer, but I've got the engineer tasked with going out to check that particular situation, see if we can't get that rectified. As far as the canals and the debris in the canals, those canals go way back in history, and I don't even know who has jurisdiction over them. I'm assuming the Mosquito Control District, and I'm assuming the county has jurisdiction over the waterways. Yes, it's in the city, but it makes a difference who has jurisdiction over the waters as to who can then enter the water and do the debris cleanup if they get an environmental permit. You want to?
And now I was just going to say, one of the things we've been directed to do is find out about that jurisdiction to give him an answer, so you know how to proceed.
Okay. I think that all of us would appreciate that. That particular area is, a classic case of, and I hate to say before our time, but it was, where probably back in the, I think it was the 90s, the commission and leadership at that time approved that particular property thinking that it was going to the HOA. It didn't go to the HOA, and it's not been maintained. And then now we find out that it's the city's responsibility 25, 30 years later. So now the city's going to have to play catch up in order to rectify the problems that's going on, which means that we as a commission are going to have to budget for this kind of stuff. So, I think that's why it's also clear that when we're approving new developments, that it's very, very incumbent on us to look at every single detail and make sure that these kinds of things don't slip through the cracks again. Commissioner Cooley.
So Oak Street was the street that came up back right after the hurricanes that, remember I brought up, said we have money in the budget to do some paving and request that. When you, William, when you say the road stabilization stuff, what does that mean? There's a material to stabilize it, and it's millings that we can put down instead of sand. They've been just grading it, and it's just too loose, it's too wet, it's too soft back there. And so it took about 30 days or more to get in the materials, but the materials have now come in, and they're at Public Works, and we're just trying to schedule staff to go out and do a regrade with the what they call aggregate or millings to stabilize it instead of doing this. We had brought sand in after the storms, but that was, wasn't good enough. So we're going to go back with the millings to stabilize it.
This is a material that is usually ground up when they put down new asphalt roads.
Yes.
And they come down and they grind it up, and then that's called millings, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Right, and I just want to make sure we're finding out whether it's Mosquito Control's job to empty that canal out or it's ours. That's
Correct.
what I
If
think
there was complaints about the drainage, and also then debris blocking the drainage.
Yeah, it's clear
Okay,
from
so
the
we need to
pictures.
determine the jurisdiction of it so that we can go to the appropriate entity and get them to follow up and get those items addressed.
Fairly certain it's Mosquito Control.
I'm pretty certain it is too, but again, I think that's
The canal behind my house is Mosquito Control. and it's the same canal. So, pretty certain.
We should be able to.
We'll investigate this, Sandra, and I think there's also an issue with, here again, the previous developer that didn't accept responsibility during that period of time, and they are still around, I believe. So I think the Water District Management may very well be looking at who has current responsibility for those kinds of things there. So I guess we're looking at the Water District Management, as well as mosquito control, and whomever other bodies or entities may be involved here, but that's something we'll have to look into to see who's responsible. Commissioner Phillips.
When I was out there as well, it appears to be the cities, and Sandra, you do say it is the cities, but we need to ensure 100% before anybody goes in there to clean it out whose it is. So we are working on that.
I understand.
So, and then the millings, instead of paving, they'd be assessed if we did paving on their streets. So I think most residents are happy with the millings. And we also need to make sure it's all rutted. It's a dirt road that's got a lot of ruts. We need to make sure it looks really nice.
So, well, when we brought this up before for Oak Street getting paved, that's what I had this question about. So the residents are going to get assessed if we pave that?
Yes, sir. My understanding of the process of the way the city has done it in the past is that if you pave a street, that there's an assessment that goes for the paving of that street.
It's state law. It's not what the city does.
Right.
It's state law.
Yeah. So
I remember there's being this argument out in the Mondex.
Right. So
the Mondex, the Benel government wanted to do some things with the streets, and the people are like, I don't want to pay for it.
Yeah. So we would assess everyone for their fair share of that job, and a way we could make it better in terms of the transportation in and out, the access, is to try the millings and see if that doesn't help, because the heavy sand and the grading hasn't worked.
There's also another issue for the commission and the mayor on Oak Street and Pine Tree, or no, it's on Oak Street, where it used to be an in and out road. Right now it's just one way in and one way out, and there's overgrowth. So we're also looking into see if we can bring it back to the way it was, because there's a potential for accidents. So if there's just one way in and one way out, so we're looking to potentially make it.
I don't understand.
So right now,
yeah, it ends at that canal, right?
Right, but if you're going down Oak Street,
yeah,
it's just one road. So if you're coming this way, and or somebody else is coming this way, there's a curve.
Oh.
And there could be a potential for an accident. Where years ago, that Oak Street used to go this way, used to curve around. So if you were going one way, you'd go this way, and if you're going another way, you'd go this way.
I was trying to figure out how you were going to get out the other end.
Oh, yeah, no. You can. It's just.
Mr. Cooley.
We're talking about the Oak Street right off Palm Drive, right? That ties into
Not the Oak Street down here.
That's our place.
Just want to make sure. So
We got two oaks.
Sandra made a comment that before the city said that they wouldn't put a sewer in because the street wasn't paved. But the last time we talked about this, just after the hurricanes, we said we couldn't pave it because the sewer wasn't in. The exact opposite. Which one is it?
Chicken or the egg?
Right. That's a question for you. What is it going to take to just get sewer and pave streets and pretend we're living in current times to happen on Oak Street?
All right. If you're directing me to pave the street, we'll be happy to go in and do an assessment and all of that. But
That's
I don't
what I
think
asked
that's
before.
not what the residents are telling me they want.
I can tell you 111 wants it.
So what I'm suggesting to you is that we are exploring the engineering aspects of putting in the sewer, stabilizing the road without paving, and see if that will work. And I have an engineer looking at it who will get back to me on that answer.
So what you're essentially saying then, to wrap this up, is that we're assessing whether or not we put the sewer in, and then we're going to come in and bring millings.
Yes.
Okay, to stabilize it.
Yes.
Okay, because with enough millings, which is actually asphalt ground up, once you put down enough of it and you run on it, it does start producing a pretty hard base.
Yeah, it does.
But I think that, and they will also look at this, because within about 10 feet of that road is a canal running down from the wetlands. And when the water rises, it's over that whole road.
Just to the west of it.
Just to the west of it. Okay, I think we all just want clarification as to where we're going here. And then once all of that is done, if 111 and others still want to pave it, then we can assess what it would cost for an assessment. Are we all on board with that?
Yes.
Okay. Sandra, I hope that cleared up. It took 20 minutes, but that's okay. That's all right. That's what we hear.
I just have one thing I'd like to say. There is.
Please come up to the mic. I'm not supposed to have you come back up, but we're trying to, that's okay. We're trying to get this done.
I just want to clarify, there is hookup for sewages. On the Oak, there's a lady that lives on the corner, Miss Dwyer, and she has a house and she owns the other lot. And there's a hookup for sewage right at the end of that lot.
Okay.
If you come down, all the way down before you get actually on Pine Tree, there's a gentleman that lives on the corner there. And there is a hookup in that back where all that overgrown stuff for a sewage hookup. And that has been the issue. The hookups are there.
Just get them in.
Let's get them in.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that
The hookups are there for one property. The issue is, can they be extended for the other properties? That's what I need the engineer to look at.
Okay.
That's what we're going to
All
get
right,
taken care of.
All right, thanks, Sandra. And it shouldn't be that difficult because they're all gravity fed, correct, to that particular lift station?
Logic.
So you're trying to do it without putting in a lift station?
You said it shouldn't be that difficult.
We're just going to have to make the slope a little higher so that we have the gravity that goes
to
to the
your
lift
point,
station that's right there.
It's very flat. It's right near the canal.
All right.
So.
Okay, are we ready to move on to the next one? Okay, 19th Street parking. The gentleman and his wife left, but can we talk about that a little bit? That's
I have a
19th
question
Street.
before he starts. Didn't we just put in extra parking on 19th Street, the angle parking? And Oceanside is claiming that?
Okay, why don't we do this? We'll let staff, can you give us a report and come back on next time? Commissioner Sherman?
So honestly, I think this is just a simple phone call to Johnny. I don't think it's anything else than that.
I agree.
Just to let his staff know to park over there. I live in that neck of the woods too. There is additional parking there, but I think all that takes is a simple phone call to Johnny and he will address it.
I would concur.
I hope so. I mean, we turned a storage area into a banquet hall, and he's supposed to have parking on his own property plus the other one.
Okay.
A block away.
Mr. Whitson.
And wait a minute, just to prevent people from parking there because they want to go to the beach, if that's correct, then that's got to stop.
Okay, I agree with Commissioner Sherman. Let's just contact the owners, and it could be a communication issue that can help hopefully resolve this. And Mr. Whitson, could you please report back to us next meeting as to what the status is so that it's not ongoing and
Yes,
know
sir.
that it was resolved?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the last thing I had was Daryl, who was talking about the flood mitigation grants, the timelines for applying for that, because I know they were getting short, if not run out already.
Yes. I wish there was a simple answer to Daryl's question, but as typical, if you're relying on federal money, state money, it's not simple. There's funds from the state, which we're going to be working on to try to see what that process is. I think the portals, I'm told, informally, may open up in February for those kinds of assistance for flooding and post-storm related issues. So we're monitoring that. We're trying to get that. Edgar's watching that for us. Then the way the federal government works under the Stafford Act is you have a disaster, say like Ian, right? It was federally declared by the president. Let's just say that the damage for that storm is $3 or $4 billion, whatever the number is. Well, then FEMA then goes back and takes a look at all the money allocated to make repairs for that storm, and they have a formula they come up with, and they set aside, I don't know, 10, 15%, whatever they calculate. They put it aside in a bucket of money, and then all the impacted jurisdictions can raise their hand and say, hey, I have hazard mitigation projects that I want to apply for with grant money so that I can fix some of the problems like this gentleman was explaining that are there. Either purchasing of homes for stormwater parks, or raising homes, or other hazard mitigation activities. So that process typically takes 1 year. So that special pot of money won't even be available until next, October in the case of Ian, and November in the case of Nicole. Then there's another pot of funds that we continue to compete for, that we could, put projects like this on. So we're looking at all of those available pots of money, all the various rules that come with it, and we're trying to put together, a list of individuals that would be interested in that. We've started that process. There's a letter on your dais. We're trying to get it emailed out. We put it on the website. We're going to hold workshops, additional conversations to get the word out, to get people to sign up, so that we could identify. I think, Lee, we got 21 on the list now. Yes, 21 on the list now, but I suspect that list will grow to maybe 41, 51, I don't know. But we need additional communication and outreach to be able to reach those individuals, to let them know about these opportunities. So that's the process.
Okay, so if anyone wants to be involved with that particular process, for example, Daryl, who should he contact? Is it Lee?
It's on the list already.
I mean, I know, I'm just asking.
Yes, but they should contact.
So Lee's taking
my office or Lee's office.
Okay.
And or the clerk. They can contact one of those 3 places, and then they will go on the list. And then we obviously will continue to monitor for funding opportunities as the agencies allocate funds.
Okay. And here again, I guess we're just trying to think of and I know we do everything we can in order to get the word out there. I mean, I spoke to 5 people today that are still waiting for FEMA money.
Yes.
And it's unfortunate because, fortunately, these individuals have enough resources to start taking care and repairing their homes while they're waiting to be reimbursed. And unfortunately, a lot of people are not in that same predicament or position where they can actually do that. And it's pretty sad, to see that. But I guess that what I'm asking, and I think maybe the other commissioners are too, is how can we maybe take a more proactive approach to, and I know we try everything, how can we get the word out there and just keep pounding it? So folks, come forward if you want to do this. We're running out of time, or just get on a list, just whatever means we can do to do that.
Right. They should identify so we can put on the list. That's how you start, and then we'll, as the funding and the rules come out, we'll obviously share that and communicate that.
Okay. I mean, I just want to be a little, and I know we're doing it, but be as proactive as we can, because, when you're down there sitting in your house, it's got drywall cut 4 feet up, and you're wrapped up trying to get your life back together, it's very easy to forget or even to miss a lot of this stuff. So I just want to make sure no one misses the boat. Moratorium on development. I'm going to let the city attorney cover that one.
I'm going to say a couple things that are specific, but it's going to be more generalized.
Okay.
Yes, moratoriums on development can be legal for narrow windows of time, but the one thing they do not apply to, which you should all hear right now, is anything that's currently in the pipeline. Okay? So that means if someone has, some people argue, I've litigated this issue, I've successfully litigated challenges to moratoriums, but as you all know, litigation is very expensive, and when you do moratoriums, it makes people who want to build very unhappy. So one of the things you want to make sure you do is anyone who has come in with a preliminary application, or if you know that an application is on its way and you do a moratorium so that you don't build it, you're going to end up in a lawsuit. You may win that lawsuit, but it's a lawsuit. So moratoriums are legal. They can be done for good, valid municipal purposes, such as a good example is when you were totally redoing your code, your zoning code, and you know it's going to be done. You've got a major comp plan revision going in. You've got a new ordinances going in. You do a 3-month moratorium until those things push their way through the state. Those things happen with regularity. So it's not out of the question, but it should be done with care.
Does it, Sure. Does it apply differently to like a one house or infill house as opposed to a development?
It depends on the purpose of the moratorium and what it is. If it's a complete moratorium on all development, then you have the basis for it needs to be well developed in the record, and with your public hearing process and with your competent substantial evidence for your reason why. On all of them. So yes, you could. So there's no exclusion on doing it for if it was for commercial development. If you're redoing your commercial development code, there are reasons. It's just.
No, I was thinking not commercial, but in terms of Eric building a new house on a 50 by 100 foot lot.
You always got a problem.
Well, if it was targeted to keep Eric from building that house, then no, that would not be illegal.
It is.
But I'd be happy to draft it. I'd be happy to do it.
Okay, as opposed to John Horan building a whole development. We could do both. Okay. Because the way the New Smyrna one was described, I wasn't clear on exactly what they were trying to prevent.
Okay, Commissioner Cooley.
Just one point to make. So Daryl brought up we potentially put this moratorium on to get our infrastructure caught up. And we talked about this before, Jane, you even piggybacked on it. I suggested we go through all the projects that are all the things that are broke, the check valves down in the 20s, Quinn's backyard, that the sewer thing's messed up, and we have all the things that there's labels on that say City of Flagler Beach that don't work, that we're responsible for, that aren't fixed. And rather than put the moratorium on, let's get the list together of the things that are our responsibility and pull from reserves and get them fixed now versus later. We're at that point because we have this tiny little window of time from now until the next hurricane to get that stuff fixed. And that's why we have to expedite that. And, I said, let's do this. And then Jane said, we need to get the list together. And, I really think that we need to move on that because we wouldn't have to do a moratorium if we handle our stuff.
Okay, so what you're asking to get a consensus from the commission here is to direct the city manager and his staff to come up with a list of the issues, items that need to be
broke stuff
fixed, and with an approximate cost estimate, because if we're going to be going into reserves, we're going to have to know how much we're going to pull out of reserves.
Yeah, I'd like to see that maybe at our next commission meeting, because I think we need to move on this like yesterday. So
I don't think he can have cost estimates.
Well, we need to do something. I mean, these poor people have been, I was out there. I think a lot of us were out there. These poor, we got to do our part as a city to fix our bones.
Problem is the storms are going to keep coming.
Yeah.
Are you
saying then that you want to pay for it?
Estimates in 2 weeks, I don't think that's possible.
Tall order.
Yeah. Are you saying you want to pay for it irrespective of FEMA reimbursement? Because if you do certain things and just pull the trigger, it may not comply with their rule and you would not be eligible for reimbursement. Just saying.
Okay, but I think what we're, and please chime in, commissioners, I think what they're asking for is a list, if you will, or some type of assessment of what's broke. In other words, I know that we have water lines that are broke. We also know that there's are we talking about the storm water system in particular, or are we talking about
drainage system?
So we're talking about all infrastructure or just stormwater system?
Yeah, well, the key infrastructure, the really big things that are broke, like we heard after the storms where the severe problems were. Mm-hmm. And some of those severe problems are Mother Nature. But then the other part of that is things that we have control over that we need to fix. And it'd be targeting those things.
Okay, and the reason I asked that, what specific things we're talking about, because in the middle of the storm, as some of us are coming back from down south looking at some storm water systems, we have a sewer system that's shooting sewer water in the air.
That was your new fountain.
Thank you, Commissioner. It wasn't in the park, though. But I guess we need to, be more specific. Are we talking about all of these, or are we talking about stormwater systems in particular?
I think we should have the report how it's affecting our residents. If it's affecting our residents in any way, shape, or form, it should be on that list. And then maybe you can just have a separate column. Is it FEMA money that's going to help us get this corrected or not? And then we can make that decision if we want to override.
Yeah, I can provide you a list fairly soon of all the things we're asking for FEMA reimbursement.
Right.
Okay.
But to connect the dot between, okay, is that going to improve so-and-so's residents? We would have to camera a lot of systems to be able to make those kind of connect. You see what I'm saying? In other words, I mean, so I would say the first step is, if you don't care about FEMA reimbursement, we could camera everything. I could bring you back an approach for how we could do that, and I can give you the list of what we're filing for reimbursement on.
Well, in the reimbursement part isn't as big of a focus. So we have things that have been broke for a while. We have swale issues. We have flooding issues that is caused from street runoff going into residents' properties. That's our responsibility. We have things that are City of Flagler Beach's responsibilities that we have not got to fix yet, that severely affect people, and especially in storms. Does that make sense? So, when you take the check valves, and when you take, other pipes that weren't even scheduled to have check valves put in them yet that need them, if it is our infrastructure and is in need of repair, I'm not talking upgrades, I'm talking about our system, what's in the ground currently just needs to be working right. And if it's not, it needs fixed now. Not,
well, if we have all these things, and I agree they need to be fixed, but if they are things that we would get reimbursed from FEMA, I don't want to mess that part up. You made it sound like FEMA reimbursement was not important.
Well, it depends. You got to go through the list.
To me, it doesn't depend. It's how much money have we got. And if FEMA isn't going to reimburse us.
Here's the risk you run. If you wait on FEMA reimbursement, do we risk resident properties getting damaged because we didn't fix something because we're waiting on reimbursement? That's my own. So you have to look at each one individually.
Okay.
That
makes sense.
Do we also run the risk of now having a list of what is a city problem and a resident filing a lawsuit, and the money that we are waiting on FEMA reimbursement, we now have a lawsuit?
I mean, I'm not going to get into the lawsuits, but
no, building the list.
Yeah, no, it's. I think what we're. Yeah.
The list. Let's just start.
Yeah. Let's
Step
start with
one.
the list. Let's start with the list.
Yeah. Let's scope it.
Okay, so
find out where the problems are.
For clarity, I think we look at, 'cause everything we're talking about right now has to do with stormwater, with the exception of Oak, that requires a sewer system and a road upgrade or some type. But everything else that we've talked about here and everything everyone else addressed pretty much has to do with stormwater.
Mm-hmm. So, to be clear, just stormwater, not water or sewer.
I would say start with stormwater. That's our biggest need. Yeah, it's our highest and greatest need right now.
Okay, is it too ambitious to say next commission meeting?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to put a timeline on a time date?
How about the first meeting in February? It's February 9.
Okay. Are we okay with that, commissioners? All right.
Can I ask a question? What about...
Please come up. Can you come up to the mic, Donna? And you're not Donna. Donna's buddy. I know you are. I should know Susan, too.
Susan Price, 2400 South Daytona. What about what has already been promised for our neighborhood about fixing these check valves? I have, and I should have brought it with me today, a letter from the city dated October 27th that said they would have half of the valves that need to be replaced in by the first quarter of 2023, the balance by June 1st.
Okay.
No, I would say that's definitely part of it.
Yeah. Okay, and I think he'll give you an update on what those are, because I know you got the documents and...
We've got documents, we've got pictures, we've got film.
Okay. I think we have to kind of wrap this up. We got the rest of the meeting to go. Can you send it to me in an email? I promise I'll respond. No, seriously, I will.
Well, we have a public comment section at the end of the
Yeah, we do have another public comment section, if you want to stick around that long. Okay, any other comments, commissioners, on public comment? Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve, or?
Make a motion to approve the minutes of the December 8th meeting.
Second. Okay, I got a motion.
And December
the
6th and 13th, all 3 minutes.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? No discussion? Okay, we have public comment on the minutes, on the agenda. No public comment, we'll bring it back to the board for a vote. We did it. We're done. Okay, next item, excuse me, we're going to move on to, we've already done Beechwood Nourishment, so that'll be golf cart, correct?
I thought we were doing 789.
789 first?
Yeah, you gotta get.
No, but that's
gotta get
because Larry's here. Okay, we'll go ahead and get number 7. Pardon me. Application SP number 22-09-01. Good evening, Larry.
It's good to see you again.
He's smiling too much. That's signal to retirement.
We won't let him do that.
Nope.
And thank you, Commissioner Phillips. I think you know what I mean.
I do know.
So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Do I have a pointer by any chance?
There is no point on this CD.
Okay. Do I have the quick? Sorry.
Yeah, it's there.
I'm going to have to, excuse me while I get my props ready here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is the first of actual 2 final site plan applications that were submitted to the city. I'm not certain whether a representative is here tonight. Oh, okay, Jamie, thank you very much. Good. We do have a representative. This first application is for a dental office. I'm going to go through some slides and happy to answer any questions. And again, a representative for the applicant is here this evening. Okay, the property, I'm sorry, I don't have a pointer, but the site is a 2-acre site. The lot has not been subdivided. The owner is just building on a portion of it. It is adjacent to the Truist Bank. It's one of 3 parcels that's left undeveloped along the State Road 100 corridor, the out parcels in front of the public shopping center. I'm certain you know that. The zoning of the property, it's outlined in white, is highway commercial. The future land use map designation being commercial, consistent and compliant with the land development code and the comprehensive plan. Again, I'm sorry I don't have a pointer here, but the site plan is to the right. The building is approximately 4,200 square feet. Parking, they require require only 16 parking spaces. That's 8 spaces per dentist. They provided 29 spaces, and that actually is a good measure considering the number of staff that you typically have in a dental office with assistants and hygienists and so forth. There is no problem with the site development plan. We made a couple of adjustments early on with the dumpster location and relocated the handicap parking spaces, which you can see delineated by what appear to be wheelchairs, moving those closer to the front entrance. We did request a sidewalk connection. If you look at the darker tan line to the lower part of the graphic, there is a sidewalk connection that leads out from the site to interconnect with the sidewalk system on State Road 100. I'll be happy to answer any questions about the site data table. I don't really need to go over anything on that other than to tell you that everything from the development standard perspective is compliant with our land development code. What was of interest with this application, as will be in a subsequent final site plan application, was trying to resolve the architecture and the architectural style for the building. You'll see 3 columns there, 4 elevations in each one, east, south, west, and north. The column to the far left was the initial submittal. That was rejected by the planning board and staff, primarily because we were trying to accomplish the same or a compatible architectural theme with that of the public shopping center. So to haste along with this, we went through the initial submittal. The applicant came back with the middle column as a revision 1. We still had some issues to address with that, and primarily with respect to the exterior finishes of the building itself, and also giving more treatment and articulation to the roof line. So you can see the third column. A couple of slides here will depict, this was the initial submittal for the east elevation, or the view you would have approaching the shopping center. This next slide shows the final approved elevation for the east side, the initial one being the lower one. And you can see the significant difference in the bill of materials, the reveals that were used, and as well as the roof line and the colors. South elevation, be looking from State Road 100. The finished product and the initial submittal on the, I'm sorry, the south elevation, yes. Excuse me, I'm wrong. That would be from State Road 100. The west elevation approaching the city of Flagler Beach. And the final architectural elevation on this slide here. And finally, the north elevation, which would be the view if you were at the shopping center. And we had a lot of issues with this, primarily in each of the buildings you'll be seeing tonight, a little bit different than most structures because they essentially have 4 fronts. They're visible from north, south, east, and west. So even though this is the back of a building, which is usually the less treated architectural-wise, we needed to give some more attention to that, and this is what was initially submitted. You can see a ladder there. You can see some utility elements that are incorporated as well. We went through a second revision, and we came up with this as the final compared to the first. They eliminated the ladder, so roof access will be from the interior. They created it's hard to distinguish, but an enclosure to hide anything that may be stored outside. So we're very pleased with the progress that has been made. This final revision was approved unanimously both by the the planning board and by staff, and the recommendation from the planning board is to recommend to the city commission approval of this final site plan application, which was initially submitted in September of last year. So we've been working with the applicant in a very cooperative manner during that time frame.
Revisions are very nice.
Yeah, I'd like to commend the applicant, because I was at both power board meetings when the recommendations were made, and they accept them very graciously and came back with a very nice looking product. So commissioners, any comments, questions?
Ditto for what you just said.
Ditto for what I said. Okay. Yeah, it's a very nice looking project, and I think we're very anxious to see it. Okay, would you like to come up, make any comments?
Good evening, Jamie Bennett, 270 West Plant Street, Winter Garden, Florida. I just wanted to thank you for the kind comments and to thank Larry for his review. As he mentioned, we went through several cycles with the PARB board to get to the product that we have now, which we're very proud of. And, you know, based on all the citizen input tonight, it seems like you all are very proud citizens too. So we hope that you enjoy the product, and maybe even we get some new patients tonight for our dental office. So that would be great. Thank you.
Chris Phillips.
I just have one question. Sure. Just out of curiosity, is Heartland Dental Office a chain or a private dental office?
It is a, I suppose you could call it a chain. There are multiple practices throughout the country.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments?
No, I want to thank you for being, I've been to the PAR board meetings as well, and I want to thank you and your colleagues for all your cooperation, and I want to thank Larry for all the 3 projects that we're going to be talking about, that he just made everybody cooperate with everybody.
Yes.
He's terrific at doing that.
Thank you, we appreciate it.
Okay. All right, if you don't have any more comments, I'll open this up to the public for public comment.
Good evening, Scott Spradley. I'm speaking in my individual capacity, but I was on the PAR board for the review of all of these plans. And I just want to comment that this particular applicant was incredibly cooperative and listened to and made all the changes that Larry and his staff made. And each time they came before us, I was just shocked at how improved that it was and how much they made the effort. So we were very, very happy with that. And as Larry noted, it was a unanimous vote of the PAR board.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Any other comments from the public? Anybody need any demo work? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission for.
I'll make a motion to approve application SP number 22-09-01.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Please call the roll, Janelle.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes to the motion.
And Chair Bryan?
Yes, and the motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to the next item. Congratulations and thank you again. Okay, the next item is application PT number 22-12-01.
Okay, here we go. This is something that you all were speaking about before. I don't want to use the word moratorium more than once, but this is well into the pipeline and on the verge of being very close to breaking ground out there if it is the commission's wishes to approve this preliminary plat. I do see a representative from KB Home in the room, Mr. Derek Citino. He is the director of forward planning for KB Home. And we've been working very diligently with him to bring this project to the state that it is at this time. I'm going to go through some slides and actually go step back a little bit and to illustrate how we got to the point that we're at this evening. The subject property is 48 acres. It's adjacent to the northerly boundary of Wadsworth Park, actually across the street and directly from the preserve at Flagler Beach that's under construction at this time. I want to go through some of the development agreement items and speak a little bit about the project. Again, it consists of 48 acres. The PUD development agreement and the PUD development was approved via ordinance 2021-09. The entitlements awarded were on 112 maximum single-family units, which interpolates to 2.3 units per acre, which is very low on the density spectrum. Development phasing, the infrastructure for the development will be single phase. And I do want to bring out that the construction plans have been approved by the city's consultant. And I also want to point out that actually the approval of the preliminary plat, number one, is an intermediate step. There's 3 steps involved in the subdivision plat process. One is the subdivision master plan, which was approved during the PUD development agreement. It now has been fine-tuned to a preliminary plat, which is very close to the final plat, but not the end product. A development agreement extension, for instance, if there's some delays, something that's beyond the control of the developer, they can come to the city commission and request an extension, since there are timelines involved to complete the project. The minimum floor area for a residential unit is 1,200 square feet. Open space on the development, 80% of the property. The stormwater system is a master planned system, master system that will be inherent to the development itself. The roadways are private. Sidewalks are provided within the development. As you'll see as we go through on a graphic, there has been a fire lane which was requested by the city, and that has been provided on the preliminary plat. We also requested turning lanes on Roberts Road, which was not a requirement that came from the traffic impact analysis. The impact analysis actually stated that the generation of vehicular trips coming from this development did not meet the threshold to provide turn lanes. We required turn lanes, irrespective of what that analysis said. This development agreement was approved with the previous owner of this property. KB Home purchased it from that individual or corporation that actually went through the PUD process. In terms of water conservation, the city is requiring infrastructure for reuse lines, which will be placed into that development. And when the time comes that a connection can be made for reuse, that connection will be made and they will have access to reuse water. One of the other items that we incorporated into the development agreement was specific to fire protection. And because of the intensity of this development, as well as the neighbor across the street, we required, well, I shouldn't say we required, we requested rather adamantly that they contribute because of the impact to the purchase of a new fire truck. And the language is structured such that $28,000 will be provided to the city upon approval of the subdivision's final plat, which is the next step. This is kind of a site plan, the master site plan that I referred to earlier. 112 units. I mean, you can see the light lines or the traffic patterns. 2 blue areas, obviously water. The green, solid green area to the east is a conservation easement of wetlands. It consists of approximately 12, 13 acres. The red circle towards the bottom of the street there at the end of the cul-de-sac, that is where the... I can dance to that beat. It's quite all right. Anyway, that is where the emergency access lane will be constructed. And I might add, this is a good graphic to show it. It's not on there, but across the street again, the preserve is under construction. If you look at the southerly boundary of the Beach Village Park subdivision, the preserve is going to preserve group is going to construct a pedestrian crosswalk, which will lead over to the sidewalk on the east side and have access to Wadsworth Park. This next slide is actually an excerpt of a section of the preliminary plat that I wanted to bring out so both the public and the City Commission itself can get an idea of how it advances and progresses from a subdivision master plan to a preliminary plat. The subdivision master plan basically is, I'll call it meets and bounds. There's no dimensions, there's no angles, it's not engineered. The preliminary plat is the first step in the engineering process of developing the final plat. Again, the section I did put up there illustrates, again, that fire or emergency access, which gives a second point of ingress and egress to the development.
Can you use your microphone, please?
I'm sorry. This next slide here, as I said, we're requiring turn lanes, and this graphic here is an illustration, again, of turn lanes for both the preserve, which is to the west, and Beach Park Village to the south. You can see both a left turn lane and a decel lane leading into Beach Park Village, and the same for the preserve. These improvements will be made early on in the development process. Perhaps Mr. Citino could speak to it, but I'm understanding the delay is not with the city. It's more so getting approval from the county for the final construction plan, since it is a county road. My recommendation, again, and the recommendation from the planning board, is the city commission approve preliminary plat 22-12-01 with a condition. Until such time that a tree remediation program is submitted and approved by the city, no building permit shall be issued. That sounds kind of stern, but I can tell you that we're in the process now as we speak to set dates to start working out a tree replacement program and remediation program. If you look in the updated landscape plan, you can see the selection of trees that were removed, the caliper of inches of those trees, and the difference between what trees remained and the number of inches that were removed, and the developer making up the difference in working out either a payment to the city to a tree bank, or planting additional trees, which, if you look at the landscape plan, it's going to be at least for a development in the city of Flagler Beach, not to take away anything from any one of them, but it's going to present a very nice streetscape as you drive through that corridor. So that's the recommendation from staff and from the planning board. Happy to answer any question. Mr. Citino is here as well.
Okay, commissioners, have any questions? Commissioner Cooley.
Good job on the turning lanes, definitely needed, and the fire truck as well. When this was first presented, my understanding was there was going to be, and if you could pull up what I would nickname the green slide, does that make sense, where it showed all the buffers and everything? My understanding was this was supposed to have a larger buffer between that subdivision and the park, and it looks like that has gone away. You see that that's almost no buffer.
No, the buffer that was established in the development agreements was for a 20-foot buffer on the north side of the property and the south side. Where you see those line of trees towards let's look at the south side first. That's just a graphical representation, but that is supposed to illustrate the linear buffer of 20 feet between the park and the development, which will be landscape, and the same on the north side. There will be a 20-foot landscape buffer before the property line.
Is 20 foot enough?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's discussion about trees, and I believe this is the property that has already gone and cleared a bunch of trees out and stuff like that. And is this that property?
Yes.
Okay. So, and this is just food for thought for my fellow commissioners here, but I mean, I would say no to the tree bank. I would say the accounting that Larry referenced about the trees and the diameters and all that they get replaced with similar trees, fully grown in the subdivision. If you took a tree out that was large, it should be replaced with that same size tree. Would that be out of turn is an expectation?
Well, you need to clarify the trees that were removed. If they're not really specimen trees, they don't go against the tree replacement program.
Right. Only those targeted.
Correct.
Yeah, those would be the ones that I would not want to get into a tree bank. If there's trees taken out that belong in that area of land, then they should be worked into going back to that.
Let me just say, my understanding is the city has a tree bank, a tree fund.
Correct.
Okay, so.
But I don't, in this instance, because of the density of this, I really think it's in our best interest in getting the trees back in that area. That's my 2 cents, though.
Okay, can I clarify something?
Yeah.
Number one, I may be off on this percentage, but I would say everything outside of the wetlands, more like 85-90% of the trees would be cleared anyway because of the subdivision, because of the development in and of itself. Mm-hmm. So trees that were removed, most of the trees that were removed initially and the job was shut down, those trees are all within the development. And if you can look at the site plan, and everything west of the wetlands is essentially cleared because of whether it be retention pond. But I might add, the developer also has a tree planting program for each individual lot. And Mr. Citino could speak more to that. This is just my perspective. What I was talking to Mr. Citino about, because of how compact this development is, and you are going to have natural areas, there's 2 of them there shown in that kind of an olive green, but because of the intensity of the development, not from the number of lots, but just the compactness of it, given the natural constraints, is that it may work out better to have a combination of tree replacement and then contributions to the tree fund. The reason I kind of like that, and we don't know that until we get deeper into it, is that there are other public sites in the city that could use trees to create a tree canopy. So I'm just throwing that out there.
It's a good call out.
Larry, was there a tree count done or survey of the number of trees and the species that were actually out there? I drove back there in a 4-wheel drive truck, not mine, with Mr. McFadden and his truck. And I'll be careful with the word that I use as far as clear cutting, because it got me in trouble once before. But it appears that just about everything had been taken down. You know, I know there's a lot of stuff still up there, but I agree. I think that there's not much left because of the site plan itself. I kind of go along with, I would just like to make sure that there's sufficient species of trees that are going to go up that's going to provide the buffer that we were under the impression we were going to get. But by the same token, if those trees are put in, I wouldn't like for it to go like some other developments where they plant the trees and no one ever follow up on them, and the things die, and that's it. No one ever- and that's it. I mean, because that's what happens. When you plant them, if you don't water them every day, they die. And no one comes back to check, so you end up with nothing but grass. So, I mean, I'm willing to go with what the commission's best recommendations is in order to make sure that the property looks good. I think it's going to be a good project, but I think that the trees are very important.
To answer your question, of the specimen trees removed, there was 91 removed.
Those are the specimen trees?
Yes.
Would those be live oaks?
Yep.
Okay.
Palms, magnolia.
Yeah, because some of them out there were
cypress.
huge.
Well, the total calipers, total caliper deficiency, let's put it that way, is over 4,000 inches.
Yeah.
So you calibrate that to what it would be in feet. You're looking at envision 418612. You're looking at roughly 300 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Diameter.
So, some of them are big, but here again, if they're right in the middle of where the retention pond is or the building itself, you can't leave the tree up because
no, and the lots,
obviously it's not going to live. So
the lots are smaller lots,
Right.
so you're not going to have that. But again, if the commission likes, Mr. Satino could speak for his company, but I or whoever else is sitting in this chair bring back to the commission what that remediation program looks like and put your stamp of approval on it.
Okay, any commissioners, any other comments?
Yeah, I'm good with that. And the recommendation from the PAR board was contingent on the tree plan. So we could allow the builder to move forward contingent upon the same way the PAR board recommended.
Correct.
So, yeah, I'd like to see a tree plan. I hate removing trees. I don't mind houses, but I hate removing trees.
Well, I don't know whether you've actually devoted the time to it, but if you look at the landscape, the updated landscape plan, the initial plan was rejected. The updated landscape plan is far superior. And frankly, at least along Roberts Road, doesn't leave that much area for many additional trees. So,
any other comments, commissioners? Commissioner, go ahead. Commissioner Phillips.
I don't know if this is a fair question, but I believe the property is in a flood zone. I just want to make sure, because a gentleman brought up at our last commission meeting that, what is this developer doing to mitigate flooding to any other areas surrounding?
I was going to ask that about Lambert Avenue.
Yeah, just surrounding areas.
The post runoff cannot exceed the precondition runoff. That is all engineered.
Okay.
So
I mean, that's not a promise I can make you, but that's the law.
So the northern end of Lambert Avenue should not be affected. I know you can't promise, but
If Lambert Avenue is affected, we're in trouble.
well,
Big trouble.
I know there's a park in between.
Well,
and water.
I think we have a genuine concern because that's what we're looking at on the south end of Palm Drive right now. And I know it's different, but...
Way different.
Okay.
You have an expansive area between...
Well, that's really on intercoastal too.
Correct.
Compared to this, what is the elevation up here?
On that property?
Yeah.
Not on that property. No, I haven't really studied the topo, but memory serves me correct when I was looking through it, was 12 to 18, 19.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I wasn't challenging, I just want the people on Lambert to know that.
Right, they're not going to get flooded.
Good question. I mean, this, again, you're getting into engineering and stormwater and runoff. Those are all engineering technical studies that are done, and knowing Mead Hunt, who does the review for the city, they're pretty stringent on those. So I'm sure they have approved the construction plans. So,
any other commissioner?
Larry, in the packet here, you have a couple items labeled as finding not compliant or incomplete, but further down, then it'll say completed or something. Is there any pending things that are either not compliant or incomplete in this packet at all?
No.
Okay.
No, the only thing that is not is what you saw on the screen with the tree remediation program.
Any other comments, commissioners?
Can you clarify one thing? Maybe I'm just not understanding. Under objective A14, it says staff evaluation, the potential addition of 110 single-family residential units, although contributing ad valorem taxes, does not contribute to increasing the tax base. So we're building 112. I'm just confused where this 100.
Okay, when that was written, the initial subdivision master plan totaled to 110 lots.
Okay.
When they refined that plan, they came back with 2 more. Yes. And that's what's in the development agreement.
Thank you.
Good catch. I didn't see that one. Any other comments, commissioners? If not, we'll have the applicant come up and defend your case. Present your case, I should say.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Derek Satino, KB Home, 10475 Fortune Parkway, Suite 100, Jacksonville, Florida. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for having us here today and for reviewing our preliminary plat that's for Beach Park Village. Larry, thank you for all of your help and the staff, as well as the city manager with this project. A couple of the things that came up, I think that the commissioners were asking about, one of them being the tree and landscape plan. I know Commissioner Cooley had talked about, planting tree for tree or inch for inch, and we would love to plant as many trees as we took down in that community. I don't think we'd be able to build all the houses, though they would probably take a little bit of space, but we do plant individual landscape plans include anywhere from 8 to 16-inch trees. So there's, from 3 to 4, 6 trees on per lot, depending on the actual size of the lot. And playing into the tree fund is something that a lot of municipalities do for developments like this, because you can't plant back all the inches, obviously, on development sites that you take away. So I think it's a pretty common practice. But again, we'll work with the city however we need to get over that hurdle. As far as the turn lanes, when we took over the project, the turn lanes were already actually in design with the county, Flagler County. It's the road, I guess Roberts Road is a county road, so they're already in process, and that was, we purchased this back in February, I think, of 2022, and the county is still trying to approve the plans. It's a pretty straightforward turn lane project. There's not a lot of complexity to the plans, but as Susan Graham at the county tells me, they have several projects along Roberts Road that they're trying to sequence, and so that's been the holdup. The city manager and staff have been adamant about the turn lanes and protecting the commissioners' want for them, and so one of the things they wanted to have the approved plans before preliminary plat, and since it was kind of out of our hands, I'd pay any engineer I could to get the approved plans for you all, but the county's taking a little bit of time. We agreed to put a bond up for the turn lane, so there is some security there for the turn lane, so we'll be putting up our half of the turn lane bond plus 15% for contingency. So I have that in hand tonight to give to the city as well. I'm not sure if there was anything else. Was there anything else that you had?
I had a question.
Yeah.
You were talking about the tree. What species are you talking about? Live oaks or?
We plan on lots. So, I mean, the actual whole project, common landscaping, has many different trees. Oaks, magnolias, river birch. There's probably 5 to 6 specimen species that we'll be planting out throughout the whole project, including some palm trees along the front pond area and stuff like that. And then on the lots, we generally do oak and magnolias on the individual lots. So,
The other question I had, because we were discussing it here and having to do with the stormwater. As you can see, stormwater is a big issue with this. So can you just describe how that water is
Yeah, sure. So as Larry kind of discussed, when you go through a residential design, you have to do a pre-development and post-development analysis. The engineer looks at the water, how it's flowing, currently where it's going, and then as you raise the site, as you usually have to do in a lot of developments, how to contain that water on your site, treat it, and then release it into the wetlands. So all of that has been done. The site flows as it's supposed to by the new codes. I'm sure a lot of the issues that you probably have in the city are from codes that were from many decades ago. So the new codes that are in place now are very stringent on drainage and making sure that you're not putting water on other people. So there should be no drainage issues. And as far as FEMA flood zones, I believe where our lots are going to be are Zone X, so there would be no flood insurance that would be required for homeowners.
So the stormwater is essentially collected in these retention ponds?
Yes,
and then it's treated
released,
to some degree?
yes, released into the ground or into the wetlands, yes,
Is that
sir.
through percolation or what?
Percolation, yes, and drainage pipes.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions?
We'll just have just a general question. These are not custom homes, so how many designs will you actually have for people to choose from?
Right, so Katie Home kind of, we're not a spec builder, we're actually built to order. So we'll have anywhere from, for this particular project, I think it'll be around 6 to 8 plans. I think it's 8, but don't quote me, it kind of marketing changes a little bit, but I think 8 plans. But actually, through the buying process, when a owner or buyer comes to the sales office on site, they'll pick a plan, a lot, and then they'll actually come to our design studio and design the whole house outside and inside. And it usually takes about 60 days before we actually apply for the permit for the home because of the design stuff that we have to go through in engineering. So we aren't a custom builder home, but we do offer more choice than some other public builders.
This isn't relevant, but it's just a question. How many have you sold already?
We have an interest list of like 400. So,
okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of people interested. Right. A lot of people from Flagler County too. There are, as I look through the demographics of our list, there are people that are actually moving from Florida. Migration is a big thing going on in our state right now, but a lot of Flagler County people are looking at moving closer. I think the location is great though. City Park just to the south is awesome. The Publix location is really great, and I think being close to the main access to the city and to Palm Coast proper and 95 is a big driver of people to this location.
Okay, the other guy that was up here, we negotiated a shuttle. Did you agree with that?
Well, I'm glad that we're going to be giving some money for the fire and stuff like that. I'm glad that they got that in the PUD, so.
All right, I thought I could get a shuttle in here. Mr. Cooley.
Larry, back when this got brought up, there was a lot of conversation about sidewalks. Sidewalks on Roberts and sidewalks within the subdivision. Where did that end up?
There are sidewalks in the development. There's a sidewalk only on one side of the interior streets, but there are sidewalks 5 foot wide.
Okay, and so they met all of what you were looking for?
All development standards have been met.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, thank you, sir. What we'll do is you can have a seat and we'll have public comment at this time.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Sally Arnoff, Sugar Mill Plantation. I have several items. One is that this project is permitted by the St. Johns River Water Management District. So that permit they have in hand. Something else that I would like to say, because I finally have proof to back up a disagreement with commissioners, with city managers, with the building department. It is possible to build a development and save trees. At the south end of Old Kings is a development called Wexford Reserve. That development was done originally by the owner who had nurseries. He plotted all of those homes with the idea of saving as many trees of the large oaks as he could. That land was sold to a second developer to actually do the work. They have saved 19 oaks. And the way they did it was they have an arborist on staff. He's a certified arborist. And they put up the orange fences around the drip line, which is the diameter of the tree, as far out as the limbs of a tree go. That's the drip line. And the tender roots that feed the tree are inside that drip line. Also, any of the fill cannot go into that, because if you fill up on the trunk, it will kill the tree. So I have pictures, and I'll be very happy to send them to each one of you on this report that I did, that shows the tree line, the drip line, and the fill dirt does not go beyond that drip line, and it's a hollow area. So the arborist has made certain that those 19 trees were saved. And now these are questions. What is the price range of the homes? And I'd like to know if City of Flagler Beach has a tree ordinance, and where I can obtain a copy of that. The next item is, it was mentioned about all the developments going up Roberts Road. There is starting at the north end of Roberts at Colbert, they've already broken ground for a commercial property there, an office building. Coming around, there is a large development immediately north of this one, and I'm sorry, off the top of my head, I don't have the number of homes. And then, across the street is the apartments. Then you have the commercial properties that are going on the out parcels of Publix, the two of them, the dental and the tire center. And you have another one that is going to be done at the southeast corner of that Roberts Road in Moody, and that's the veterinarian clinic. So my question is, with all of this traffic that is now going in, what is the improvement that is going to be done to the intersection of Roberts and Moody? We already know that there is no improvement going in at the intersection of John Anderson and Moody. Another question is, how are you going, until the reclaimed water is available, how is the irrigation for the residential homes and the irrigation to the HOA public areas? What's the source of that water? And I think that's the end, if you can believe it, from me. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Good question.
Very good question. Okay, Larry, you want to start with the bottom, or Mr. City Manager, regarding the reclaimed water? What would they be? I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't see anyone else.
I'm just sitting there doing math in my head, Larry. So we have 200 homes, 2 people in a home, 400 people, say. Across the street, we have an apartment complex with 800 people. I mean, there's, 6 buildings? You're almost getting 20% higher in population just in a square mile. It's a lot of people going to the beach now. We know we have a parking problem with the beach. This is going to be a major parking problem. Just something to put. I'm all for commercial. We need money for commercial, but it's the residential that's going to really strangle this community.
Thank you, Bruno.
Steve Daly, 1764 Windsong Circle. Real quick, I had the same concerns as always. Now, the fire truck, do we need the fire truck because we're overpopulated and they can't get to it? So $30,000 ain't going to buy a $600,000 truck. So again, we're going to do residential, and the residents that are here in this small community we love are going to pay more to not have more services. Now, I understood him in this lawsuit idea, but if we're going to get X amount of dollars off of this place, are we going to be farther ahead because of these houses, or are we going to be behind? So we're investing as a city to let it grow population-wise, but we're not going to get more money. So we're not having more services, improved sidewalks, improved lighting, improved anything. We're just going to have more people. And my taxes will go up because all the things they don't cover put us over the limit on certain items. So how are we going to do public works? How many more people you got to hire? Sanitation, they work their butts off and they can't cover what we have barely. They do the greatest job, but you're going to now go over there, collect more sanitation. So do we need another truck? So are they going to pay for the truck? Those amount of people ain't going to pay for one truck. So it's going to put us over another notch. So the rest of us are going to buy another truck to service them. So I'm going to have the same amount of trash pickup, it's going to cost me more. Because we're buying more stuff with fewer people over there than we're supporting them over here. That's why planned growth can't be 20%. It has to be like 2%. You can't grow like that. This is where you're going to get in trouble again, and I've been in many cities that did it. Nashville, Tennessee's one. They grew super. Everybody loves the looks of it. You lived there before, you're paying 10 times as much for less services, and you don't have anything except crowded. So y'all just got to, I'm telling you, I get where you supposedly can't do it, but you got to be able to find a way to say if someone comes in, everything else suffers. So there has to be something in the lawsuit I would take. You're not going to be able to drive 100. Only in your 2035 plan, you got 100% increased traffic on A1A South, 100%. You got a 50% increase on 100. Now you're not counting that 750 housing thing they put up there. They're putting on Old Kings Highway and stuff. The entrance and exit to that is 100. The road won't be passable. So then they'll say we have to build another lane after the fact. So all this going on and all that traffic, you ain't going to get from here to there. We're going to be clogged up on the traffic part. And then we're going to have to pay for all these other things. And we'd have no parking, but we're going to pay public works, police, fire, and everything, and we're not going to get the benefit.
Thanks, sir.
Hi, Brad Levate. I live on South Central here on the CRA. Couple of issues. Why are we doing left and right-hand turns? Why aren't we building a traffic circle? That seems like a perfect area for that. And it seems like we're going backwards instead of forwards. Go down and look at Town Center, traffic circle. Why are we putting left and right-hand turns? It doesn't make any sense to me. Second thing is, that's right next to the soccer field. How many neighbors are going to be complaining to you guys that the lights are blinding them when they're trying to sleep out there? So, you know, I see a lot of issues that are not really being addressed here. As far as, is this a gated community? You know, are they going to have guards out there? How, you know, it's private inside of there. How are they going to keep people from going in there? Let me see what else. You know, we've got C-rate on that road. We've got all of these other developments. Are we coordinating the opening here with the opening on the other side with the new apartments they're putting in? Seems to me like you should coordinate that and then put a traffic circle right in the middle, and then you don't have people getting killed making left-hand turns there. So, thank you.
Any other?
Hi, I'm Sandra Netubik. I just have a quick question. Can somebody explain to me, I'm confused about the wetlands. When this is built, it goes right over to the wetlands, and the wetlands back right straight up to the back of the houses that are on Lambert, in which Jane lives on Lambert. I have friends that live on that, and when the floods came this last time, they had water in their garages and in their homes. So I'm just a little bit confused how, when we have these storms just like we did the last 2, 6 weeks apart, and we start having all this water and everything, and then the water is coming off and that, and draining down into the wetlands, and then the wetlands are going over and flooding, then we're all going to be flooded. I'm just kind of confused about how that works. I mean, it just doesn't seem logic to me. I just don't quite get it. Just like the problem, I will give you this. They're building that garden, the Veranda Bay at the end of Palm Drive the cul-de-sac. They took every tree, every bit of everything out, and they bulldozed it down equal to the property that is back at the people's houses. When we had these storms, that whole area was flooded. Both storms flooded that area, and because the trees and the oaks and all the vegetation was removed, the water came over that, down through the back, and it flooded all the way down. That's where we got in trouble with that, with on Pine Tree and Oak, because the water came down there and it overflowed. There was nowhere for it to go, and so it just all went together. At the end of Palm Drive, when we had the storms, I saw a gentleman trying to walk. He wanted to walk it. Now, he was a tall man. I would say the water was at least 6 foot. But I'm really kind of confused about that, how that is built out in the wetlands and the flooding with the problems that we're having already. Thank you.
Okay, Sandra, thank you.
Clinton Parker, South Flagler Avenue. How are we going to be able to support them when we can't take care of the problems we have right now, and we're just going to add on top of that? It makes no sense to me. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Okay, bring it back to the commission here for comments, responses. Sure.
Can I ask our attorney here, what are the legal ramifications of not approving this? Would there be major lawsuits to the city because, just hypothetical here?
Well, it's a quasi-judicial hearing, which means you're sitting here as a judge. You have to make your determination based on competent, substantial evidence, and you have to follow the essential requirements of the law and give due process. You got no issue with due process. You've given due process. The evidence before you consists of, or the competent evidence before you consists of the report from your planner, the testimony of the applicant, and public comment. General public comment would not be considered evidence per se, but if someone had specialized knowledge, if they were an engineer or they were a wetland specialist or something like that, you can consider public comment. But when you have your expert saying that it complies with the Land Development Code and it's consistent with your comprehensive plan, and you don't have any evidence to the contrary, the lawsuit would be, if you took action against it, that your decision was not supported by competent, substantial evidence and you didn't comply with the essential requirements of the law. That's the risk.
Thank you.
You know what, I want to go back to the...
Okay, does anyone want to start to address some of the concerns? We may have to bring the applicant back up again to address the wetlands issue and the water runoff that I addressed earlier. Ms. Sandra Matubik had some questions regarding the runoff, potential runoff into the wetlands, and I guess we need to know how it's going to evacuate and go back out into the intercoastal and this kind of thing here.
Okay. So I'm not an engineer by trade either, but I can definitely speak to that. Pre-development, water comes down onto the property, drains into the wetland, right? Post-development, rain is going to come down onto the property. The property is going to hold that water in the retention ponds, treat it, settlement, let settlement, all the solids that collect through the storm system, those settle. That's what the retention ponds are for. And then the weirs that are set up in the ponds, as it gets to a certain level to allow that time for it to treat, will then let that water go back into the wetlands like it would have been doing if there was no development on the land. So adding 112 homes to the land isn't causing more water to go into the wetlands. We're actually going to be holding water on our property longer than it would be in the pre-development state.
And the question she also addressed was, what happens in the event that we have another EN or situation like that where you have an unusual amount of water that's actually being dispersed into the property in the pond?
So, currently, I know that, I guess me and Hunt people aren't here, but they could probably speak a little bit more, but general codes now, you have to build to the 100-year, 500-year storm events. So those types of calculations are made within any drainage system that's put forward and reviewed and approved. So to meet all the Florida state codes and whatnot, it's got to test up to what the 500 and 100-year codes are. So,
do you have an idea about how deep these retention ponds are?
I don't. It's in the construction plans, but I would say 20 feet deep. You know, probably not deeper than 20 to 25 feet deep.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Cooley.
Well, you brought up a good point there. You're asking about the retention ponds. As we're currently dealing with a neighborhood where it was understood that there was an HOA that was maintaining them, but there really wasn't, and then it fell on the city. Is this an HOA neighborhood that's going to maintain?
It's got to be an HOA. I mean, the St. Johns River Water Management District that permits these projects and is kind of in charge of drainage as well as the city's approval. You have to have an HOA in place to manage the retention pond. So yes, there is an HOA in place.
And the concern that you have, what happened here, and that's where I did the research and ended up with the 5-inch binder. The commissioners at that time that accepted that particular development and passed it without getting approval of the HOA plan from the Water District Management. It was overlooked, and the commissioners gave it a pass by saying we'll accept responsibility.
Okay, I just want to make sure we weren't repeating.
No, we're not accepting responsibility.
No.
I'm sorry.
The community hasn't been built yet, but it will be filed before. Before we build any homes. You know, it'll have to be. It's part of the recorded plat as well, because you have to, dedicate certain lands to the HOA common areas, such like that. So the district review, you give a draft of your documents to the district for them to review to make sure that it meets their requirements for maintaining the drainage system, and so that's part of their review as well.
Okay, they skipped that review in 97, 98, or somebody skipped it, but it wasn't done. Okay.
There's also, just on the drainage system, there's also some new filtration systems that the district is making new developments use. So there's some additional filtration that's going to be involved in this drainage system.
Okay, is that a gated community?
No, the roads, I know they mentioned it's private or whatever, but the roads are private so that burden of maintaining them doesn't fall on the city. So the roads are going to be wrapped up in reserve accounts in the HOA for them to maintain, repave their roads when that comes about. So that's the private portion of the roads.
Okay, there was a comment and a question regarding the property having turning lanes and as opposed to a circle. I don't think we had any control over that because that is a county road.
Yeah, that's a county road, and I'm not totally familiar with the property, but I know there's a county road and the intersection's a state road, so those are the issues.
Okay.
And they had...
Their road, their engineers?
Yeah.
Okay, so what they did is they had a traffic study that was done in the county, and the state signed off on it with these conditions that we have with turning lanes.
Right. And this commission, in the early review, insisted that it be done, and my team has ensured, sorry I was a little rough on you, that be put in.
If I may add to that intersection, whether it's aligned or not, I think it was clearly demonstrated on the turn lane graphic that both access points for the apartments in Fort Beach Park Village are across from one another. There's no hiatus.
Okay, there was a comment about the fire truck not being, I know that that's only a small contribution to the cost of the truck, but it's my understanding that we're covering that jurisdictional area with an agreement with Palm Coast already anyway, correct?
Correct, and we've already purchased the truck. This is their pro rata share of the truck. It was the part of the thing that made it.
It's not a brand new truck.
It's not a brand new truck.
And legally, you can, your exactions to be lawful have to be, to meet the constitutional standards, and you can't require them to give you a $600,000 fire truck.
Okay, reclaim water. What are they going to do in the interim as far as until we get our new plant and reuse plant up to speed where we can connect and provide reuse water?
I'm not certain whether drawing from the ponds or wells.
The lines are going to be installed per the engineering plans. They're dry lines. And we, as you know, in the review and the renewal of the wastewater treatment plant, the new treatment plant, we'll be able to produce reclaimed water. So everything's been engineered, lined up for the water service as well as the reclaim. And when we produce reclaim, they will hook up and it'll be provided as it would any other customer.
So in the interim, are they going to be using the water from the ponds as the gardens anticipate doing until we can provide it?
Probably. Our target for reclaimed water is 2025.
Okay. Centennial year.
Do they have wells? Are they going to dig the wells?
There's not going to be any wells on any of our home sites, so.
Okay. Traffic improvements, I think we've covered that. Commercial on Roberts Road. Here again, there is a lot of development going on Roberts Road. But what we have to keep in mind is that we don't have any control over it at all. There's a lot of developments out there, and Sally was correct. There's one that just started right on the corner of Culbert and Roberts. It's a commercial building, I believe, and it was approved probably years ago. There's some apartments. There's a lot of development that's going in that entire area that's already been approved, and that's all in the municipality of Palm Coast. So I'm not sure what they are, but we could probably go, if you wanted to look at them, you can go to Palm Coast and look at their plans and all there.
We're the terminus. All that traffic comes to us without
I
any
know.
improvement at Moody.
If I could respond to that comment. Number one, a traffic impact analysis for this development was accomplished. It showed no need for any improvements to Roberts Road, both this development and the apartment complex combined, because of the trips that were generated. The blind trips that were generated did not trip the scale for turn lanes, nor did it require any improvements to the intersection. What will happen as development continues along that corridor, somebody somewhere along the line is going to trip that, and that particular development will be responsible for making those intersection improvements, lane widening, whatever. The same applies to John Anderson. Developments that are occurring now, if they don't trip the scale, the threshold to improve the intersection, turn lanes, lane widening, additional lanes. Again, somewhere along the line, at some point in time, as much as you don't like it, growth is going to happen, and someone is going to have to provide the infrastructure to accommodate that. That's just the reality.
So the first ones at the table get away with it. The ones coming up last, the ones going to have to pay for it.
I mean, in all honesty, if you want to compare quality of life today in Flagler County to quality of life 20 years ago, since I've moved here, I would say my quality of life has diminished. But you can't, growth is going to happen. I don't want to get into that conversation.
But then there are people who are happy that they don't have to drive to Daytona for certain things anymore, that we have them here. I agree with you. I'd rather drive to Daytona. But there are people who like having everything right here.
But I think the attorney said it. The attorney said it very well. If a development approaches a jurisdiction and they meet the goals, policies, and objectives of your comprehensive plan, it's difficult to deny that. You'd better stand ready to defend it. If you're not satisfied with your comprehensive future land use map, then you need to change it. Right. That's the only way you can combat it. And that's not easy either, because you're going to be affecting landowners, and they have a say in their property rights. So it's a fine line.
And in regard to lawsuits, the city attorney can address this more, but the legislators in Tallahassee have changed the conditions of lawsuits significantly so that it tremendously discourages it, because what happens is that when you file a lawsuit against someone, you better be prepared to pay a lot of money, especially if you lose, because you're going to have to pay attorney fees and everything. Is that not correct?
It depends on what they're suing for. Generally, in Florida, it's not. Each party bears their own unless there's a specific statute or a contract which provides for it. But I would say, just to add on a little bit to my comments about competent substantial evidence, and the one thing, when you sit as judges, what you have to do is you have to look at what your code is and what the laws are that you have to follow in the evidence. What you can't do, and I know none of you would do this, but just for purposes of the record, so it's on there. For example, if somebody simply did not want, regardless of what the comprehensive plan allowed or for the land development code allowed, any new development, so you're not going to approve it, that's not competent substantial evidence, and that's a policy. When you're legislating, when you're changing your comprehensive plan, you can talk all day long about the way you want the city to look in the future and how you want it to change. But when you're in a quasi-judicial hearing, you are limited to looking at the record and to following the law. It's not a policy time.
Okay. Commissioner Cooley?
Just wanted to piggyback on something Larry said concerning traffic. Not only are the two developments that are in city limits being considered, but they're all being, even all right up the street, you got Palm Coast and all the tons of units that are put in there. Those are all going to the same person at county level. And that's why they're backlogged, because you were talking about how backlogged they are. It's because they got their hands full trying to balance our municipality and Palm Coast in all these approvals that are happening at once to determine what road improvements are being needed. So it just, it's kind of big picture that is being looked at centrally by the county. And that's why you're having to wait, because they're struggling with, there's so much happening on that corridor.
As this county engineer mentioned, the plans, they've reviewed them, the plans are good, but they're trying to sequence out and make sure as they get through different review processes on these projects, if there's any other items that they may need to tackle on those roads to make sure that the roads comply with their code. So there's just a lot of, there's a lot of going back and forth, and they have limited staff as well too at the county.
Okay, there was a question on the price points.
Yeah, I think we're, starting in the 300. I'm not a marketing or salesperson, but we're starting in the threes, low threes is what I think we're starting at, and I think we're starting at 1,500 or 1,600 square feet and going up to 3,000 square feet. So.
Okay, and Mr. City Manager, do we have a tree ordinance?
I believe we do.
Yes, we have a tree ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and it provides for the tree bank and all of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I think I hope I covered everything.
It's on the city's, the code.
It's in the
Give
link.
me your email.
Yeah, we'll send it to you.
I can send you.
Okay.
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 For sanitation and.
Sanitation?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You want to address that with an issue?
Yes, sir. Well, they're all paying customers. I mean, they would pay the same utility bills as anybody else. And yes, we planned on expanding our fleet, and we have to do that because, in this caustic salt environment, and unfortunately we have to replace equipment faster than we would normally in any other jurisdiction. So the plans are underway to purchase new equipment, but it takes almost 2 years to get a garbage truck. So, we would count, the revenues and do the math and the equations, and there's a lot of other customers coming on board, so those costs are spread throughout the system.
Or are we going to be providing sanitation to Veranda as well?
That one I don't know about. I do know we are providing sanitation to the preserve and to this development.
Okay. Did I miss anything else?
So Mr. Whitson, this is my question for you. So and I don't know, City Attorney here, if this would be part of the scope of the facts, but here as a city, are we, right now, could you tell me honestly that we're going to be able to take on this additional development with everything that we have? and I don't know if that's something we can put into the scope of the facts. I'm just trying to, realistically, I don't know if that's a, open-ended type of question, but realistically, is this something as a city that we can realistically take on with this development? I'm just really trying to think this thing out through.
No, it's a good question. I would turn it back to the planner that one of the things they do is they come forward with their studies and their traffic studies and their other studies that would allow to know whether or not the current infrastructure would allow for it. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe those are the things that are looked at both by the planning board and that are in the report here. I haven't gone through it, but that is part of it.
That's correct. I mean, to say there not be a need for another sanitation worker, with growth comes demand. When you cross that threshold, hopefully they're going to be generating enough money. There was a study done. They did provide it. I don't have those numbers here, but the amount of taxes that would be generated based on the numbers that were in the real world at that time. Somewhere, I may be wrong, but somehow the number 870,000 comes to my mind, as I recall.
So the comment that one speaker made was that we can't take care of what we're taking care of now. How can we take care of that development? I guess part of the response would be is that they would be taking care of themselves with the exception of our water lines and things which are all new being, and actually they're providing the water lines and all too. So the only thing we're actually providing, is sanitation or utilities to a great extent. But as far as the infrastructure and all, that they're maintaining themselves.
Correct.
Correct?
The basic service that would be provided would be sanitation, police, and fire.
Okay. So to drill down a little bit more, I'm trying to respond to some of the concerns here. So the tax base that we're actually going to be getting would to some extent help to support the entire overall city and not just that particular area.
Correct. And, there are firms that do these analysis. It's not part of our requirement, or, there used to be a guy by the name of Hank Fishkind. He was an economist that did this kind of study out of the University of Central Florida. And he'd actually sit there and run the numbers on, how many police officers you'd have to have and how many fire trucks and how many this and how many that. And he would tell you whether you were upside down or not. That specific analysis hadn't been done, but these folks are going to pay taxes. They're going to pay sanitation and water and sewer bills, and our responsibility is to keep the rates up so that things do pay for themselves. And we do have the wastewater capacity, the water capacity. I mean, all of these things are checked by the staff before it even sees the light of day here, because that's our responsibility.
Okay.
And if I could specifically, in your packet, the page numbers in the bottom right-hand corner, and we are on agenda item number 8, or formerly number 8. But if you would turn to what's page 5 dash, and then there's a 3.
Mm-hmm.
And if you drop down to the bottom where it says public facilities element and policies, and you take a look at that, and then you go through to the next page where it talks about concurrency and public facilities, meeting the concurrency requirements and things like that. Lawyers, one thing we don't do at these hearings is testify. I'm not testifying as to the actually of this, but I'm saying these are the things that staff looked at, and this was their recommendation.
Okay.
One other comment, if I may, and I know the hour's getting late. I think this is the first subdivision to come to Flagler Beach on the mainland in probably in 17, 18 years. Whether it's Bridgewater or is that the one that's on John Anderson, but that's a newer subdivision. The townhouses at the base of the bridge, essentially a new subdivision. I don't know the answer to this question, but I'm wondering what their circumstances were following both those storms, and especially the one on John Anderson, because that is more problematic than the townhouse development at the base of the bridge. So if they had not incurred the amount of damage, intrusion that older parts of the city sustained, that, even though they're different locales, is an indication of what the newer codes and the requirements of St. John's Water Management District, what the effect is on those developments and the impact to the community. So that's something else to keep in mind. St. John's Water Management will not issue a permit if there's flooding and inundation, if they have to meet the standards of a 500-year storm, and you have a 200-year storm and there's flooding. That's not on the back of the developer. That's on the back of St. John's Water Management District.
Okay, Commissioners, any comments, any more questions? No. If not, I'm ready to have a vote. Motion?
Make a motion that we, I'm looking at the whichever agenda here, approve application PPT 221201 with the proviso about the tree, meeting the tree conditions.
Okay, Larry, is that written in there as far as the conditions of the trees?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Does that work for you, the verbiage of that motion? Okay, second.
You got a second? Okay, I got a motion and a second. Call a roll, please.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy? Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
And Chair Bryant?
Yes, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We look forward to a good project. Do you want to take a break?
Yeah, I'd like to take a break, but I'd also like to ask people to not have conversations. It's very distracting when we come back.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please be back. It's probably 7 minutes. 5 of 9. Mr. Torino.
Are we ready to start?
Yes, sir. Whenever you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry this take up so much time here this evening, but
it's okay. These are important projects, and we need to talk
this
about
final site plan application. I'll try and be as quick as I can. Representatives for the applicant are here to respond to any questions that you may have. Let's try and go through this. It's very similar to the last presentation. We're starting with the site development plan. The location of this is actually across the street from the bank. So it would be on the west side of the main entrance into the public shopping center. And well, let me go on here. Again, the site plan, we had no real issues with it. From the beginning, there was a couple of minor things about where air pumps might be.
Could you folks please hold the conversations down? I really appreciate it. It's interrupted the meeting. Thanks.
Anyway, moving from the site plan, this was really a unique project. We've had at least 5 different submittals for architectural till we got to an architect style that really was what we were looking for. But again, the applicant, the architectural design team was very cooperative working with us. So I'm going to go through this real quick. There's different elevations. The main changes, as you'll see as we go through, deal with roof lines, exterior surface materials, windows, the color of the shade of the green. This was, I think, the 4th rendition, which was a complete transformation from anything else. But from there, we moved to this, 4 different elevations, and finally, the 5th, which was accepted by the Planning and Architecture Review Board, recommended for approval by staff. One of the main differences here is that the signage was reduced since what was being shown actually is not part of the final site plan approval. That will be handled under a separate permit, but we wanted to know what would happen if those signed areas were removed, and that white banding that you see would just be carried through across the facade. Also, they changed the color of the roof from the hunter green, as it was called, to a lighter shade of green to kind of offset the darker green that's on the building facade. Again, you can see the back of the building. Again, a ladder access to roof would be from the interior. The back of the building is, again, pretty clean looking. Our concern, again, being the view from the shopping center. And I might add, there was a lot of extra time put in by the planning board on these 2 buildings, and the reason being, essentially, it builds out the out parcels, and even though the public shopping center presents itself very well, the first thing you're going to see are the out parcel buildings. So, extra attention was paid to that. This is just a summary of the improvements that were made as we went through the design process. Everything that we asked was implemented by the applicant. We're really good with everything. Again, the recommendation is that the City Commission approve the final site plan, and I might add that the 5-foot sidewalk connection that we were asking for from the site out to Moody Boulevard, similar to the other application, is on the design plans that has been accommodated. So essentially, this is good to be a clean recommendation with no conditions. Happy to answer any questions. The applicant is here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, have any questions?
No, I just wanted to say, having sat through all the meetings, again, Larry was great in working with the builder of this building. The builder was terrific listening to. There were a myriad things that the PAR board brought up, and they complied with them all. It's great.
I mean, I think it's a great project. I mean, I think it's really huge that the city of Flagler Beach has two commercial properties. I mean, you know, going here at the same meeting to be approved. This is the first in a long time. So we all know that commercial business, commercial tax base helps with the residential taxes as well. So this is a good thing. And also, I'd like to commend the Power Board members. I mean, they put a lot of work into this kind of stuff here, and to bring it to us so that we could just kind of look it over and approve what's going on. And Larry, thanks for all your efforts, and Commissioner Cooley's ready to go.
Just one question, Larry. These two dark greens on top of each other, I have concerns about how this matches up to the charrette. What's your thoughts on that? I kind of think that the two dark greens doesn't really work that well with the charrette. Would we need, I mean, I saw they lightened it up a little bit, but I still don't know if that works. What's your opinion?
Well, my opinion is that the charrette number one, to me, applies to the downtown, to the Barrier Island, and not so much to the mainland. The charrette focused only on the downtown core area. That's a good point you bring up about the roof color and the facade color. That was one of the major concerns, at least from one Power Board member in particular. But I think even that individual was satisfied by the softening of the gable roof, and that took care of that concern with this individual. So I think it'll go well. I mean, it's a contrast, but they're muted colors where they were not before. I'm speaking about the roof itself. Mm-hmm. I think I believe it'll be an exemplary tire and brake service facility, but much like the car wash, I'm proud of the Planning and Architecture Review Board. You know, you look at a car wash and you say it's a car wash. You know, you look at a tire and brake facility, it's a tire and brake facility, but they each have a unique look to them, and they do not look like, it's not a prototype, and I think it'll really add to the streetscape as you enter the city.
And there was great concern on the part of the Power Board, most of the Power Board members, that you take what Publix building looks like, that whole row of stores in the Publix, and that these two buildings needed to match up with that, not to come out with a whole new style. And I thought that was good. Have some unity in there.
Okay, any other comments? Mr. Chairman, you okay?
Yeah. Okay. Good job with all the versions getting to this.
I'm sorry.
Very good job getting to this with all the different versions and all, just like with the dentist office.
Planning Board did their homework.
Okay,
so did our planner.
Applicant?
I guess first I had a question. My name is Ken Aston, 312 Moody Boulevard. Regarding the look of the tire store, it's got a green roof. If they need to replace that at some point in the future, do they have to keep it green like that? Or can they put any roof on it? Can they put a shingle roof on?
That's a good question. There's nothing that mandates that color be maintained.
So, and the same thing with the color scheme of the exterior of the building. And I live here, I love this town, and I don't want to see it Discount Tire Place and Brake Place driving into Flagler Beach, especially in front of that really good-looking shopping center, you know, that the city approved a few years back. And, you know, to me, you know, when you get off 95 and start heading into Flagler Beach and you see the Welcome to Flagler Beach sign, you know, you see the great center to the left, to the right, and then you go over the bridge, and, you know, you've got probably the best view in Florida. And I'm in the real estate business, and I have some experience with discount tire and brake stores. And they merge, they consolidate, they sell, and when they sell to a
you know, a different national chain that has a different color scheme, you know, like Tire Kingdom or National Tire and Battery, you know, they will paint that building their color scheme. It will turn gray with black striping, but they will pattern that after all of theirs. And so what you see now in this picture isn't what's going to be in the future. I guarantee it. And I have some property just over the bridge, and I was approached by a discount tire place about 3 years ago, and they wanted me to tear down the J&J Fitness building and Big Al's Bait and Tackle, and they offered a tremendous deal to put a discount tire and brake store there. Naturally, I said no. I would have been embarrassed to come before this board to allow something like that. And while my property's just on the other side of the bridge, you know, this is on the same side of the street as before you approach the bridge. And I promise you, regardless of what PAR board said and what the commission said, what the preliminary board said, once you approve this, it's going to be a tire and brake store forever. And if you want to see some tire and brake stores that look forever, drive to Bunnell, and you can find about 12 of them in a 3-block area. And I implore you to vote against this.
May I respond to those comments? Okay, let me see if I can start from the top. Number one, if I'm correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, the color will change. The way the regulations are structured here in the city of Flagler Beach, the planning board has extreme authority, one of which they can deny a site plan application for many reasons, one of which is not liking the color. And that was one of the major issues with this particular development. So if they were to sell and someone came in to purchase that and it was another chain, much like this building, you can go to their website. This is not a prototype brake store. It's unique, just like Caliber Car Wash is. It's not a prototype. So what I'm saying to you is I understand your concerns, I respect them, but secondly, the use. We can only approve or disapprove what is in our land development code. Current code, that's as highway zoning commercial district. That's the most intense of the commercial districts in the city of Flagler Beach. So there's a lot of latitude. It allows tire and brake service. It allows the type of businesses that you would typically see on a major corridor. So it does fit that scheme. With your property on this side of the bridge, a tire and brake service would never happen, not by the current land development regulations.
That's a good thing.
Pardon me?
That's a good thing.
That's a good thing. So what I'm saying is, it's nice to hear you say you denied the offering. But secondly, if that individual would not have done his due diligence and purchased that property and came in to the zoning department and wanted to build a tire and brake service facility, it wouldn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
So there's protection in there, and I understand, I really do understand what you mean about franchises and things of that nature. But again, the planning board, bless them, and unless the city commission changes their authority, they can deny, and the city attorney can help me out with this one. They have great latitude and in specific language in there that they can deny for not buying into the color scheme or the way the colors is even used on the building.
What about overnight parking? Is that parking lot going to be filled with cars, or are they going to be required to park them all inside?
I've been told that there would be no overnight exterior.
No exterior overnight parking.
That's what we were
You're
told.
going to have to ask your questions. We're not permitting any dialogues here between you and the city manager.
Sorry.
But I appreciate your comments and your questions, and that's all the questions you have.
Well, if you do approve this, and I implore you to not approve it, I would suggest that you do it with the emphasis that there be no outside overnight parking on that parking lot, which is what Larry just said.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Attorney, in addressing the concerns that he had here, is there any provisions in which the commission would have conditions in there which the property, the current colors could not be changed?
A couple things about that. So if you approve the final site plan and then they sell the property to Ace, Braken, whoever, and they want to come change the color, they can only build it consistent with the final site plan that's been approved, or they have to apply for a new site plan. I'm talking generally. And when they did that, they'd have to go through the process to amend it, and that color scheme, planning board, according to the code, has the ability to strict control over the color. One of the other things, so that if that scenario happens, no, they couldn't just put whatever the colors they wanted on it. If they build it according to the final site plan now and sell it later and the roof deteriorates and they want to build a new roof, they would have to comply with the current codes as they exist. And there's another thing I want to address, but one of the things you could do if you wanted to have more architectural control over color schemes is you could have overlays, you could have other additions to your code that talk about that when they change the color scheme on certain identified properties, whether it be commercial, be whatever, that they have to get approval. I don't know if those conditions exist currently, but that's something that, as a policy, both the planning board and you could consider doing in the future, and that would apply to any development that that code applied to. On another point, with respect to the type of use that the property will be used on, it's not coming to you as a final site plan because that use is not already allowed under that property. It's obviously an allowable use, and that's why you're now here at the final site plan. So it is a quasi-judicial hearing. So just for the good of the order, to deny it because it's a break and tire store would not be consistent with your code.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else?
The issue about the overnight parking, that's outdoor parking.
In discussions that I've had with the ownership, is that the only time there should be any vehicle parked outside is if a vehicle is towed in for service or a breakdown during the night, and there's a key drop.
And one other point, I don't know if the applicant's here, but typically in these hearings, we go from the staff presentation to the applicant. I don't know if the applicant's here to make a presentation, but we seem to be in public comment.
Yeah, I was waiting. I would actually call for applicant, and this gentleman showed up, and I thought he was an applicant at first, but then he started talking.
I just had one more comment if I can.
Okay, Herb, make it quick because you're not supposed to be up here again.
I'll make it quick. So I'm clearly against it. I don't like the look of it. I think it's wrong. And I saw the big windows that they showed in the rendering there. And every tire store that I go by, they have gigantic neon letters, buy one, get one free, or, they've got their prices, this big in neon on all the windows for everybody to see, which is advertising in lieu of the sign that you're permitting. And I'd like to see you not allow any lettering like that on their windows.
Don't allow flashing lights. We already have rules about things like that.
You mean like the place across the street from you?
Yeah,
I'm
Ken,
sorry.
you know we have a big sign ordinance. You've had to comply with it yourself.
Okay, I'd like for the applicant to come forward, please.
I don't know if they're there.
Is the applicant here? I think they're here.
Yes.
Hi, Stacy Bredenbach, 1381 Irving Avenue, Clearwater, Florida.
Clarence Almanor, 495 Keller Road, Maitland, Florida.
Okay, would you guys like to address some of the issues that were addressed, or do you have anything else you want to say for your particular application?
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Larry. It has been an impressive 5 rounds of working together and coming up with a building that we can all agree is not a prototype, but meets the city's requirements. And it's impressive to have a city who cares that much about what is built within their limits, and it's an impressive thing. To the overnight parking, actually, I'm just going to read what Mavis does through their marketing. The primary business of Mavis Discount Tire Store is the retail sale of tires. They do sell brakes, shocks, struts, and exhaust systems. Apart from the installation of the aforementioned items, Mavis does not perform engine work. Mavis performs oil changes, state vehicle inspections, and replaces fluids. The installation of the tires and parts that Mavis sells does not require a car to be idling. As such, there will be no fumes associated with the operation of this business. Mavis has conducted noise studies that prove the sound of tools does not exceed the ambient noise levels of standard service roads. Moreover, this particular location is significantly busier than the locations where these tests were performed. The tests were performed with the overhead doors open. The overhead doors of a Mavis store tend to be kept closed during winter, but not so much in Florida, and open during the summer. For the overnight parking, as Larry had mentioned, they do not allow overnight parking in their parking lots. They do allow customers who want like an early service to drop it off the night before and then be able to have it, turned around within a couple hours earlier in the morning.
Okay, I just had one question, a couple of questions, and I got old eyes, so I can't see all the fine print here. But what do you do with the old tires or used tires when you take them off the vehicle, as well as mufflers and things of this nature? Are they stored inside, outside, or in an enclosed area?
They're all stored in the building. There are no exterior storage whatsoever. There's no racks. There's no visible signs of tires.
Okay.
It's all held within, and then they have a weekly pickup for all of the used tires.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, all right. Now open it up again for public comment. Anyone else have any comments?
Bruno, 27. My kudos to Larry. I watched the Paul Board meeting online, and Joe Paluzzi made some comments about the building, and within about a week, these people put it into plans. So they want to be here. It's better than a McDonald's, I guess, I mean, it could be anything. It's commercial. We need commercials. So my other thing that Larry's not going to want me to tell you, but this guy's a good guy. That night I emailed him, and I had a conversation with him that, I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag, but Larry's going to retire soon, and this city's going to take a big hit by not having Larry here, because he's a gentleman and he works both sides of the table. Okay, he's helped me in Beverly Beach as a commissioner. He helped me build my house. He never says no to you. He tells you what you probably can do, what you may be able to do, get your builder to change some things. But he's a real gentleman, and I called him an icon, and he wouldn't take that as a compliment. He gave me this whole paragraph on somebody's speech. But Larry, you're a good man, Larry. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruno.
And I second, Larry is a good man and easy to work with. Sally Arnoff, I just have one reminder to our chairman. If something is said and you want it badly, have it put in writing. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I totally agree.
John Horan, just I wanted to ask is, if they did roll out carts of tires that were out there, how would that be enforced? I think it's great. The building done a great job, but if they had promotional stuff and they were rolling out tires on racks, how would that be potentially enforced that, to make them comply with putting everything inside?
Just code enforcement.
Well, code enforcement, but I think the question I was asking was having to do with used tires as opposed to new tires that might be on a rack for a promotional type thing. But Larry, if you want to address that, then that's what
I was just saying, as far as used tires, the westerly side of the building is to house all those tires of that nature, any work that is done, any equipment that's removed. Interior, as far as outside display, I would have to defer to the land development code and what's allowed to be exhibited outside of your place of business. perfect example, not naming names, is a facility pretty close to all of us, so it either abides by the code or it doesn't, or we need to change the code.
I was going to say, just about all the businesses have some type of outside display. And there's no reason why they would be restricted from doing the same. Okay, any other public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission to address any specific things that we've been talking about in regard to the painting or changing of the paint colors once someone else possibly acquires the business itself. I think the city attorney said that would require going to our code to make some changes there, which is something we may want to consider in the future, especially when we're trying to...
It's already part of the par board's job.
No, but I'm talking about when you lease the power board and you have another company coming in. In other words, what we're talking about is actually the painting of existing buildings right now. It may be a good idea to have some type of guidelines considering where we're trying to go and what we're trying to make the city look like or help the city look like in the future.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I have some experience with this from other jurisdictions. In particular, Port Orange has a very strict code along the Dunlawton corridor. They call it the Dunlawton Corridor Design Standards, and it regulates colors. And so it's to the attorneys and Larry's comments, I think, it's called an overlay district. So, we could develop that if that's the desire on the policy side of the discussion, for future, applications. And that might be, one of the ways that you can get a more consistent look. And I'll just tell a quick story and then we'll move on because the hour's getting late. But Walmart came to the city of Port Orange and they showed us their design, and we told them, well, that's not going to work here. And they go, well, why? And I said, because it's the wrong colors. And they go, well, that's our colors. And then we said, well, you can't develop that store here because you have to have the Dunlawton Corridor colors. And they go, well, we're not coming. And we said,
bye.
Bye. Don't let the door hit you. And 6 months later, we got a new submittal with all the colors, and it looked great. And so this is the way you go about that legally, is that you set your standard and you make them come up to the standard. You don't go and pick and choose. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, well, I think that, I was getting a lot of agreements here as far as that maybe something we want to consider in the future, especially with the hotel coming with the theme and others, that are having some really good things, and we're preparing for, centennial, this kind of thing here. It might be a good idea to kind of incorporate these things so we are consistent with how we're making the city look.
Yeah, and the power board worked so hard to make sure that these 2 new projects that coincide with what Publix looks like.
Okay. Well, I appreciate those comments. That's a very valid comment in regard to how we look at things in the future. So we certainly will be considering those. That being said, if we don't have any additional comments, I'd like to have a motion.
I will make a motion to approve application SP number 23-01-01.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Chair Bryant?
Yes to the motion. It passes unanimously. Look forward to it. I got a lot of cars.
A lot of tires.
A lot of tires. Okay, next item
Now we're doing 13.
is 13, which is the golf cart.
You want me to kick it off?
Sure. Commissioner Cooley, you want to take this one?
I'll kind of intro this. So, city previously had for a very long time, no inspections, you just come and get your tag. And over the years, what was a golf cart started to erode. And we started seeing weird-looking gas-powered vehicles, ATVs, UTVs, UFOs. We started seeing all kinds of crazy stuff on the street. So then it was brought up that we need to, if we're going to issue tags, that we need to get eyes on a vehicle, which is how this is based, I'm just giving you all the evolution of how the inspection started. And that's what brought us to this point. Unfortunately, for a citizen, the annual golf cart inspection process, the opinion of many is, number one, it's unnecessary. Number two, the system is unfriendly and cumbersome for citizens to even try to get through. The times that you have to get there, the very limited times, I believe it's Monday, Tuesday, Thursday from 10 to 2, and that's assuming that City Hall is open on those times, and that's assuming that there's somebody available to do it. And there's been a lot of frustration around the whole process of getting through this. And then there's the whole argument of, why are we asking citizens to bring their personal property to the police station to have it searched and inspected by a police officer when city staff should be doing that? It should not be at a police station, and it should not be a police officer who's doing the inspecting. Number one, they have way better things to do if we're worried about safety. There's a lot of safety stuff they could be doing. And involving the police in that inspection process was just, it was unnecessary. So there was tons of complaints, and then this all came up last year. And because of all those complaints, city manager committed to changing the golf cart process for 23. Things happened, he didn't do it. And so we're back at the same process, but in a new year now. And that's why I wanted to get this on the table, because we are still dealing with the same exact problems that we committed to the citizens to change, that we didn't change. And we need to do that. That was our commitment. We had an agreement to change it. We didn't honor it. There is some suggestions that Williams presented to me and sent you all a memo on that he's going to present. I figure I want him to present what he thinks is a good recommendation, and then we can kind of just, argue it out, if y'all are okay with that.
Sure. Mr. Whitson.
Thank you. You have on your dais a memo that I have prepared in coordination with the police chief and the city attorney, and it basically says that we can go to an every other year inspection, and I laid out the process for you in the memo, with the hope that, in a future year we would be fully automated, and that the inspections that happen for making sure that your blinker works, or that your brakes are correct, or your lights are, within code, would be done by the golf cart repair shops. And right now, with all the issues pressing on us, we don't have time to get all that together this year. But there is a pathway forward, and that's what I've laid out in this memo, and that would cut down on the number of inspections without jeopardizing public safety, because at the end of the day, that's part of why the inspections are there. And you heard the commissioner say there was all kinds of stuff on the road. The other alternative is, fine, don't have inspections. We'll just pull people over when we see violations and issue them tickets. Okay, that's just more work for our police officers, and a pretty hefty fine for, the individual that has a violation. So in order to kind of balance out between both sides, a process, I laid out this recommendation in the memo. The city attorney has seen it, the chief has seen it, and I would recommend that you consider this. But at the end of the day, you all run the city. I just try to implement the policies you want, and I've tried to lay out the information and provide you with a process that may balance both sides of this discussion. And I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Okay. Commissioner?
This is a policy issue. And I think Drew's talked about it. He has more information than I do. I came into this late. For those of you that don't know, Drew is quarantining, so he's not available to be here. But obviously what the city manager's proposed is perfectly legal. It's consistent with the code, and also if you all wanted a different policy, there's nothing I've heard that wouldn't be completely legal with that as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have. But
I have a question.
Sure, Commissioner Phillips.
So we take the police department out of the equation. They would not check the vehicles or the golf carts. And you're talking about bringing in a golf cart repair shop. Would somebody take their golf cart to that shop, or would they?
Yes, we would take the new form.
Okay.
Once it's created with, we'll have to coordinate what all's in it and what gets checked and all of that kind of thing. And then there are 3 or 4 different places around the community that, it wouldn't be like, okay, this is the only place you can go to. It would be, it's America, it's business, right? So if anybody that has the qualifications to fill out the form and do the inspection to see if something needs to be corrected, we would let them do that. And that would take the police department out of the middle of that discussion. So we would go ahead with the process as we have it set now. Then 24, there would be an affidavit that people could sign saying, hey, everything's good on my golf cart, right? And that would be automated. It would be part of the process. And then in 25 would be when you would have the new form, everything automated, everything flow through, and the only time they would have to come to City Hall is pick up the sticker, because it would be all set up on the mobile app.
Okay, so the individual owner of the golf cart would actually have to take it somewhere?
Yes, if they felt, they could turn in the affidavit and say, oh.
Now?
On the off year.
Yeah, on the off year.
Off year.
Or, and if they get pulled over for a violation, they get written up.
Mr. Cooley, and then Kamara.
Yeah, there's more information I want to just share so everybody understands like the whole picture. Okay, so in the state of Florida, if you have a golf cart converted to a street legal thing, it falls under low speed vehicles and mini trucks. And when this happens, if it's done at a shop, or 99% of the time, what'll happen is it goes for a compliance inspection to the state where they check this. And then it's issued a 14-digit VIN number and has a different title than what the golf cart got. It has more of a car title, as the actual 14-digit, because now it has become a street legal vehicle after it passes its compliance inspection. This is anywhere in the state when you go to get the tags. So the compliance inspection, once you're done with that, you're done. And then you go to the BMV and you show them your title, the title that you received, after you pass this compliance inspection. You show them your driver's license, you show them your insurance, they give you a tag. And then after that, nobody ever looks at it. It's treated just like any other vehicle. And you can renew by mail. They send you that. They have regular hours and all that. And so that is when, and this also applies to antique cars and, anytime, or kit cars, and like your little buggy and stuff, which eventually I'm going to steal from you because I really like it.
You can buy it.
Whoa. I like the steal option better. But anything that gets inspected and passes a compliance inspection, that's it. Then it's up to the owner to be an adult and do their job and maintain the vehicle just like any other vehicle. So the argument is, why would we deviate from that? If we bring a vehicle into the city and we lay eyes on it once, a staff person, and we say, okay, it is electric and it has working stuff, why would we ever have to look at it again? Why would we not like any other thing that we own, assume that the owners of these objects, whether it be a car, boat, bike, or anything else, maintain it within accordance to the law. And if there's something wrong with it, then it gets treated the same way any other vehicle on the planet gets treated. But so I wanted to table that because that's how the state feels these should happen. If y'all been to St. Augustine, New Smyrna, there's 1,000 of these things running around on 6-lane highways, and they've all gone through that regular compliance inspection, been issued that, and none of the owners have to get them inspected every year. They get mailed their tags, just like you do with a car. There is no difference, and that's how the state treats that. That's under the state mandate. Why, if you can, well, that was the info part. Now I'm just voicing an opinion. If you can drive these things on 6-lane highways in New Smyrna, St. Augustine Beach and all that, and the state feels that that is safe enough, what is so dangerous in this town if we're not going out on A1A or out on 100 with these carts that we would need to drag the owners through a ridiculous process of looking at them constantly? And that's the question. Why are they so different than any other vehicle that somebody would own? I can have a moped. No one's ever going to look at it. I can have a non-working moped. No one's ever going to look at it. Now we have these electric bikes which go much faster than carts. There's no regulations on them other than you got to have lights at night. But you don't really have to because we're not inspecting it. We're not making people do it. If we see it happen, you get pulled over for it. So William did a good job putting something together to try to ease the pain. Here's some issues. Are the inspections going to be no charge? Or are they going to have to pay? So what if they have to pay every $100? What if they have, or $200?
That would all be worked out in this process with the forum, and we have to sit down with, the vendor, the car shop people. But I would think that they would do it for free. At least the ones that I've talked to about this said they would do that because they are interested in getting the repair business, not necessarily charging the fee. But that would be something that would all get worked out in the future as we go towards 2025.
And here's another problem. I know of one shop that works on carts right over here on 5th. I don't know of any others. I could be wrong. But what if we don't have a shop that works on carts anymore? What if things evolve by 25? Then what are we going to do? Are we going to... There's a lot of potential pitfalls that can come up is the only issue. By us forcing this hand and waving the safety banner around that we have to catch these things on these low-speed vehicles. So that I wanted to just put that on the table and then get y'all's thoughts. I don't want to monopolize this.
Mayor?
My comment is back in February of last year, we had a discussion for each city department to take a look inward and look at their processes to make everything more resident-friendly. And to me, first off, this process is difficult. You have to take a half day off work right off the bat. Second, I got a golf cart 10 years ago. I went to the police department. I filled out a piece of paper that my cart had all of these things, and I drove away. Every year I went back to the police department, I bought my ticket. We're taking something that's so simple, that's a revenue maker for the city, and we're making it so difficult. Why can't we just have one inspection, one time, and then just go to City Hall or go to the police department and buy your ticket? And we could actually do that today, starting it for this year. We don't need to take something that's so simple, we can look inward on this dais and fix it tonight. And it's just one thing that's done.
Mr. Phillips.
When I moved here, all I had to do is show proof of insurance and my address that I lived here, and I bought the sticker. I would love to go back to that. It was so simple.
Yes, I went to the police department last year, they were closed.
But on the flip side, I just maybe would want to hear from Chief about the safety factor of it, what your thoughts are, if you don't mind.
Just took off.
Because I'm all
Fair
for
question,
just
because
going
he
back
has
to
the
the old
history.
way we
Or
did it.
just one inspection.
Right, and yeah, if it's the first time you own the car, you have an inspection, and then we're done.
So just a little additional history. Our former city manager, Larry Newsom, had a very lengthy background in traffic engineering. And he was passionate about being proactive. And he approached me about doing the inspections after witnessing golf carts operating on city streets that had no business operating on golf courses. They were terrible. Chitty chitty bang bang do not belong on city streets. As of today, the only person that has contacted me about this is the city manager. I haven't gotten a phone call. I haven't gotten an email. I haven't got a text from any citizen complaining about this process. I avail myself to any citizen, any day, anytime they want to meet. How many people in this room have I helped?
I complained. You were there when I complained, too. Because the city rocks.
Sir, please.
So the reason that the police department, the reason the police department was asked to do the inspections was, it's not fair to the young ladies that work over in finance to get yelled at and screamed out because a golf cart didn't pass inspection. When we started this 3 or 4 years ago, approximately 2/3 of the golf carts that were inspected did not pass. 3 golf carts this week didn't pass inspection because they didn't have brake lights. The stuff that we're inspecting, this is not groundbreaking law enforcement. Holly Hill, South Daytona, Lake Helen, Belle Isle, Clewiston, Ocala, Port Richey, Atlantic Beach, Satellite Beach, St. Cloud, and the village of Key Biscayne. They're all doing them. Why? Safety first. And I'm not waving the flag. It is what it is. As of 2 p.m. today, we've issued 158 golf cart stickers. Under Florida statute 316-212, the things that we inspect are in that statute. A golf cart that's going to run tonight has to have headlights, brake lights, turn signals, and a windshield. A golf cart must. Must means not, there's no wiggle room. Be equipped with efficient brakes, reliable steering apparatus, safe tires, a rear view mirror, and red reflectorized warning devices in both front and back. The average weight of a golf cart is 800 to 1,000 pounds. The 2022 Ford F-250 is 10,000 pounds. Why is that equipment so important? It's preventative from getting in a crash. You make the decisions. I don't write the laws. I'm a law enforcement officer. But to have somebody on social media in a diatribe bash the police department for being safe, all he had to do was call me. All he had to do was come 2 blocks to come see me. And that never happened. That's disappointing. So, any questions? I'm here.
I have a question for the attorney. I mean, just like motor vehicles or anything else, what is the liability of an individual operating a golf cart that happens to be unsafe or not operating correctly?
It's the same. There's insurance requirements, and then there's individual liability after that. We're responsible for ourselves up to the limits of our insurance, and then after that, it's you.
Okay, so if an individual is operating a golf cart incorrectly, is unsafely, and they cause damage to anyone bodily or injury, their insurance covers it as personally.
As long as they have insurance, and it covers it. As long as they've insured it, which they're required to do.
If they don't have it, what happens?
Then they go after that person individually. But what if they, don't have any insurance?
Okay.
And the one thing that 316-212 also does is it gives, just like anything else, makes it or makes it a moving traffic violation to violate these sections of the statute. And the city has incorporated those into its ordinance and enforced that way.
Okay. Commissioner Mealy.
Tying in with that, since we have an ordinance now, and let's say we did away with it, would the city have some liability if there were something unsafe happening?
No, but I just to be clear, I didn't know that the topic on discussion was to get rid of Article 4 of the code, right? Yeah.
We don't want to get rid of it. We need to require safety equipment on vehicles. We need to require insurance. All that needs to be required.
All right, but if I buy a golf cart this year and it's determined that it has everything on it that it's supposed to, and I never have to have it inspected again, next year something could fall apart, and then it becomes harder for the police department because they have to.
Well, that would be with your Lincoln, right?
Yes. I was in May. I just said to Donna outside, I moved to Florida. I couldn't believe they don't have inspections on cars. I had to have my car inspected every year in New York.
And there's a difference between low-speed vehicles and golf carts. Low-speed vehicles are governed by the state of Florida. Golf carts are not.
No, I'm just asking. I'm not.
You have to get a plate issued through DMV. For golf carts, you don't have to. It's like apples and oranges. They're not the same thing.
And I'm really torn because it is a pain. And it was so much easier just to go in with the insurance and get your sticker. But from after what you just said.
You know, years ago, you could fill out an affidavit that says you had everything you were supposed to have.
Right.
You also had to fill out the same type of affidavit that said you were going to use fireworks for agriculture.
Right, right.
Okay. There's a lot of fireworks I've seen in this city. I've yet to see one used to prevent birds from flying over houses. As one of your two safety officers, I'm not recommending getting rid of inspections. I think inspections are important for safety.
Okay. Would you be open to doing inspections where it's more suitable for people
We do them Monday through Friday.
We
have one coming up on Saturday from 10 to 2 on the 21st.
Okay.
The day that the individual came by was a fluke. Sometimes things happen. I was on vacation. The captain and our property and evidence clerk, who does most of them, were at an active shooter planning meeting for an exercise to be held at the new hospital. We do them on Saturdays. We do them Monday through Friday.
You're okay with the every other year as opposed to every?
As opposed to getting rid of them, if that's the compromise, I think that's fair and reasonable. But I think not to inspect golf carts.
When did y'all start doing inspections Monday through Friday?
It's on the website, but if you come down, Captain Blanchett has done inspections. I've done inspections. We did them last year on Saturdays.
City Hall.
I know, I was there.
I remember you had a couple special Saturdays.
We did, and we had some at night as well. We make ourselves available. That's part of a small-town police department. But to get rid of them, if you think it's, and I'm trying to remember the words that were in the social media post, unnecessarily cumbersome, the $116 fine for a state ticket cannot be paid at City Hall. It's got to be paid across the bridge. That's unnecessarily cumbersome, and you can't take golf carts on the bridge.
My thoughts are still do them the first time. Your brake lights can go out in February and let the police officers pull you over. You're not going to change it from electric to gas. You're not going to take your seatbelts off. You're going to always have your windshield. Headlights, again, that's something that can break in February, March, April, May. It just makes sense to me to inspect them one time and then just pay your permit fee every year. That's my personal opinion.
Let's say they do take their windshield off. Pull them over. It's not like they didn't know. They can't say they didn't know they weren't allowed to do that. They signed the affidavit saying this is how you are to maintain. You must have insurance. You have to have these requirements.
On the other hand, this is once a year or maybe once every 2 years. And if the police department is willing to be flexible about the hours that they'll be there, I don't see that as being overly cumbersome.
It might not be always overly cumbersome to the resident, But 5 times in this meeting, I've already heard we have a small staff. We're using people in an area that doesn't always have to be used. And I agree. I mean, we're starting to go down a road Commissioner Cooley mentioned. I had put here on my notes, what happens if that auto shop goes out of business? Now we're back at a whole new policy.
Well, here's the issue. The police aren't going to be doing the inspections in 25. That was already established. The shops were. What we don't know is this a $200 inspection? I can tell you that as a shop owner, and I can't speak for the other ones, I haven't had any conversations. There's 2 sides to this coin. There is, I'm not going to tie up my staff doing inspections and not charge for it. I mean, even state inspections where I'm from, you had to pay for it. And then you had to pay for all the repairs that they found. And they were highly motivated to find them. But we don't know. In 25, the shop that maybe there's the one shop that says we're going to do it, but it's going to be $100. It's going to be $200. We don't have control over that. And so there's an issue.
We could have an agreement with them.
And all of our shops are extremely busy. So
we're back to the police
having the
doing it
police
for
department.
nothing.
Yeah. And it sounds like it's not a problem. So.
Well, let me read something. This is from Williams' memo. There's no compelling reason to focus the city's precious law enforcement manpower on this particular vehicle type that poses no threat to life and property than a licensed motor vehicle operating in public roadways. After initial verification that a golf cart complies with Ordinance 2009-08 with regards to type safety equipment, allow normal traffic enforcement, deal with defective safety equipment and traffic infractions per section 19-62, using law enforcement resources to patrol our residential streets for traffic enforcement is a much more powerful tool for public safety than an annual golf cart inspection.
Whose memo is that?
My recommendations for a revised golf cart process. Oh, this is from the Citizen. I thought it was very good. It's not yours.
Oh,
sorry. It's the name's like tiny up top, and I don't have my readers on.
Put them on, Eric.
I know. Hold on. Here we go. It's from the Citizen, by the way.
Yeah.
Sorry to throw you under the bus, William.
Well, here's where I am. I think personally, and I mean, this is based on my own experience. I've seen a couple of golf carts that didn't have all the lights at all. You know, I followed one home one night. I mean, they had to follow them home because they didn't have lights or they weren't working properly. I think just for the safety of the individuals that are driving the golf cart, as well as an individual that is driving a vehicle, because if I'm driving my 8,000-pound truck and I come up behind a golf cart and doesn't have lights on it and I hit them accidentally, it's still going to cause me a lot of grief, because that person or persons on there are probably going to be hurt, and it's probably going to affect me personally as well as the individual there. I would really rather have something happening where the individual golf carts are at least being inspected every 2 years. I think that's reasonable. The chief doesn't seem to have any issue with providing safety for the individuals in our community. So, I mean, that's where I am. I'd like to see it continue.
Keep in mind, if the golf cart doesn't have lights working, they have those big giant reflectors on the back and the front and the sides. That's all in the ordinance too. Just food for thought. I hear from the public.
Yeah, but I just see if you had any more comments. Okay, we'll open this item up for the public.
This is crazy.
Don't everyone come at the same time.
We just spent 20 minutes on golf carts. We got bigger things. We got bigger things to worry about. The second thing is he's willing to come in on Saturday, so that throws out the half a day. I got mine done the other day. I literally waited maybe 5 minutes for a patrol woman to show up. She was on duty. Took 5 minutes to get it done. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Every 2 years, I think you compromise it, so that's a good thing. The chief says he kind of wants it. That's just what you hire these people for. You got to take his opinion. He knows what he's doing, right? So, I mean, I don't think it's a big deal.
Thank you, Bruno. Next speaker, please.
Brad LeBate. I live in the CRA here. Okay. I don't know where to start, to tell you the truth. Chief, how many tickets have you issued on golf carts? No. He's a witness. I get to question him.
This is not a court hearing.
If you're going to bring in a witness expert, I get to ask him a question.
Please.
How many tickets have you issued on golf carts?
Sir. Yeah.
Sir,
Yeah, what?
if you would please listen, you've followed the directions I'm going to give you. You can direct your question to me, and we will make sure that the chief gets it. Those are the guidelines that we have with the commission here. We've all agreed to that. Okay? So just ask your question to me. The chief is listening, and then I'm sure he'll respond.
Okay, I just want to make sure the chief doesn't leave.
The chief is
if
right
he goes
there.
on call or something.
Just go ahead. All right. What is your question to the commission?
Okay, let's talk about a lot of things here, okay? I don't know if you know this, you have to give them a copy of your driver's license to register the golf carts. Why? My wife can drive the golf cart, she doesn't have to give the driver's license. I have to provide insurance. Nobody is looking at when that insurance is going to expire. Nobody's coming to my house going, hey, your insurance expired in April, you need to renew it. So why am I providing insurance to you? Okay? Because it doesn't hold any water. Okay? Beverly Beach, if you live in, where's the gentleman that was from Beverly Beach? You can't get a sticker here. If I have a golf cart and I live in Beverly Beach, you prevent them from getting stickers. Why? I can put my golf cart on a trailer and bring it here and use it. Why are we preventing people from Beverly Beach from getting stickers? It's ridiculous. Okay? The fees. What are we doing with the fees? Are we improving the golf cart infrastructure? What are we doing here? You're collecting fees and then we're doing something with the fees, but I don't know what. Because I don't see any new signs, I don't see any golf cart infrastructure, I don't see any protected lanes. Okay? It's very clear to me, I'm sorry, it's very clear to me that this is being treated differently. If I go buy an e-bike, that e-bike goes much faster than a golf cart, and there's no inspection process. Once I buy it, I can drive it as fast as I want. In fact, I could probably drive it on the sidewalk. Okay, that's probably more unsafe than having a golf cart. And as far as Commissioner Kent, how do you know somebody didn't turn the light, they were drunk and they didn't turn the lights on, that's why it wasn't on. It had nothing to do with the golf cart, it had to do with the operator. My point here is that there are so many issues here. The fees, if you cross over from one year to the next, it's a higher fee. There's nothing in the ordinance that allows people any kind of a grace period once they cross from one year to another.
Thank you, sir.
I give up, I'm sorry.
Next speaker, please.
Robbie Robert, 600 Cumberland Drive, Flagler Beach, Florida. Man, Debbie knows, I got a garage slot full of vehicles. Only one of them has to be inspected. I agree with the mayor and her. It's an unneeded process. Now, you buy a vehicle, it gets inspected when you buy it. Why do you need to inspect it again? And Ken, if you're worried about running over somebody, maybe it's time to get better glasses or rid of your driver's license. I mean,
just don't get in front of me.
Some old lady walking a dog, does she need to put a reflector on her tail? I'm just saying that, It's not something we need to do. I understand that the tax revenue for the city, there's about 500 of them in the city? I don't mind paying the tax. That's no big deal. Give me the decal. But, to have to run down to the cop shop and get inspected and then run down the city, and really the water department takes longer than getting the inspection does, You breeze right through that. It's just waiting for somebody to free up at the water department because they're wore out over there trying to get stuff done. So, I just think get rid of the whole thing. Every 2 years, we don't need to create a enterprise for some other business to look at golf carts. Look at our record of enterprise funds. How well are we doing in the golf course and the Funky Pelican? Why start something new? We don't need unnecessary create unnecessary work for the city. Just, do you agree with any of it? And then the other thing is, I keep hearing the word safety, and I know you guys hate numbers, but I'd love to know how many people were killed in a golf cart in Flagler Beach this year. I'd just like to know that. Or how many people even had an accident this year on a golf cart. I saw 2 bicycle accidents. I could crank my Harley up and drive in a pair of underwear and be perfectly legal. No helmet, no safety equipment at all.
We don't want to see that.
Please don't.
No, I hear you.
Okay, Robbie.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Do away with the total.
You just burned my eyes. Any other speakers?
Hi, everybody. Paul Ike, North Flagler Avenue. Chair Bryan, one of the things that I heard here tonight in this discussion was something that the chief said, and he really did speak as I have gotten to know the chief. I've known him since the first day he walked in here. And that is about safety, and I appreciate what he has to say. I also disagree with him on this point. I come into this town, I've had a golf cart for 6 years. I don't know what it is. Every year I did the same thing. I came in and I signed my affidavit. And I said, my golf cart is safe. I have all of these things. I gave them a copy of my driver's license so that they could have that on the records. And then I went about my business until somebody decided that we needed to have them inspected. I've gone along with that up until this point, but I also wanted to put another piece of information to you, and that is that this past year, after the floods that came to my house, one of the things that got damaged was my golf cart. I took it to that shop. $400 later, I got my golf cart back. My golf cart has a windshield. It has brand new lights, front and back, blinkers, horns, everything else. And I resent the city of Flagler Beach telling me that I have to do something with my golf cart that I, as well as I believe the vast majority of people that own and use them, drive them safely. They're more consistent, they're more courteous than most of the drivers in this city, including some of our city employees. And it's time for you folks to realize that what we had is what we should have. And that is, as long as I, as a citizen of this city, am willing to come in and give you that information saying I have insurance, here's my driver's license, I'll sign your affidavit, give me my sticker, and let me go about my business. Thank you.
Andre Galay, South Central Avenue. Ken, actually, I've ran into the same situation where lights are off on golf carts and scared the living hood out of me. 2 young girls, no lights, and then suddenly they move over. As an alternative, my suggestion is make the fines, have the initial inspection. And if you catch them with no lights on or something, no brakes, nothing, make it a $500 fine. Hit them where the pockets, and they will maintain their vehicles properly. But anyways, it's a safety issue as far as I'm concerned too.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else?
I wasn't here to speak about this, but I'm glad I'm here. Donna Sabatino, North 10th Street. I am married to a man who's been a mechanic for 50 years probably, and I truly believe it is up to the individual who owns the golf cart to maintain the golf cart. I am against having annual inspections. I agree, maybe the first time you have the sticker, you go renew it, that's great, but whatever you all decide, the one beef I have about this is they all expire on the same time. So, you know, it's hard. I tell you right now, mine is overdue. I need to get over there. I have to go take time off and get over there. But it's going to pass because it's running beautifully. It's got a horn as loud as your car horn. But they all expire and they all are due on January 1st. So I'm sure most people besides me were past the deadline getting it done. So if you're going to keep this rule in place, which I disagree with, please stagger the expirations so that those of us can get in there and not be non-compliant or non-adherent with the rule. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission. Okay, one of the things that she just suggested was staggering
Yeah,
the
I
expirations.
wanted to ask the chief about that.
That seems like a pretty good suggestion.
Yeah, I just wondered.
I mean, it could be every 6 months or every 3. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that would affect. You know, you'd have different color stickers. That's the only thing. So you'd have to look at each one to see when they were actually expired.
Do it on your birthday, like our
Like cards?
Like our registration.
Then you're looking at each one of them. They would all be different colors.
Then you remember.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I could just...
Go ahead, please.
If you wanted to change the annual inspections to do them biannually or something like that, that's a policy change that wouldn't require an ordinance change.
Okay.
If you change the registration dates, that would require an ordinance change.
Okay.
Free to do so. Just wanted you to be aware of that.
Okay, I appreciate it. I mean, you know, the comment was made, how many people, or question was, how many people have died? I don't think any of us want to have somebody die before we decide that we need to make some decisions on this or come back with something else. And this would be an example of unintended consequences as a result of making a decision that we make like this here. And tax revenue, I don't think it's being done or collected just for tax revenue. Mr. Whitson can address that. I mean, I know there's a fee that's collected, but you know, it certainly is a valid question as to where did the fees go. So if you want to address that, that's fine.
I got a question.
Sure. Commissioner Cooley, you want to ask your question first?
Just a question. So the Part 2 Code of Ordinances, this item 13 paper, is this just a copy paste of what's already on the books? Or is there suggestions or modifications in this paper?
No, that was just provided as background of what's there.
Okay. I did make note of something in here that's probably not practical, just as a call out. It says, no size or other tire modifications to original manufactured specs on the golf cart. Well, golf carts are designed to be on turf with tires like this big. For instance, I have car tires on mine because car tires are much safer on a street than turf tires. So I think there needs to be a little bit of, common sense around that ordinance. Just food for thought. I don't think we want people driving around in rain on the street with those turf tires, which are basically bald. That's just one call out.
Okay. Any other comments, commissioners?
Well, if we're going to, if we were to stick with Bruno, please, thank you. If you, and I hate to call you out like that, but it's, okay.
I was saying how nice you look.
Right. Is the chief here or is Austin here?
The chief's in the back.
He's in there.
Okay. Chief, do you mind coming up? No, I don't mean that. Would you please come up? If we were to go to an alternate dates, staggered dates, would that create a big problem?
Going every other year?
No, I don't mean going every other year. Sabatino,
Instead of them all coming up
Yeah.
for January 1, maybe make them some in June, some in January, some on their birthday. I mean,
That's a policy decision.
Yeah.
That's not.
I mean, would it impact our staff?
Ultimately, it's going to impact whoever's doing the inspections. It's not going to have anything to do with us. That's more of a finance question. They're the ones that issue the decals, not us.
Well, if we do that, shouldn't they expire on the date your insurance expires? I mean, because my insurance expires in June. If I go tomorrow, they're going to see it expires in June. But Mayor mentioned earlier, we don't check to see that I renewed it from June till,
that's a good point. That is a good point.
We don't do that. And also, things can break after, I leave the PD.
I agree with you. However, one of the practical impacts of this shift in direction, we come up with a color code system so the officers know that, okay, a blue one is 23 and a yellow one is 24, or whatever the color scheme is. If you changed everything like that, then that would make it more difficult to readily identify, okay, does this one have a sticker or not? And so,
How many people do we have actually issuing them and that kind of thing there? Because
we only have the staffing available at police department for the inspections, and then there's only one person at City Hall that does it. I think they were trying to cross-train somebody else, but there's only one.
Okay, and the reason I ask is because if you do have it on the birthdays and this kind of thing here, it means that if that person was out on vacation or something, during that whole period of time, I'm sure there's going to be individuals with birth dates and expirations, so those individuals would not be able to get service.
Wait, doesn't it be on your birthday, just prior to it, just like the sticker on your license plate?
Yeah, but even so, you still have individuals with different birthdays. So it's almost like almost every day, or at least 2 or 3 times a week, someone's going to be coming in, and that person may be on vacation, which means that there wouldn't be anybody there to issue.
Oh, the officer might be on vacation.
Whoever's.
I thought you meant
or the staff person.
Yeah, I thought you meant the.
I think that's too complicated.
It's kind of complicated. Unless you stagger them every six months.
Just the chief and city manager are okay with every 2 years. Sounds like some of you are wanting to go back to 1 year.
I'm okay with every 2 years.
Just to clarify, the staff's talked about it, and we think we can make this work. But again, it's your policy. We're just trying to carry it out.
The only part I don't like is taking it off site or having, because that seems, not everyone has a trailer that they can put the golf cart on and take it away. Unless you have someone coming here. But, I mean, it seems like what we have going right now with some modifications, we could possibly come up with some agreement here. I mean, if we could go every 2 years and stagger every 6 months, that might be able to relieve some of the pain or the inconvenience.
Get better hours. If we can do better hours. Where
is that
working
staff
people
at the police
can
or
go
just
to them?
I mean, the staff is there.
Well, that's even if the staff is doing the inspections.
I don't like the idea of a shop doing it. No, I don't know. The more I think about that,
Yeah, I don't either, and I think they ultimately would charge.
Okay, let's take this, let's break it down a little bit at a time. How many agree that we should have inspections and maybe every 2 years? Can we come to an agreement on that?
That was 2 questions.
All right.
With more hours.
I know.
The front desk's open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
The front desk is?
Yes,
okay.
Okay.
So can we get a consensus on every 2 years of inspection?
Yes.
Yes.
How many in favor of every 2 years?
I think one time only.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm kind of in the, on my mind, I'm kind of thinking through all this, you know, taking everybody's different opinions and everything. I'm thinking a one-time thing, just like if you're riding your bicycle, you know, you take that risk. I mean, we're not inspecting every bicycle, we're not inspecting every other type of motor vehicle on the road that's not a car. So I would be okay with a one-time inspection and then an affidavit every year and just call it.
I understand what you're saying, but where I'm erring is the chief gave examples of, I think, 15 different municipalities or counties that are inspecting, and they're doing it for a reason. I mean, Nocatee inspects. I'm not sure what St. Augustine's policy is, and I used to live there, but I didn't have golf cart. But I do know that they have commercial golf carts and things of this nature that are out there, and I know that they're inspected on a regular basis, but that's mainly because they're commercial vehicles.
Yeah, I personally would like to just do it one time, but I think I have to respect what Chief says, and doing it every 2 years, to me, is not that big of a deal if he can open up his hours to 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and potential Saturdays, so that's kind of where I'm leaning.
And he said he does it on Saturdays too, occasionally, so.
And, you know, the thing is, I'm looking at the other aspect of it, and I think everyone, the majority of the people are very diligent and responsible about the golf carts that they actually operate. But I have seen kids operating these vehicles as well, and I don't know how consistent that is or how often, but they're not caring. I mean, they're just going to go. And I'm just looking at the safety aspects of it, and just to the comment that was made before, how many people have been killed. I don't want that to happen. I don't want, because of a golf cart not being safe or whatever, but that's just my position.
So we do a vote? All right.
We can do a vote.
I have a question first.
Sure.
If you guys decide on every 2 years, I had a cart inspected last year. Does that go in effect now to make things easier? All those people that got their cart inspected this year, then they're good next year. And that would also help alleviate a lot of the pressure. And we could have the inspections then staggered. Maybe the inspections staggered versus the permit as an option.
The reason the memo was written this way was to make sure that the system knew which years were inspections and which weren't. So it's basically 23 is inspection, 24 is not, 25 is inspection. So it works out even odd, and that makes it easier to us to keep up with.
So what you do is just change the stickers to be 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's take a vote. How many would like to see every 2 years inspections?
There we go.
Okay. Next item for consideration. Anything else?
Well, every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
There were other things that we talked about, and we
Okay.
didn't talk about any of those.
Okay, every 2 years is for the inspections.
I think that answered it.
That was.
That's the whole thing? That's
every
everything.
2.
Yeah, 23 will be inspected.
And then
24 will not. So you'll get a 2 year.
Okay. And it will continue to be done in the same process. It's been done now only.
Okay. But what about the people that just got their stickers? They're just 1 year.
Well, it would take you time to adjust to the different colors, but you would do it this year, okay, and then you work out the color code for future years. We just have to sit down and work that out. Because we've already ordered the color stickers for this year. Because they're due now, so.
Okay.
No, what I'm saying is if I go today, my sticker's going to say it expires in a year. But with this policy change, it really does, it expires in 2 years.
Yes, and so if you don't need the inspection next year, so say you've got your one this year.
I'll just get another?
Yeah, just get another
Oh,
sticker.
just get another one, okay.
Okay, so I mean, we have a consensus on how we're going to do this. Do we want Mr. Whitson to put all of this in writing?
Yeah.
So you can bring it back, so we can all agree to that? To formally approve it?
Yes.
I guess.
I mean, I just want to make sure everyone's clear on what we're doing.
Valid.
And you can still buy my dune buggy.
Steal it.
Okay.
One last thing, can we also update the golf cart inspection forms to give the new hours, if that's possible? Thanks.
Okay. All right. What's the next item we have here?
Go back to number
Pickleball.
10. Go back
to number 10.
pickleball.
I think all pickleball players need inspected every year.
I never got an answer.
He asked about the revenue.
No, I asked about how many tickets the police officers issued. Ken, you told me you were going to answer the question for me.
Sir, please do not yell out like that. If you want to come up and address, we can do that.
You have all the facts.
Sir, please.
All right, let's finish this off.
And, I mean, just calm down, okay? Hold on a second. Please calm down.
Information before you vote.
We understand that.
Okay, we're trying to get information, and then based on the information, you make logical decisions. Okay? What's happened here is you're taking incomplete information and you're voting on it without getting the rest of the information.
The only information that we're not voting on is information that you want personally, and we'll have that addressed in a minute.
Personally, I want to prove
You just said you'd like to know how many tickets were issued, and we're not voting based on the number of tickets that were issued.
Sure you are. You're voting on an ordinance.
Okay. What is your question? What is your question that you want?
I would like to know, we're going through the whole process of having an inspection. Okay? It's based on how many violations people with golf carts have, right? So if our chief hasn't issued any tickets for golf carts, obviously we don't have an issue here.
Okay?
Well, I can
What else?
tell you-
Hold on a second. Wait till he finishes asking his questions. What's your next question?
The question is, I'm trying to understand whether we have a problem or not.
So you want to know how many violations have been
I'd like to
issued?
know how
Okay.
many violations and what
Okay.
those violations were. And I'd also like to know how many violations were people not having stickers.
Okay, so you want to know how many violations, what they were for, and the stickers. That's information that we'll have to get the police chief to pull.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Now, I'll respond. I did not make a decision based on the number of violations. My decisions are based on safety, not violations and not the number of tickets. So let's be clear on that.
Yep, me too.
So the information that I'm using is based on safety. Okay, Mr. Whitson, do you have direction as to what you need to do?
I do, and we will bring that information back.
Okay. Any other discussions before we move on, Commissioners?
It was the revenue question that wasn't answered as well.
Okay,
That I
Mr.
think is a
Whitson?
good one.
Revenue. The other question was revenue.
I will have to pull the report. I know that it's listed as a revenue. It's probably counted in the police department budget somehow.
Okay.
I would, that's off the top of my head, but I would have to get with finance and pull the report.
Okay, sir, if you would leave your information with the clerk or Mr. Whitson, they will be sure to get back to you sometime this week as soon as they get that information. Okay? All right. Next item that we have. Pickleball.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we had some discussions between the tennis group and the pickleball group that were very positive, and I would like to say I appreciate their patience in sitting through all the other agenda items that we've had to cover tonight, and to not go on and on about it. I've given you a report, and basically we have a nucleus, if you will, of a deal that would cover the regulations and the rules of the use of the courts so that we could maximize the use of the courts. A lot of times you have a situation where there are people that want to play, but because the courts aren't striped correctly, or you have situations where people want to play, but they can't play because other people play in tennis, we were trying to work that out. The pickleball community, as I understand it, primarily, what I understand, likes to play during the week, Monday through Friday, during the mornings primarily. And the tennis folks generally, at least what we heard, would like to play on the weekends, which sounds like great. But there are those occasions that the two groups, want to play, and the courts need to be striped properly to do that. So in the memo that I put together, I just suggested we had this meeting, a very positive discussion. We had one person from the pickleball coalition or group say they would help us draft some reasonable rules based on the discussion we had. And then the tennis people said, that sounds good, let's work that out. I've given you a draft. I want to thank Donna. Is she still here? God bless you. She drafted a lot of this stuff, and rather than rush to a decision tonight, I'd like to just suggest that we discuss the issues, see if the framework we put together is reasonable, if we're heading in the right direction, and we can finalize this for you and bring it back at the next meeting so that you can then, adopt it. So that there's fairness on both sides to make sure, because we met on Tuesday, these documents were drafted Wednesday, Thursday. In fact, there was even changes made today, minor ones, but the point is we want to make sure everybody looks at it and that everybody's good. So that's my recommendation. It's up to the commission how you want to handle it. I will say that I appreciated both groups coming together. It was a very positive and respectful conversation. The agreement was to restripe the courts so that pickleball can make more use of the courts, because there seems to be a larger number of those individuals interested in playing and using the courts. And then we're going to work on, we have funds in the capital plan to be able to redo and resurface the courts, which are desperately needed because they're cracking and need to be changed. And then Tom, to his great credit, I've asked him to stay, has come up with some recommendations on how and where we could put new courts if we wanted to make that monetary investment in doing courts down the road. We also talked about potential of doing partnerships with the county at Wickline, and of course Palm Coast is about to do a whole sports complex with a lot of resources. So we feel like that we have a good plan laid out. How do we resolve the use of a limited resource today, which is the rule conversation and the striping? Then there's, okay, how do we make what we have better? That's the capital plan. Thank you for putting that in the capital plan. And then if more pickleball courts or more tennis ball courts are needed, then that becomes a budget discussion, which, we've shared with them, what the process is for that, because that need would have to compete with all the other needs, some of which we've heard a little bit about tonight. So that's my report. And with that, if you will, Mr. Chairman, unless y'all have any questions, certainly like to hear from the faithful who have turned out and wanted to talk about this tonight.
Before we get too involved, I looked up the budget. Golf cart registration goes into the general fund license and permits.
Okay.
Just say.
All right. Okay, any comments or questions before we move on with this?
And I'd like to hear from the public.
Okay. All right, we'll open this up for public comment.
I'll go first. Thank you. Donna Sabatino, North 10th Street, and one of the pickleball enthusiasts here in Flagler Beach. So when we met, we were asked to talk about what we could do now and what we could do in the future. The now would be to stripe the west court, because right now the east court is the only one that's striped for pickleball. We bring our own nets, so we're not asking for anything to do with that. We set up our nets ourselves. We look every single morning, maybe one day a week for about 30 minutes. Is there ever anybody playing tennis on that west court? Many times there's 15 or 20 of us standing around just waiting for the 2 games that are going on. So what we're asking is that we get the striping done. We have the rules. I mean, this is the now. I'm not talking about the future plan at all. I get the whole budget issue. But for now, you have the rules written on the draft. They could be signs posted on the court. We've all agreed for everything that's on here, for time limits and everything else that's in here. We could get it done for nothing. There's residents that has volunteered to do that, so it wouldn't even cost anything to get that done, and he could do it as early as next week. So when it comes down to recreation, I mean, we need to maximize what we have in Flagler Beach. We're not talking about adding any other courts right now. We're talking about utilizing what we have. Yes, there's some cracks. They're not dangerous. How much longer will they last? I don't know, a couple of years down the road, whatever. But that's the future. The now is spending $0 most likely on striping the court, putting up a sign with a couple of rules, posting the rules in that glass kiosk thing if we have to reference them for people that want to come play and be satisfy both the tennis players and the pickleballers.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers?
Andre Goulet, South Central. William was mentioning that this outline that you guys received was made up by the pickleball people. The reality, it was originally written up by the tennis players. And the pickleball just provided input and just changed one item about 30 minutes. And all we're trying to do is just get the second court strike. That's simple. And satisfy both the pickleball players and the tennis players. All we set is some ground rules as far as priority. The west court will be priority for tennis players. The east court will be priority for pickleball players. If we're playing pickleball on the west court, within 15 minutes, we finish a game, we'll move over. So there's no waiting time. It's just a courtesy of using the resources that's available. So it's to us, it's very simple. We would love for you guys to approve it tonight because we have somebody next week ready to strike this to allow us to use the pickleball courts. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And why did you think we shouldn't approve it tonight?
Because it happened quickly, and I wanted to make sure there was a true consensus for both sides. That was the only reason that I felt like it would be wisdom to make sure that the draft is circulated and everybody's on board with it. If the commission is ready to make a decision tonight, it is up to you. I was just trying to think of the fairness between the two groups, and that's it.
Did we have very good representation on both sides, tennis and pickleball, at that particular meeting with Mr. Gillum?
Let's say the pickleball folks were much larger than the tennis group, but yes, we did have representatives from the tennis side as well.
And the individuals that drafted that document was the tennis court individuals?
Yes, and they
with only a
looked
few
at
changes from the pickleball.
That's right. And I just want to make sure we don't rush into it, and then all of a sudden, we have a controversy out there if we would have just taken a little more time. That was it.
Okay.
If you're ready to make a decision, that's no problem. I'm just trying to exercise caution.
My name is Barry Harris, 1619 South Daytona, and I just want to play pickleball. And I really did think at the meeting that the tennis guy that was going to work in the committee, I thought he was just really stand-up guy, and that would go well. And I knew our committee was, I think we had 2 ladies on the committee, and they were.
Is that Mr. Noble?
Yeah, I just want to say, yeah, so it worked out well. The meeting did work out well.
I heard it did.
I hope this goes well.
Anyone else like to speak?
My name is Sue Orlock, and I am on South Central. I think that this is a well-known thing throughout the whole United States, that tennis courts are being lined for pickleball. They're still able to play tennis, and you're able to play pickleball. That's all we're asking. That open court that really is not used very much, line it, it's still used for tennis, both courts are used, but it will allow more pickleball courts in Tiger Beach. Thank you.
You can't come back.
Pictona in the south, there's like 46 courts. Instead of having Pictona, we're going to have Pick Flagler.
Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commissioner.
Wait, I do. Thank you. I'm Sandy Cipollone, and I live on South Daytona. And
I think I got an email from you.
yes, you did. Yeah. The other thing I wanted to, I guess where a lot of us are also coming from is we love Flagler Beach, and we like being here in Flagler Beach and playing, and we take a lot of pride in our park. And so it's not just lining the pickleball courts, which we want. We want to be kind of ambassadors for the park. And it's important to us that our bathrooms are in good shape, and the garbage is picked up, and screens are fixed, and we want to be a part of all of that and help you. If you don't know what's going on, ask us, and we'll mediate all of that. And I know we would also like to play at night, and we can't right now because there's only one light working on the entire court. And so when we do get the lights in and they finally come in, please come to us and ask us about that installation, because you have to put the lights so that they reach the ends of both pickleball and tennis courts. So that's kind of also on it. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
On the lights, Tom or Mr. Whitson, what's the status? I know we have a work order in on those. Oh, I think we do.
Oh, we do.
Okay.
We do. Right now, we've got breakers started the project on the lights, and a couple lights they put up are not working properly. And they are coming back Tuesday afternoon. We had a coordinated lift from the county that breaker could use to access the lights, and hopefully everything will come together Tuesday.
Okay.
Let me just clarify, we promised today, but the reason it didn't happen today was the scissor lift was broken. So you have to have the scissor lift, the supplies, the staffing, everything all coordinated in one place. And the scissor lift we were going to borrow from the county was broken. So we're going to reschedule for Tuesday, and if they don't have the scissor lift fixed by then, we're going to rent one so that we can get the job done.
Does Tom Coates have one?
No.
No.
Not to my knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Tom, I'd like to, and I'm sure the other commissioners up here also would like to thank you very much for what you've done as far as working with the community and pulling this together. I think we were all getting a lot of phone calls, and I mean, I've been getting emails and phone calls for about 6 months. And maybe more than that. And I mean, I think the rest of us have been out there to observe, to see how many people are playing pickleball. And I'm not a real hard physical nut, but I like to see people working out because I think it makes a big difference. And I mean, it makes me excited to see folks working out. And that's something that is growing. I think I have 3 pickleball players on my street. And so it's a growing sport, and it's very good. So, commissioners, what's your pleasure? Do you think?
I would like to move forward with.
You'd like to move forward tonight?
Yeah.
Okay. James?
I'm the same.
Okay. Eric?
I think we should move forward with striping the court. Reviewing the proposed rules, I'm just going to be a realist. I can't even make heads or tails of them. And I play court sports. You know, I'm a big racquetball player. I play tennis. I think that, I mean, people who play these sports migrate. I think it's a problem waiting to happen. I think we need to maximize the usage of the courts by striping both them and let adults behave like adults, like they would at any other park. The only time I've ever seen rules that look as complicated as this is at a racket club. You know, and I can tell you that if I show up at a tennis court, I'm going to wait for the folks to finish, and I'm going to grab the first court. And then if somebody starts talking to me about, well, priority this, and you got this and that, I'm going to go away. Like, well, stop talking to me. I'm trying to play tennis. You know?
But apparently they aren't behaving the way you would like them to.
Okay, so here's the thing. So you post rules, and they're not followed. Who's going to enforce it? Then you're back to square one. You gotta.
I think, you know, I looked at it and said, I was happy with the fact that they got together and didn't have to call the police. You know?
Here's a suggestion.
So I'm okay.
Let them have an unspoken rule that's not in writing, and it's just a courtesy rule. Because we have issues enforcing everything.
Well, as long as they have it in writing, then they can say, look, here it is right here.
Yeah.
I think they're adults. If they can come up with this plan, I'm good with it. I'm ready to move on. So do I have a consensus that we move on, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got stripes and rules.
Okay, I don't think this requires any action other than approval, correct? Just consensus? Do we have a consensus, commissioners and mayor?
Yes.
Okay, have fun, folks.
I have a question for the city attorney. I'm going to back up and regress. On the golf carts, I'm going to use my veto on that one. We have had over a year to repair a broken system. It's a revenue generator for the city, and it's broken, and we had every resident stand up here and speak, and it needs to be revised.
I'm going to need a moment to review your code because it wasn't an ordinance that you were changing.
Right.
It was a policy, so just give me a moment and we'll...
Okay, let's...
It's not written in the ordinance? It's not, that isn't ordinance based?
The 1-year inspection? No, it's not in the ordinance, it's a policy.
While you're doing that, can I say something about the bathrooms that the lady mentioned and Don and I spoke about and others when we met at the pickleball courts? There's no toilet paper in the bathrooms. There's no hand sanitizer in the bathrooms. A resident had to go in and change the locks.
Actually put the locks on that keep the door closed.
To keep the doors weren't closing. So if we could have somebody on a regular basis check that bathroom to make sure it's clean and there's proper items in there for our use. Thank you.
Do we have anyone that's on contract now doing that, or can we extend it?
Yes, and their contract is expiring and they're going to be quitting. So we're going to we put the quote out and we're trying to work on obtaining a new contractor, yes.
Okay, I guess that addresses that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes, go ahead, please.
So section 2.03 of your code says the authority, the mayor's veto authority extends only to ordinances and resolutions.
Well, that's okay, but at least everyone knows how I feel.
Yeah.
Okay, next item, please.
Okay.
I forgot where we are.
Number 11.
Number 11.
Dumpster.
Dumpster. I think that's you, Mr. Whitson, for
Yes.
the modification.
Yes. We need to make a slight field change, basically, to the contract that you agreed to had a not to exceed amount. And so there's a modification to the design that we think would work better and make the facility last longer. It's been reviewed by Rob and others, and so I just recommend that we proceed.
And that was a change in materials?
Yes, and just the way it was set up.
Okay, so it's going to be stronger and...
Yes, it'll last longer, basically.
Okay. Okay, commissioners, any comments?
I want the thing built. Done.
Okay, let's open this item up for public comment, please. This has to do with the dumpster at Pelican, Funky Pelican, $826.73. No comments? Bring it back to the commission for a motion.
Go ahead, Debbie. I'll make a motion to approve change order in the amount of $826.73 for the pier dumpster enclosure renovation project.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Please call the roll, Janelle.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
No.
And Chair Bryan?
Yes. Okay, next item, and the motion carries unanimously.
No, there was one no.
4 to 1. With the exception of one.
I'm going to ask once again that we put this off. It is now, last week it was 10 o'clock, now it's 11:15.
I would like to at least get the communication part.
That's the part
It's going to be a while.
it's going to be a long discussion. I almost am thinking that we need to have, and I know you're not going to like this, to have a separate meeting on that, to have a workshop on it.
If we don't workshop, can we bump it to the beginning?
We spent 2 hours, it seems like every meeting now, 2 hours on public comment.
Because they're upset about communication.
Okay.
We have residents.
If I could say what I'm trying to say, but because it takes 2 hours to even start the agenda, now it's 10 to 11. And I don't think we're going to be productive at this hour. So either we do put it at the very beginning of the next meeting, or we have a separate meeting on it, because it's not going to be a 2-minute discussion.
So if we do it a separate, special meeting, Janelle, what are we looking at?
I have a suggestion.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, the 19th of January, you have a workshop already scheduled at 5 o'clock.
That's next Wednesday?
Yes, isn't it? Or Wednesday?
Thursday.
Yeah. Thursday. So if you wanted to modify the agenda to place this item in front and then go to the priority list, that would be one option. The other option would be, of course, to look at the calendar and schedule a separate workshop.
No, actually, those two things kind of tie together anyway. Start at 4 instead, or start at 5, and no, you can't start at 4. Yeah, James, what works for you?
I can adjust my schedule that day.
Okay, will you let the public know when that is in a timely manner?
We have to decide first. What works for you?
This is next Thursday?
Yeah.
5. 5.
Start at 5? We are starting at 5, so we'll just go later than we thought we would. Okay. We'll have 2 topics instead of 1, and that's enough advertising notice and all that.
Okay, we're going to move this item until next week, and apologize for everyone that stayed here for this item, but it's important to cover public comment as well.
I didn't mean to intimate that it wasn't.
No, I understand. I mean, we have to address those issues as well, so just getting used to it.
Okay.
Okay, that being the case, we can move into some very quick staff reports.
Yes, quick staff reports and quick comments from commissioners. Yeah.
Mr. Whit. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have a brief, I'll try to keep it brief. The Flagler Golf Management lawsuit, we had a hearing in December. I don't recall the date. It was either the 20th, the 21st, or the 22nd. Can't recall which one it was right now. It was our motion to commence Chapter 51 proceedings, which means get it going on the possession issue. The judge agreed with us on that. He is contemplating the parties going to when I say global mediation, what he agreed to commence was the possession issue. There's counterclaims, there's other issues that are involved. Those can be heard in the regular manner of a court proceeding. Possession is something that under the statute, I think we filed in April. We should have had it already. So he agreed with us. He is directing the parties to mediate as soon as possible. We're talking about mediators. We're probably looking at mediation sometime in February. And with if it were unsuccessful at mediation, a trial on the issue of possession in March. That is also subject to the judge's calendar. So that's the hope.
So the mediation is for settlement?
Yeah, right. It would be, it's not a cheap process. The parties have to agree on a mediator. We've offered one. They'll offer some. We'll agree on a mediator, and we'll get a date certain for mediation. We'll go to mediation, try to resolve all issues. And then if that we're unsuccessful in that, and obviously we can't resolve it there, we would have to come back, and we'd have to have Drew or I would tell you we would need to have a shade meeting. We would go through that process of setting the shade meeting, then we'd talk. And we may do that beforehand, too, when it comes to coming up with an offer. But if that was unsuccessful, then we're looking at trial on the issue of possession in March.
Okay.
That is also subject to the judge's calendar to change.
Okay, any questions, commissioners? Mayor?
Nice to know we're moving along.
Thank God.
There's something here.
The city manager mentioned that some of you were curious who the circuit court judge on the case is. It's Judge Perkins.
It is Judge
Yes,
Perkins.
And it just, you may know this already, but we were in county court, then we moved to circuit court when the counterclaim came in, and Judge Perkins is who we ended up with.
He'll still be there? I'd heard rumors he was retiring.
I have heard that rumor for more than 1 year.
Yes, that's true.
He gave no indication in late December that he would not be there.
Okay. Scott?
He's going to retire, but next year.
Okay. That's good to know. Any other comments? Mr. Woodson, you're on.
Okay, you have a memo from me covering a lot of subjects, so I'll just keep it brief. The biggest issue is this hazard mitigation grant for the WIC line. We received a notice of grant award from the state of Florida. FEMA approved it, your grant. Go forth and do good. It takes many, many months to order materials, get contractors lined up in this environment. Why in the world they went back and reran the BCA, or the benefit cost analysis, I have no clue. But now they're saying that because of inflation of the materials, we are no longer eligible to receive the grant. And the state of Florida, to their credit, agrees with our position that that's unfair. And they have offered to help us try to navigate this space. But the practical reality on the ground, and I have Lee here, he's been patient to stay all evening, is that we have already done the roof, and we have windows that will be here any day. So I need consensus of this board as to whether we're going to proceed with this project and take our chances we'll get reimbursed, or do we just stop it and cover our losses best we can, however that is, fight with the contractor to get a rebate for custom-made windows. I mean, I don't think that's going to be too strong of a case, but hey, I serve at your pleasure, and that's the situation we've been put in by FEMA, not of our own making. And and I hate to even bring this to you, but it's very difficult.
Mr. Mealy.
If we say move ahead because we ordered the windows and we're going to be having to pay for the one way or the other, could we still get reimbursed? Or is it one of those you can't do the project ahead of time things?
Well, I sent you the memo here, and I've also distributed an email from the state of Florida where they are on our side. And they're going to be fighting to get us this grant.
Yeah, I got
But
that.
there's no guarantees that they will be successful. And so then we may have to get Edgar involved to maybe go find some money in the state budget somewhere. I don't know. I can't guarantee.
Everybody's going to fall into this. They wrote that in the memo.
Yes, they don't like it, and I don't like it. And in fact, I'm more than willing to go to Washington, D.C. if necessary to tell them you're being unfair. You award us a grant, we meet the criteria, and then you go back and rerun your numbers? I don't think so. What's the goal and the objective of the grant but to protect public property? And that's what this grant would do. So I think we have a strong case, but is it a guarantee? No. And I felt a moral obligation, a proper management obligation to come before my bosses and tell you what the situation was and what we're faced with.
So the windows are custom made, they're going to be delivered, and we can try to negotiate a reimbursement or whatever it is, but we're still going to be out of money because we're going to have to still pay for part of the windows or whatever they decide they might, or they may say, no, I'm not taking them back.
Windows is one of those things that are hard
Right.
to get.
Well, and if they're custom windows.
I know, I mean, there's no reason for
they're
them to
not
take them
standard
back.
windows.
They're probably going to say no.
Yeah.
Lee, am I stating this correctly?
Right.
He's the project manager. Yeah.
City Attorney, we were awarded this grant. And because of that, we spend money.
Right.
I would think this can be litigated.
You'd think, but, and I won't say that it won't be, or couldn't be. It's something we should look at. The first thing I would want to look at is your time-sensitive issues on what to do with those windows. Do you have any recourse if you don't take possession? I haven't reviewed the contract. I don't know what your rights and your remedies are. But that's the first thing. The second is getting collateral estoppel in the federal government for a grant. It's probably not going to happen, but haven't looked at that issue. In other words, you made a promise, we promised to give you this grant money, now we're saying we're not. Can
It's
you
a
enforce
lot
that?
of money.
It is, and they print it. But that's something we should look at, but I can't answer you whether or not we'd have a claim against the federal government for that. So,
Lee, how much did the windows cost?
Windows and doors,
Windows indoors, okay.
333,055.
They're not taking them back.
So this is not a small matter, and I felt an obligation as soon as I found out about it. I'm bringing it to, this is the first meeting we had to discuss it with you.
We found out about this Friday. Talk about ruining Friday.
I'm sorry.
We also did the roof of the senior center, and that was $83,831. We had an invoice sitting on, I think, finance's desk.
Yep.
Now, on the other hand, we had prepared for this, and when we asked for $120,000 last year, and it's in this year's budget, that covered the project, okay? I need to say this. We told FDM.
That's the state.
That's the state. Okay, we told them that in the interim between them making up their minds on certain things and taking all this time to make the grant, well, the windows increased something like 17 to 20%, and the doors too. Okay, that's a big jump. We had already ordered the windows for WIC. Okay, when this other grant was granted to us, the estimates for that were based on the unit prices we had for the windows and the WIC. So I was told costs are going to go up, lead time is going to increase, and we're probably going to see another increase in 6 months. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? I made the decision, I talked to Mr. Whitson about it, that we needed to order those windows and doors back then, okay, to avoid another long delay. It's just unconscionable that FEMA is taking this standpoint, or the state. True, they're trying to help us and so forth, but what I wanted to say was we had prepared for it. We had committed $196,000 that we had budgeted right now for our share, plus the delta
for the increase in the cost of the windows. All we were asking FEMA to do was just let us go ahead and finish the project without another nickel of federal money. And they came to me and they said, no, you have to apply for a budget increase. I said, but we're paying for the additional money. They just didn't listen. They just didn't listen.
Do we have it in writing?
Yeah, we have this in email.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Every bit of it.
Okay.
So did we get the authorization from them when we were awarded the grant to purchase this stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's in writing.
Yeah, that's helpful.
That's
very helpful.
We got the grant for $304,000. I immediately started on the roof. We did the roof, we finished the roof. That $83,000. Now, are we going to get reimbursed for that? Because that all took place before this grant, the budget was in. And I put that to the project manager, and I haven't heard back from him yet.
There in Washington?
No, that's in Tallahassee.
That's in Tallahassee.
The money comes from the federal government.
Yeah, I know.
To Tallahassee, and then Tallahassee to us.
So we're dealing with Tallahassee through Edgar.
Well, through the normal chain.
The rule was a federal rule, but it's the state that had to inform us.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The state is what they call a delegated state.
Right.
For federal.
Yeah, the federals come through there and they delegate them out.
They have compliance standards so that they can keep their delegation to handle the federal money.
So Edgar's working on this?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Cooley.
Okay, so thoughts on what to do about this, the windows. I usually differ with some of your thoughts. Absolutely, unequivocally, no, we're not going to take delivery of those windows, nor will we install them. The only reason why the C project was even happening was because of this grant. That's the only reason this was getting done. This building has, it's been fine. It'll continue to be fine. This was not even a project that the city would even be doing at all unless we had the grant. And if I'm going to say, well, they're ordered, whatever, what do we do with all those questions? We say, Drew Jr., go sick them. And that's what we do. And we fight it out. We have all the documentation, but do we move forward with paying for these windows and putting them in and doing all that out of our pocket? No, we don't, because that was never the plan, and it never would have been the plan.
Well, the only problem I have with that is our legal obligation to take those if we actually place the order.
We don't know if we're obligated to take them.
And I mean, that's what you have to check, but still.
What I would ask you to do is to direct Drew to review both, everything having to do with the order of the windows and the contracts. Also have him look at the grant and what happens when FEMA reneges on its obligations that it's made and its promises it's made in the grant. And come back to you with his opinions about your remedies and your recourses before you make a final decision, yes, this is the action we're going to take. Because I can't tell you today what your remedy is going to be from taking that action. That's all.
Which organization did we order, or company we ordered the windows from?
Wintech Products.
Okay.
Now, here's what I was told. In fact, you stop by my office. I haven't told them about this. As far as he knows, everything's folks said, okay? The windows have been delivered. Not to us yet, but to the contractor.
So, okay, so they're not delivered.
Because they want to do the entire project.
That's why I'm bringing this forward is, which way do I go?
And who's the contractor? Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's, you said, okay, they've been delivered to, wow.
He just had a recommendation.
Found out on Friday. Serious.
I mean, you know,
like to follow what was just suggested.
I agree. I mean, but by the same token, I'm empathetic to the company. Because if this is a small business, something like this can drive a small business out of business. You know, and I mean, I'm not saying that.
Taxpayers.
I don't know. I know. I'm just being empathetic too. I mean, I used to be a small business advocate, you know, and these are the kinds of things that some big companies have run other companies out of business because of that. And I know it's not our obligation to look out for them, but by the same token, I still have to have some empathy in thinking, what are some of the alternatives rather than having a company stuck with $300,000 worth of windows sitting there, and we don't know where they're sitting, whether or not they're inside, outside, whatever it is. But I mean, I'll leave it up to our legal department to give us more direction and with just things to consider. That's all.
I'll wake Drew up as soon as we leave.
A quick look online, and they look like a very large company. Oh, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Windows are on 6 month to a year back order. They're going to find a spot to put them in. Like,
Well, they're
these are
they're custom made. You know what you do with custom made windows? You make a custom hole. I've done it.
Have you seen those windows?
No, but here's the thing. I mean, that's not, we're not, you're talking about exposing our taxpayers to $300,000 for a mistake.
When we have homes that need stormwater
And,
mitigation.
and here's the thing, and I really hate saying it, but I'm going to go on record. If that is the risk that companies like that take, if you're in the window business, some folks are going to cancel orders at the last minute. It's bad faith, and we weren't put, you know, it's not us moving in bad faith, it's us being responsible.
I agree, but you don't want that kind of reputation out there.
Well, we have to look at the contract to see what's in the
Well,
contract.
it's FEMA that's putting us in this.
I know.
position. It's not us.
But anyway, I'm just throwing my thoughts out there for consideration, but I mean, I don't want to do that either, but that's why we have a dialogue, is to interact and throw all these things out there. Thanks for all your efforts, Lee. It's got to be causing you to lose hair. Okay. Thank you.
But I just need to know what to do when that tractor trailer shows up with all the materials and these guys are ready to go to work.
Okay, I assume that Mr. Whitson, Drew will probably be getting back to you tomorrow, or if not sooner, tonight.
He won't be getting back to you tonight.
Okay.
It's almost tomorrow morning.
I was just going to say.
What's that?
I got this, Lee, from here.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Whitson?
You can read my memo. I don't want to drag this out any further.
Okay, Police Department, you have anything? Chief, please says no.
Nope.
Mayor?
My meeting list for comments keeps getting longer because I keep moving things over to the new pile. But just a couple small things. A big thank you to Carla for running the beach cleanup for the first one of the year. Carla Klein, thank you. Next week on the 17th, it's a busy week of meetings for all of us. We have on the 17th at 4:30 to 6, we have a centennial meeting. And I ask all the residents to come in and give some input, and we can start to plan that for 2025. And I'm going to bring this up. We don't have to discuss it, but it needs to just be brought to the forefront. Larry mentioned trees, and Debbie's doing Silver Lake Park. Did we ever figure out that tree issue that's over there?
Been installed.
Okay, see, check mark. And then one last thing, I just think this one's very cool. Peer design meeting on January 31st at 5:30. I think that one, all the residents would love to be invited to and attend and get the scoop on the pier and give some input. And that's all I have for now. Everything else will go to the bottom of the list.
I was actually going to see if we could save our comments maybe for the meeting on the 19th, if we're going to push back the communication topic as well, because I do have several topics that I'd like to cover, and I don't think this is the time right now to cover it, but I do think we need to cover it before the next meeting. So if possible, I would like to, see what everybody else, and I don't, Mayor, I don't know how you feel about that as well, but I was going to see what the rest of you all think, to then just move our comments, because I do have some important comments that I would like to share, but I just don't think it almost 11:15 is right now is the time to begin that conversation. So not to extend out Tuesday's meeting, but if we're going to push back the, the communication topic, maybe we need to save some, if we have important topics to cover here for commission comment, maybe we save those for the meeting on the 19th as well. But
Sounds good to me.
Mr. Cooley.
Yeah, I have never, like, we're going to have to budget time in a meeting or we need to probably take a look at redoing an agenda a little bit and modifying it so we can get our concerns tabled. It's been since October. And I'm starting to become really not okay with having commission comments. And so we might need to look at changing agendas around because I don't want to go 3 months without having thoughts on stuff. So something I do need to address that is time sensitive though is, and I need to get to the bottom of it. So at the end of last meeting, we were told that all employees were going to have their pay adjusted. That was due in October and then retroed back, and that was going to be done. But then today I was told that that hasn't happened yet. So which one is the truth?
The truth is that they received their pay adjustment for COLA, the 6.6% right out of the box in the first check in October. The other adjustments have to come out of the pot of funds that were allocated for the city manager to distribute. I have shared on numerous occasions that I wanted to have a market study completed to be able to distribute those funds. And that market study is just now wrapping up, and those decisions are going to be made by the end of the month so that we can get on with that. And then we will identify if there are positions that are not at market in the next budget year so we could work towards that. And that has been the consistent plan. It was a delay. I know you're tired of hearing about it, but in order to do the market study, you have to call around and benchmark from the other cities. A lot of the other cities were busy with hurricanes, and we couldn't get the data back. The contractor couldn't get the data back. So that is why it's taken longer, and we are on task to get that done by the end of the month.
Okay, that's not what was agreed on last meeting. To do this to the employees' pay, I feel, is egregious to have this go this long. I don't want to get into the minutia about it now. I want to add an agenda item for next meeting, and I want to discuss city manager's job performance and where we're going to go from here.
Wait, slow down. City manager's
job performance and where we're going to go from here.
Okay, I've already asked that it be put on the agenda for next.
Okay, because we have to pay our people. It's the only reason they show up to work. Like in July, we were told the sky is falling. And we're going to come up on 7-8 months that we didn't even make it right with them. And so I want that to be an agenda item. Okay. Now that's only comments I have for now.
Commissioner Millie.
After that, no.
Only thing I have real quick, Silver Lake Park cleanup, Rob Smith and I are coordinating an extensive cleanup on Saturday at 9 a.m. If anybody's willing to help, please show up. Donuts and water will be provided.
I'll try to make it, but I think my wife has another obligation for me. Only thing I have is the mayor mentioned the centennial. We've been trying to get this meeting together for over a year. We have invited all what we consider to be stakeholders, and we invite everyone to come out and participate, give us your thoughts, and we can move on from there, hopefully. That being the case.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second. Oh.
Oh, are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding. So I appreciate it.
Go ahead.
And earlier when I spoke specifically about the project plan or the project pipeline report, not about communications. It was blown off as being part of communications and should have been talked about. It was specifically about that report that's out there. That's number one. Number two, if you're going to continue to end meetings without going until all items are completed, then put an end time in the agenda. Because you've done this numerous nights where you say, well, we're just going to stop everything and just go because it's getting too late.
Okay, I'll wait till you finish.
Determine a time that's too late and publish that as your end time. Thanks.
Finish?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. First of all, I'll address that. The commission made a decision over a year ago that if we went past a certain particular time, that they would be flexible enough to make a motion to move the item to the next meeting. Okay, that's addressing that. And in addressing the other item he's talking about, I thought we covered that as far as the projects.
That's the subject of the January 19 workshop.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Please don't call out. Any other comments?
Quick. What time's that meeting going to be on the night, John Horan? What time's that meeting going to be on the 19th for the communication?
5 o'clock.
Okay, and then will that be the first item on that agenda? Okay, that'd be great. I just would like to say that, Matt and I have been here twice for over 5 hours, and we've spent thousands of dollars on this website, flaglerbeach.info. We've really done a lot on that, and Matt has a lot of expertise on, delivering to the citizens. Formerly, he was the city manager of Palmco, so looking forward to getting to that.
Thank you, John.
Disingenuous to have people wait here all these hours and sit here all night long, and then you don't end with the public comment at the end. And the public comment that I have to make is that we spent a lot of time tonight on trees and the saving of trees and that sort of thing. And it's like, I'd like to draw some attention to what's going on in Oak Place, and our trees and our canopy, and we would like to get it addressed as to why Flagler Beach is hell-bent on open cutting our tree line all the way down Oak Place instead of boring it. And no one and Mr. Whitson does not want to hear the rest of what we have to say about that.
I need your name, please.
Denise Strike, Oak Place.
Okay. Any other comments?
Should that be an agenda item?
What's that?
The request for the tree discussion, or?
I think we've had that discussion.
We have.
And I think there's been a couple of meetings on that. Has there not? Could you brief us on that, please?
It's been on there twice. You want me to agenda it again, and we'll go through it again.
Do you want to give a little bit of, very quickly, what it's all about? Because maybe...
Well, just to update everyone, to do the alternate technique that the individual is speaking about would be an extra $36,000.
Please don't interrupt, Mr. Whitson.
This is why it's difficult.
Go ahead.
So it would be an additional $36,000, and that's the last figure I've gotten. I could go and update, see if the figure's gone up even more. So that's one of the issues, and I was told not to spend that additional money because we hired an arborist with over 30 years of experience who explained how we could do it safely without expending that extra amount of funds. So it's just a difference of opinion between certain individuals and the city as to what's the proper method. And the direction I've received is to proceed with the least costly alternative. If the city commission wants to rehear this discussion again and budget more money, I'm all about that. But I will not recommend a directional bore that is 7 to 8 feet down like certain individuals have been pushing for, because it's unsafe for my workers. So if we can get a directional bore that's, you know, the standard 36 to 42 inches, okay, fine, we'll look at that. But I am not going to recommend a directional bore and put a water line 7 to 8 feet down in the ground where my workers have to get a trench box to even repair it.
Who determined that it was going to be used? Did we use what staff or engineering firm determined?
Mead and
that we were
Hunt.
gonna- Okay, so this was a
And the
recommendation?
contractor. All of this data comes from licensed professionals.
Okay.
And an arborist, correct?
And an arborist.
Okay. All right. Any
Shed a little more light on that?
any more comments, please, other than those that have already spoken?
Comment on the arborist?
I'm sorry, we're closed. Don't comment right now. You've already spoken once, and that's the rules that we have.
I'll get my 1.5 minutes that I didn't speak that. Not allowed 3.
Any other comments? Any other comments, please? Now we bring it back to the commission for motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, we're adjourned.